The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. Rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I'll be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass candidates, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon out Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about Shelly going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Sorry, y'all. In the same room at the dollhouse with Lady Chase. Thank y'all for tuning in for another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chain Criminal. We should be joined here shortly with Lady Chase. She's in the other room. And we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankoria, Shabaka Black Experience Enhanced. And this is season 4, episode 37, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. And we'll be discussing several topics. First thing is tangibles. It's the year and the decade of tangibles. So we're going to continue to demand something tangible for our vote. From now all the way up to 2100. Then we got Al Sharpton, old informant, embezzling money. Al Sharpton is under fire again. This time by the Black church. Same people that put him on so long ago. The Black church has basically turned their back on Reverend Al Sharpton, so they're going to drop that Reverend. Black church initiative wants Democratic Shill Reverend Al Sharpton suspended from MSNBC after $500,000 payout. Then we got then on Sonya Massey. We'll get to this last week. I was trying to get to it last week. Had so many other topics, unfortunately. Sonya Massey's family is outraged after appeals court may allow race soldier Sean Grayson out on bail. Then we got the situation in New York with punk ass Daniel the Coward Penny. DA Alvin Bragg has dropped the most serious charge of second-degree manslaughter, so he's only going to be charged with criminal negligence. And, so that charge of homicide has been dropped. Second-degree manslaughter has been dropped in the Neely case. Then we got Johnny. Also, in addition, Johnny Somali faces charges in South Korea. Then we got Whoopi versus Charlamagne the Coon on Biden's pardon. Then we got Missouri proposes a law where citizens can turn in illegal immigrants for $1,000 reward. And is the Black-Brown Alliance talk coming back? I sure hope not. Then, especially after how this election turned out, it definitely should not be coming back. It should never existed in the first place. There's never been an alliance. It's just been us towing a line for all these other groups. And the cape is off. We stopped caping for these groups 4 years ago. And we meant what we said. Then we got husband kills wife wearing blackface disguise. I think this was in Michigan. And then we got Andrew Schulz thinks this song is about him. That's the bastard that tried to say he was going to buck Ray Kendrick Lamar. Sick. People are really sick. So those are the topics. Thank y'all for tuning in. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. So I'm going to hop right into it with the tangibles. So I'm on Lady Chase side because the computer fan is acting real wonky. Which I don't hear that. So let me see it. Let's switch it back. Just got some app right now. Hold on, 1 second. Okay, you should be able to hear me now. Yes. So, tangibles. You're a decade of tangibles. Continue to mass up intangible for your vote. We sent a clear message to the Democrats this election cycle. But we need to send a clearer message in 2026 and in 2028. They're not going to continue to take our votes for granted. And the black voters for sale to the highest bidder. The days are over. I was just voting just to be voting. We're going to vote because we have an agenda and a cause, and that agenda It's the Black agenda, and that cause is reparations in the form of direct lineage-based cash payments to descendants of American child slavery freedmen, foundational Black Americans. So this first one, let's see, windows open now. Ridiculous. I'll open up first, then. Let's put down no windows open. Okay, here it is. So they had that Me Too, and we have first them. And then we go into tangibles. So back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed came up with the hashtag Tangibles 2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that we, and in the foundation of Black Americans, we're going to demand from the two-party system. So nothing has changed except the year, but everything else remains the same. So instead of 2020, it's 2024. And next year is 2025, and so on and so forth, all the way up to 2100. So the 2024 presidential elections have came and went, and foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus now malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms. Lumping foundational Black Americans in the groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, and in this already passed election cycle, but I guess for the 2026 and 2028 presidential election cycles, Black Americans are going to insist, we're going to continue to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want trickle-down, secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And since it's 2024, Tangibles 2024. Next year is Tangibles 2025, 2026. When the midterms are happening, it's Tangibles 2026. And then at 2027, that's when the next Denver election is. It's Tangibles 2027. 2028 is when the next presidential election is. All the way up to 2100. Continue to mass up the tangible for your vote, Black family. Let's see what's in here. In here is a twin. Nobody's commenting yet. Okay. I'm trying to get Bacc on here. I don't know what Bacc is on. It's on the showtime. I don't know. Let me call Bacc real quick. Gotta get Bacc's thoughts on the tangibles. Alright, so yeah, the Black votes for sale to the highest bidder. Anybody that's seeking our vote, we're gonna demand something tangible for our vote. When we say tangible, it's something real, that's something with substance, something you can count, measure, touch with your own hand, i.e. a check, i.e. reparations, in the form of direct lineage cash payments to the descendants of American child slavery freedmen, foundational Black Americans, and an anti-Black hate crime law, and a qualified immunity in all 50 states. just for starters. So if they want our vote, they're going to have to do that. Otherwise, we're not going to get our vote now. We tried to send a clear message to the Democrats this time around. They lost. They didn't lose big enough, if you ask me, because still they said like 75, 78% of black people still voted for Kamala Harris. It's just ridiculous because she wasn't offering us nothing. These fools say, anybody with Trump? Like they tried to do in 2020. That didn't work this time around. But yes, still, our people still continue to vote blue no matter who. In large numbers. So, there's that. So they want to vote. They want to do something tangible. All the fear mongering, all the browbeating, all the shaming, blaming, and explaining. Shout out to Brother Rob, Black Light Rock Relations for the SBE. All that SBE is not going to work. And I hope y'all got that memo, Democratic Shills. You have to come with tangible legislation, tangible policy, specifically for the foundation of Black Americans. Your voter base. Otherwise, you're not going to get our vote. You either vote third party or the couch, or for the dump, or in 2028, JD Vance. But y'all only have yourselves to blame, Democrats. I'm blessed at your base. You thought you just had it in the bag. Kamala Harris fumbled the bag. $2 billion bag, just completely fumbled. And y'all thought it was going to be a good fit to run the country. Hell to the no. Because you remember, she told us back in 2019.
Yeah. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No. Because
so they must have thought we got amnesia or that we forgot about that, but no, we ain't forget. We like Pepper's Farm, we remember everything. So just continue to mess up the tangible with your vote, like I don't know where this probably is. Fucking shit, joint in the store. Got it here. Starts on the tangibles and cherries that's supposed to go. Freshen up before the show, so I'm waiting on her to get back so she can share her thoughts on the tangibles. But yeah, you Democratic Shills, I hope y'all are still crashing out, still smoking on that Kamala pack. Just don't care, about how you feel about it. Because that broad, she didn't have no policy. She thought she was just going to get in the office off of her looks alone, I guess. And that horrible ass cackle, but no, it didn't work. What are you at? Shut up, man. Clear for everybody. Not everything always goes to plan. Bacc, it's showtime. We're live on the air. Waiting on you to hear your thoughts on the tangibles. Here's Lady Cherry. Hey, Lady Cherry. Are you okay? Just finished up with the tangibles. I'm gonna have to mute everything. It looks like the fan is all right now. I muted everything on your end because it was echoing. Because the fan is acting right now. I don't know how long it's gonna be acting right. It's acting right now. Okay, so what are your thoughts on the tangibles? Huh? Because you need some better than me. That was you. You put that. Oh. I was wondering the same thing. Okay. You don't have nothing to say about tangibles?
No. Oh, you tangible. I don't want it all.
you always say, hold your vote. Like,
Yeah. What is that? Come on, sit.
okay.
You got 2 years to go for tangibles. For great tangibles. You get tangibles.
Yeah.
I can't breathe. Let's stop. Hold on, Daddy. Let me know when you're ready.
All right.
Okay, I don't know how long Jeff's been sitting on mute or whatever, but I'm not ready. Tangibles. We got 2 years, 2 to 4 years,
Yep.
to two certain elections locally, 4 other places for presidency.
Some people have elections next year too.
It doesn't fucking matter, whatever just said. I'm not really listening because I just got in here. But basically, we're on a black agenda. Enough reparations. Do a whole bunch of shit. So maybe just pay attention to your local stuff. Hold on to what's right. Which means hold your vote until you get tangibles, basically. I mean, for the fucking sake of tangibles. Jesse knows those fucking tangibles. I don't know why he's asking me. Shit. Tangibles. Hold your vote.
Just going for some people.
Hold your vote. Really. Okay, like hold your vote. Hold your fucking vote. Pay attention to your local elections. Don't vote Democrat. Don't vote Republican either. Just fucking pick the side that's going to offer you actual fucking tangibles that you've seen, you can feel, they're in your hand. And nowadays, we're going to start asking for motherfuckers to put this shit in writing before we give it up. So, they want our vote, they have to give us tangibles.
Right.
Simple as that. Quick pro quo. We're not playing you. Democrats are seeing it. They're still crying out, it's whatever. But Republicans see it too, and they don't really give a fuck about us, but at least we know they don't give a fuck about us.
Right.
Okay? That everybody's paying attention to what we're doing. And whatever we're doing is avoiding them and ignoring them. That's what we're supposed to be doing. So they can want and wish all they want, but we run the yard.
Right.
So black vote still matters. Black vote is the matter. It's the fucking matter at hand. They want it, they have to do something for it. Everyone who's ready for office, including Jesse, including myself, have to give you tangibles. Or you don't get the vote, or we don't get your vote.
Right. Simple
as that. We have to give you tangibles. We have to meet your fucking demands. Or we can't have your vote.
Right.
Simple as that. That means that if you want something and you need something or really need it, you have to fucking say it. You don't say it, nobody's a motherfucking mind reader. Now, if the person isn't up to date, then fucking educate them. You're gonna fucking stand behind them and fucking, support them. Simple shit. Simple fucking shit. Shouldn't even have to be hard, man. You've seen it already, we've been doing the work. So fucking, hold your fucking vote. For tangibles. Demand tangibles for any motherfucker that's seeking your vote. Okay? And seriously, the black agenda is a real thing. Reparations, cash-based, lineage-based fucking reparations are for fucking Foundation of American Freedmen, FBA, however you want to call it. We're starting with using freedmen right now, because that's the term.
Yeah, that's the legal status.
Legal status. So, you thought I wouldn't look on far out. We're going to use it freedmen, so I figured it out. Judgments. If they be too, ladies, just because a motherfucker's black and whatever, it doesn't necessarily mean they're right. They're good for us. There are a lot of black motherfuckers who are just useless in our shit, in politics, because they don't give a fuck. They are about the money, they're about the status, they're about whatever they can kiss ass to get. You know what I mean? It's really gonna be hard for a regular motherfucker like us to get in somewhere when we don't have all that fucking heavy ass money back with these fucking other public side. And that's okay with me, for real. That's okay for me. We already know how the media props up people they think we're supposed to like. And they get a lot of coverage and shit, and we don't. And so we know that that's not the right thing to do. So again, everything. If you want something, you fucking ask for the man. If they need you, everybody needs you for something, they need to offer you tangibles. Tangibles work for everything. All areas of human activity.
Welcome, Shabaka.
All right.
I just finished
Man,
up with
put them ponies in a barn.
Never, Shabaka. That will never happen. You better hope we don't go to Super Bowl.
Uh-huh.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on the tangibles?
Okay, on the tangibles, as always, that they owe it. You know what I'm saying? And they need to start accruing interest on the amounts. Also, too, is that I'm tired of these brain dead idiots, saying, we should be marginalized, being people of color and all that shit. But we need something specifically for us is because we built the fucking country. You see what I'm saying? And then they need to emphasize on that day even more so. Hold on, let me put the headset on.
Okay.
And just keep it up there in their face. And then, if we can, go on there and make an economical shift, man, and quit patronizing these other groups.
Right. I agree, Shabaka. I agree. All right, well, we were just stalling for you to get on, Shabaka, so we're going to move to the next topic, and that is Al Sharpton.
Throw his ass under the fucking jail. He's a fraud. Tell that trick man to go stick a banana in his mouth. Yeah. What's that there in the background? Sound like the washing machine again.
It's the damn fan, Shabaka.
Oh, okay. Is that giving you heat? Because you guys are pretty cool back there. I think you guys are below freezing.
It's the crack.
Okay.
It's the fan on the computer.
Oh, okay. Okay. And I see you got the Stinky Bird up there, man. You might want to try to kick the link over to Stinky Bird if you think it's wise.
Oh, yeah, I shared it over there.
Yeah, okay. And, okay. And then, we need to, Phil Scott.
Yeah, so the Black Church Initiative wants Democratic Shill, Reverend Al Sharpton, suspended from MSNBC after $500,000 payment.
Man, why don't they just lock that motherfucker up and throw his ass under the fucking jail for being a scam artist, a crook, and a fraud? He'll do better going to San Francisco, man, advocating for gay rights. He could wave his flag and put a banana in his mouth.
Yeah, he's not gay. Is he gay?
Lady Che, you should have seen the picture of him about 3 years ago. He had a banana in his mouth, waving the pride flag. Now you tell me.
It's a real life. I gotta see this. I gotta see the picture. Cause they would just say gay shit. Cause a guy he's just weird.
You never seen that video, Lady Che?
No, Jesse.
No, we're not.
Now what is that?
It's the damn fan, Shabaka.
No. Right, they got an accident here in Las Vegas, 4-car accident on Tropicana Road. All them drunk.
Kamala Harris, go ahead and check it out. It's a moral stain. Black Church Coalition demands MSNBC suspend Al Sharpton over undisclosed Kamala Harris campaign payments.
Man,
Now, they said the Harris
why
campaign
did they
statement to
just
Sharpton's group
suspend
does
that
not look
bubblehead
good for a
off
man
of
supposed to be
TV
representing integrity, as
altogether?
far as the National Black Church Initiative says. All right, let's get into it. So they say a Black church organization is called on MSNBC to suspend and investigate host Al Sharpton over donations his organization took from Kamala Harris's campaign. The National Black Church Initiative, a coalition, it says it represents 27.7 million people and 150,000 Black churches across the country, said Wednesday that the payment to Sharpton's group put a moral stain on the integrity of the Black church. It said the group was said it is very concerned about a growing scandal and urged MSNBC to launch an investigation and express support for Reverend Mention until the investigation is complete. Now, they say the Washington Free Beacon reported that the Harris campaign made donations of $250,000. They say on September 5 and October 1. They say to Sharpton's National Action Network.
Attention all internet users. Stop seeing ads for free when you can get paid to see them. Do you know how much of the content you see on a...
Now, that is his nonprofit organization. I don't know why the churches are saying something, because they didn't donate to the church. They donated to his nonprofit. It's a nonprofit he founded in 1991. Say Sharpton aired, let's say, an October 3 segment featuring Harris on MSNBC show Politics Nation and conducted a favorable interview, let's say, with her on October 20th. Now, it's a founded in 91. The National Black Church Initiative says that it represents 27.7 million churchgoers across the country with a mission of reducing racial, social, and economic disparities and preserving the authority of the Black church's voice. The group has focused on health issues pertaining to the Black Americans and has criticized Sharpton before for taking donations from tobacco companies while opposing a ban on menthol cigarettes, which are popular among Black smokers. Now, say the initiative's president, Reverend Anthony Evans, said Sharpton is loved and admired by our coalition, but that does not take away from the fact that he's facing significant moral and journalism ethics concerning regarding this payment or donation to the National Action Network. Evans went on, in addition to Reverend Sharpton, it say is a minister of the gospel. This payment does not look good for a man that is supposed to represent integrity. Al Sharpton been looking silly for a long time. That Sharpton did not disclose donations to viewers or MSNBC executives. The host has not addressed the scandal. And MSNBC refused to comment on whether he was punished for failing to discuss the apparent conflict of interest. They talk about Joe Scarborough, how that happened in 2010. But let me, first of all, y'all talking about Al Sharpton and journalism. First of all, Al Sharpton is not a journalist. He's not a journalist. So he didn't go through any kind of journalism school. He didn't, wasn't trained in that. Maybe MSNBC sent him to do some training, but he's not a trained journalist. Number two, Al Sharpton been taking money. I mean, you do know Al Sharpton was taking money from Donald Trump. He was taking money from everybody he could. He's always been taking money. Al Sharpton was accused of taking money, going for his nonprofit and using it on himself. Not for the kids, but for himself. Al Sharpton has been just as slick as his hair. That's how slick Al Sharpton has been for a very, very long time. At least back in the day, Al Sharpton was a little bit more open with some of the things he would do. Now he's older, he's a little bit more slick on how he's moving now, right? But the Black church, if y'all was about the right thing, y'all wouldn't have Al Sharpton around y'all, because Al Sharpton is always been a slick character. He's always been shiesty. Why are you saying something about him all of a sudden now? I mean, really, it's kind of silly you want to say something about him now, because it was donated to his nonprofit. It wasn't donated to him directly. I'm just saying. His National Action Network been around for a very, very long time already. But see, the problem is with the Black church, and this been your problem. How can you call out anybody about morality? Let's just keep it 100. The Black church, you have all kind of people in the pulpit that don't belong. Y'all sit up here and let Vice President Kamala Harris in the pulpit at Jamal Bryant's church, and this woman run around here championing abortion. And yeah, you gonna let her in the pulpit of a church? That's why people don't seriously. Nobody takes the Black church seriously, not because people just don't like the church. No, it's because y'all don't stand on truth. Y'all don't stand on righteousness. It's bottom line. So what did Al Sharpton actually do to mess with the integrity of the church. The integrity of the church has been messed off. And Al Sharpton had nothing to do with that. And I'm not saying I'm a fan of Al Sharpton, but I'm a fan of truth. And the truth is Al Sharpton didn't do anything that the rest of y'all haven't been doing. Y'all been taking people's tithe money and using it for y'all bins and y'all house and for your side chicks, because a lot of you got wives and you got side chicks and making side babies and all these type of things y'all been doing in the church. Then on top of that, y'all got dudes in here that like bussy and all kind of things that go on in y'all church.
Well, what the hell is
Al Sharpton is the least of y'all problem.
Come on, Dr.
And this is why, especially a lot of black men, we don't go to y'all church.
Man's booty.
Because we know pimps, players, and all that when we see them as men. You got a few men that may go to the church, but once a man really see through y'all, they can't stay there long. It has nothing to do with the Lord. Because let me tell you something, the purpose of Christ coming is for you to be able to go to God at any time, 24/7. You don't have to go to a particular building or whatever. If you want to talk to God right now, wherever you at, you can talk to him right now. You don't need Reverend so-and-so to talk to God. You don't. So y'all kind of being, and then why are you so worried about MSNBC? Let's just keep it real on that. What MSNBC is supposedly a worldly platform. Why are you worrying about a worldly platform? You're supposed to worry about godly platforms. Why are you worried about that? Who cares what MSNBC does with Al Sharpton? See, that's y'all problem. You're too worldly. You're worrying about MSNBC instead of worrying about the soul of Black America. That's your problem. That's why people don't take y'all seriously. I definitely don't take a lot of you seriously. Worrying about MSNBC, like that network is sitting up there playing the gospel 24/7, playing the church 24/7 or something. Now, if there was that, maybe it'll be a different conversation, right? But it's not. How you gonna tell white people what to do with their network? That's the funny part. Y'all are so silly. If they want to keep Al Sharpton, he'll be there. If they want to get rid of him, he be gone. And there's nothing really anything any of y'all would say about that. And ain't nobody got no major outrage. Now, we called him out. And the reason why we called him out because of he's a Democrat shield. And we say, oh, okay, we clearly see now you are an official paid Democrat shield. Now it's been confirmed. That's how we looked at it here. You are a confirmed Democrat shield now. But all the stuff about the church house and all that, bro, y'all been messed off the integrity of the church. The church is nowhere near where it was when my grandmother was alive and all of that. I don't see preachers like when I grew up, like Reverend Simmons. Ain't got them kind of preachers no more. The preachers today be at the Diddy party. That's where they at. The Diddy party. You would think no man in the Lord would be at a Diddy party, but yet that's what some people are at. So y'all this self-righteousness about Al Sharpton, please. Al Sharpton is the least of the black church problem. Worrying about the wrong thing. You need to worry about your parishioners. You need to worry about how these churches are looking like mega churches, but the people are poor and struggling. That's what we need to be talking about.
Well, that's why
y'all
they
worry
call
about
it
some MSNBC. Man, please.
That's why they call it.
That's why brothers don't take y'all seriously, man. That's why we don't do it. That's why I don't go to nobody's church. I don't. You know, people can do what you want. You go to church you want to. That's fine. I'm not anti-God. I love the Lord, but I just can't deal with their churches. I can't do it. I just don't take them serious. You know, my thing is the work is outside the church. The work is not in it. You understand? But yeah, you know, they're quite funny. They sit up here and let Kamala in the pulpit, but yeah, they making more of a deal about Al Sharpton, okay? More of a deal about her giving him money, but not making a deal about her promoting the death and destruction of children and babies. That's they not worried about that. They worry about some money let you know they all corrupt. They just mad that they.
Yep, they just mad they didn't get a check.
Yeah, Black church and okay, so this brother here is going to talk about the same thing. Who's this here? TD Media Group.
Yep, but he has a different name on this channel.
Okay.
ICC or something.
Yeah, something like that.
No, not the Black church turning on Al Sharpton. Big Al. The Black church ain't rocking with you no more, bro. Black church about to throw you all the way in the trash because you took $500,000, brother. You know you unethical. You supposed to be a reverend. You snatched up $500K and then split the profits. That's what this is really all about. But let's get into it real quick, man. I'm already heated that I got to read. And there's just no video that I can play, so we're gonna make this quick. Black Church Coalition calls for AI Sharpton to be suspended from MSNBC over moral stain of taking money from the Harris. I was gonna say congregation campaign. Let's get into this, man. I know some of y'all might have seen this already from other people that know about this already, but I didn't talk about it yet. So let's get into it. Coalition of Black churches are calling for AI Sharpton to be suspended from MSNBC until an investigation is complete over payments received from Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign. It reads here that I don't have highlighted. He got 2 payments of $250,000, blah, 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 blah. We know that already. She broke them off 500 racks, right? But the National Black Church Initiative, which represents more than 150,000 churches and 27.7 million members, 27.7 million, released a statement this week calling for Sharpton's suspension until an investigation into the matter is complete. This type of action puts a moral stain on the integrity of the Black church, the group wrote. The statement was released on Tuesday through Facebook and first covered by the Washington Free Beacon on Thursday. And we're going to go to the Facebook page in just a moment, because they was going in over there. Or I should say this guy right here, the president of the group, Reverend Anthony Evans, wrote that Sharpton is loved and admired by many members, but added there are ethics concerns over the latest news involving Sharpton. And I quote, Reverend Sharpton is loved and admired by many in our coalition, but that does not take away from the fact that he is facing significant moral and journalism ethics concerns regarding this payment or donation to the National Action Network, Evans wrote, adding members will continue to pray for Sharpton. Pray if you let me hold something, brother. You sit up there on 500 racks? You let me hold nothing? Now, this is the page right here, the National Black Church Initiative. And like I said, man, they was going in over here. I'm not going to hold you. They was going in on Al Sharpton over here. Let me just take a moment to zoom in a little bit more so we can read this together. But I'm not about to read this whole thing because, like I said, I'm low-key upset that like I even have to read this to begin with. But let's scroll down a little bit. And this is what my man, what's his name, Anthony Evans or something like that, you know, the leader or president of the National Black Church Initiative. He said this. He was going off. My man pissed off. He said, what did VP Harris get for the 500 racks? What did she get, bro? You got 500 racks. What did she pay for? What did she get in return? The Reverend AI Sharpton needs to fully disclose the nature of the 500 racks, why it was given and received, and for what purpose. My man said, where are the receipts? Show me some receipts, brother. What you do with the money? And Reverend Al Sharpton, and did Reverend Sharpton receive any funds? And if so, what and for what purpose? There are a lot of questions that need to be answered, AI. A lot of questions that need to be answered. You scroll down a little bit more and you can come to this Facebook page and read this more for yourself. Like I said, he was going in, but I'm not about to reread all this stuff for you right now. I got me bent. There are press reports that MSNBC was unaware of the payments. Uh-oh. Reverend Al getting some of that under the table money. This payment calls into question Reverend Sharpton, a host on MSNBC Journalism Ethics. He got at him right here. Do you have to pay AI Sharpton through a donation to his organization to get on his show? or get a favorable interview, he's calling him all the way out. Calling him all the way out. And yeah, that's how it works. And that's all I got highlighted. But that's how it works, man. Well, payola. Like I said, man, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think this has anything to do with ethics, journalistic integrity, coming from the president of the National Black Church Initiative. I don't know why you'd be concerned about journalistic integrity. I guess maybe because Al Sharpton is a reverend technically, and I guess he's part of his group, I guess. But just keep it a buck, man. My man right here, what's his name? Anthony Edwards or Anthony Anderson or something like that. Anthony Evans. You wanted some of that 500 racks, bro.
Oh yeah.
Just keep it a bean. All right, keep it a stack. You wanted some of that money. Al Sharpton didn't break you off, and now you're mad about it. And because he didn't break you off, now you're mad about it, and you want to expose him and act like you're standing on some sort of high horse. Yep. Reverend A.I. Sharpton has been a fraud. He's been unethical. He's been everything negative under the sun, and you know this. But now you want to say something? Nah, bro. We not trying to hear that. We know what time it is. We know what you really wanted, and you mad you didn't get none of that money. So for now,
see everything else. I don't care about none of that. I ain't got time to Terry.
Yeah, man, I ain't got time to Terry. I'm good, bro.
Yeah, we ain't got time to Terry with him either. All right, which starts Shabaka?
First place, what Al Sharpton needs to do is to go right straight to fucking jail for fraud.
Yeah.
Then he can go to San Francisco, wave his Rainbow Coalition flag, and put another banana in his mouth, man. See, punk ass motherfuckers like that, man, really makes the people, man, in the clergy, in the church, who is really trying to do the right thing. Now, if I was to donate to a reverend or to a church, it would be with humble means. What do I mean by that? In first place, if I see you driving a Cadillac, fuck you. If I see you got Rolexes on and diamond rings, fuck you. Right. But if you out there struggling, man, in a raggedy pickup truck doing where you feel that the Almighty is telling you to do this, I'll drop by there, man, and depending on what I got, I'll break you off something. Because I see that you are being sincere, to the people out there, and all of us, have had hard times, so you know what we're talking about. Because hey, there ain't nothing worse, man, than being out there at 2:00 in the morning, not having no motherfucking place to go.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So if you're a person who's doing that, if you're getting the people to a shelter, man, that is sanitary. It has to be sanitary. There's got to be a place for them to bathe. You got to have cleaning agents in there, and you got to have a place for them to wash their clothes.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Because see, the thing is, what happens is, just like I'm seeing these motherfuckers out here in Las Vegas.
Hey, Twin. Shout out to Twin.
Hey, what's going on, Twin? How you be? Okay, like, share, and subscribe to Frontline Black News. Yes, sir. Please push that. And we're also, too, we're trying to get familiar with another brother. I think I told you who he was, Brother Che. He allowed me on his show yesterday, and I think that we could do something with him. So I'm going to give the brother a call tomorrow. And with a few episodes we got left on Shabaka's Black Expanse Enhanced, I'm going to invite him on there. Now, keep in mind is that Blog Talk saying is that they're going out of business, but they want everybody to go over to their sister station. Guess what it is? Spreaker. So what the motherfucker did, man, so what he did was, based on what I'm seeing, is that this dude is shutting down his Blog Talk, man, because he's going to make more money off of Spreaker anyway.
Yeah.
Because with Spreaker, for you...
Like old boy from Cash App. You better hope you don't end up like old boy from Cash App.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Or the motherfucker from the insurance company in New York, man, that got knocked off about 4 days ago.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he got knocked off. They said he was full of shit, man, is that he was turning down 90% of the insurance claims, man, that people, you know, were paying their money for.
Ooh. Yeah, that'll do it.
So he pissed off the wrong person and went and sought his ass out, man, kicked him off the fucking planet. And then they said that old boy that did the job or whatever, man, you know, he bailed. He pulled the Diddy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they still looking for him.
Yeah. Well, you know, it gets more and more difficult, man, because it's been more than 48 hours, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, you see. So, and then they found his backpack there, I believe near Central Park or what have you. And they said, man, it was wiped clean. You know, there's no type of DNA evidence they can get. There's no type of fingerprints or anything on there.
Wow. Mr. No
Yeah. So and in my opinion, what had happened is that this individual perhaps lost a loved one who was insured by this company. And, you know, and when he probably went to go submit paperwork, or a loved one toward him went to submit paperwork, oh, no, we can't pay you. He just said, okay, fuck it. Okay. All right. So it's like this, man. We've been paying you all this money. Now, this is theory. Repeat. This is theory. Repeat. This is theory. Repeat. This is theory. Okay. Yeah, that was a cold white boy twin, you know what I'm saying? So he went up there, scanned this motherfucker, bird dogged him, man, and dumped on him and canceled his ticket.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So they probably need to start investigating that company right there. And then Donald Duck, you know, he's got a whole bunch of shit coming our way. And so probably on our last few episodes of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, before we move to platform, we're going to be talking about that, and then of course what the dump is going to do, because he's already trying to bring in his brother-in-law, his homie cronies, and all that old type of shit. Then too, not changing the subject, as you do know that over in Syria, they ran over, Assad out of Dodge, man. They said he's on the run, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Or either that or he bailed, you know what I mean? So, hey, it is what it is.
In a foxhole like Saddam was before they killed him.
Oh, yeah, and you saw what they did to Saddam, you know what I'm saying? And the cold part is, and we already know what they did to Gaddafi, of why they did it to Gaddafi.
Yes.
Just like they did Thomas Sankara. You see what I'm saying? Because, hey, we ain't going on no Western damn denomination of currency. Right. Now, you got the damn Chinese over there. They trying to get more and more, you know, into Africa because they got into Burkina Faso. So I don't know what President Traore is trying to do with that. You got to get them fucks up out of there, man. And the reason being is, and you get them out of there and you keep them up out of there, because China got over 1 billion people, then they'll go consume of what they got and let them start falling by the wayside. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, but as you stated so eloquently over the last few months, is these damn tethers.
Yep.
Yeah, see, I'm just here to take. Yeah, see, okay, now you sounding like a slave-minded ass nigga on a plantation system talking about what's better than what we got here.
Plantation system is global now, Shabaki. All right, ladies, what are your thoughts on? Oh, we got Mac 285 in the building. Shout out to Mac 285.
Oh, and by the way, too, yeah, I want to let this here be known, and hopefully this asshole is seeing our clip tonight. There's some bitch, you know, who was up on my wall, right? Taking talking about that he was an American, right? I says, well, I'm a diasporic Africa. Then he says, move to Africa. And I told him, man, fuck you. I will go there in my due time. And ass scratchers like you is what makes it difficult for us, because you want to go up there and keep sucking a white man's dick and getting fucked in your ass by his culture. Excuse my language. You see what I'm saying? And that bastard is welcome to call in at 516-418-5996. Say, these brain dead, ass scratching Negroes kill me with that bullshit. And once again, I still see 6 o'clock. I don't see no curvature. You know what I'm talking about?
I still see the commission and I see the Dow's rolls.
With the pretendians.
Turn around.
$5 Indians. Damn. All right, well, you're going to have to explain that one to me because I've heard about it, Brother Che, but I haven't studied it in depth like I should have. You know what I mean? Okay, but the fact of the matter is, get stopped by the LAPD. Man, they're going to describe it.
All this one big nigga.
Yes. Yeah, and that's what they're going to describe you as. You know what I'm saying?
Diaspora don't see us as diaspora Africans. They see us as foreigners and Americans and others.
Oh, wait a minute. So you talking about them brain dead motherfuckers, them neo-colonialists on the continent, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's part of what Dr. Marimba Ani said about the Ma'afa, a disaster so bad it is beyond description. But the part that kills me is that
they see us as a Katas and Jarriers.
Okay, well, you have to tell me in private, man, you know, when we off there what that is so I can make a notation on that. Also, too, not getting off topic, okay, Daniel Penny, okay. You knew they threw out that.
We're going to get to that. So we're going to get to that. Okay. So, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on Al Sharpton being suspended from MSNBC after $500,000 payment?
What the fuck does that mean? And what is a suspension gonna do? Like, for real, suspension from what? He barely does the news. Is that like a fucking weekend off? Like, what are you talking about? Is it a weekend of no?
It's more than a weekend off, Lady Che. You know, in other words, they tearing up the motherfucker's contract. In other words, he's starting to become a liability for him with his bullshit, Lady Che.
Okay, but why use the word suspension? Why just say they cancel his fucking job? And what the fuck does that got to do? So this is a two-part thing. So the media that he sits on is giving him a suspension, or the churches?
The church is suspending him.
Okay, like he doesn't give a fuck about what the church does because he's barely there. He's only there to capitalize on a motherfucker's death, and he holds hands with fucking Kamala when he goes there.
Yeah. Well, see, that's just it, though, Lady Che. That's exactly what that no good bastard is doing.
What's a fucking cancel? What's a suspension from what? He's not really a reverend.
Yeah, he's a pulpit pimp. Okay, now this is why I appreciate
I'm a doctor.
Okay, but Lady Che, this is why I appreciated New Era Detroit, right? About 3 years ago, and then too, Brother Che, and that's when they tore down my page a little bit, right? New Era Detroit went into this church in Detroit, in Motown, right? And they called the Reverend out on the damn stage, and they said, man, use a goddamn crook, use a damn pulpit pimp, and they went up there and whooped his ass.
Yep.
Anyway,
am I lying?
No, you're not lying. Go ahead.
Like I'm saying, though, doesn't really matter if he gets kicked out the black church. He gets kicked out the black church. That's another good thing. That's just what I talked about recently. I was just saying, you know, you got to get the fucking black church out. You got to get the politics out of the black church. And this is just
pretty much, Lady Che, that's real right there.
This is one way of them doing it, because, as I said, like a couple weeks back, a month or two back, when we went to that thing, Jesse, right? But because that interfaith alliance money, you know, they gotta have their bread. But what the old boy said is true. Like, you didn't let nobody hold nothing.
Yeah.
You didn't pay your tithes. Mm-hmm. So whatever you didn't do, the church is like, oh no, you got all this money, you sitting there with your little fucking pressed out fucking gray haired suits and shit on MSNBC offering political fucking.
That bobblehead looking motherfucker, Lady Che, you right.
Right? You know what I mean? You didn't pay shit, so we can't support that because our pockets are empty while yours are filled.
Exactly.
Right? And that's why it's about money.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't about the word of God.
No.
Because like Uncle Phil said, they have some worldly shit.
Uh-huh.
And where's the last time you
Yeah,
heard?
he's pulpit pimping, Lady J. He's pulpit pimping.
When was the fuck you heard? When was the last time you heard Al Sharpton say anything about the Lord? Anytime in the last 10 years?
I can't recall.
Exactly. Not even on his show. Not even on his show. The Lord says, or Genesis says, or in the book of Ezekiel, or hey, in the Quran, or hey, you know, I was reading this fucking book of Torah, or the fucking King James version, any fucking biblical text on any level. The fucking Anaki said in the tablets of Thra, anything. Joseph Smith said. Abraham said. You know what I mean? Like, you know, Jehovah said anything. Jehovah Nisi. You know what I mean? All hell to all. You know, praise Allah.
Well, see, first place, Lady J.
Nothing. You haven't heard shit from this motherfucker. He said, "I'll take that check. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am." And what you need me to say?
Okay. All right. Okay. So basically, the motherfucker's a prostitute.
A woman, because he's a woman and a black woman at that.
Well, then that black woman should have rolled and doubled up on a left hook, followed by the right hand, and knocked him off.
She gave her that check. She gave him that $500,000 check. Yeah, Kamala gave him the check. So the real question is, like what everybody asked for, is what the fuck did she buy because she lost?
Right.
What kind of shit was he doing? Because he didn't do his job to promote her well.
Interview.
He sure as fuck didn't convince anybody. You see what I'm saying?
He was running interference for her on MSNBC.
And he wasn't convincing, though. He didn't convince anybody to vote for her. No. You know, they did vote for her, but, you know, not like that. Not like she was paying for the black vote. Think about it. She was paying for the black vote. Who's that? She was paying for the black vote. And he didn't get the black vote. That's what that $500,000 was from the black church. Right? So if you don't get the black church or the black vote, that's wasted money.
Right.
And if he didn't give up no money to the black church, of course they're gonna be like, oh no.
Hell no.
You pay tithes too, cuz.
Yeah, then they need to be refunding the people their money back.
Like, where's our money at, Rare?
Yeah. They're like Al Sharpton, like you gonna need the good Lord in this house of fucking, you know, lies and mischief. You're gonna need us.
You didn't tithe.
You didn't give it up. You didn't say, you know, this is appreciation.
You're supposed to give 10% of that to the black church.
They're like, you know, they're like, no, they don't care. You know what I mean? So.
And I personally know a whole lot of people that happened to, Lady Che, where they were tied to the church, and then they would have a death in the family. You know what I'm saying? And then can't get the funeral expenses up, and they would go to the church. Well, hey, pastor, you know, my mama just died, uncle just died, wife just died. You know, we need some help, you know, to help bury them. Oh, no, well, we can't do nothing like that. And then that's what you do. Whatever Detroit did, you go up there and you start commencing to whooping that crooked motherfucker's ass. Now, T.D. Jakes, he's sitting up there in church, had a heart attack.
T.D. Jakes
T.D. Jakes. Huh?
T.D. Jakes is a power bottom. He said he was a power bottom. I mean, he was tuning it up.
That he was a what?
Power bottom.
That means he's a receiver
of anal pleasures.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, he's with that, huh? Sound like he needs to move. Okay, but OTD Jakes.
I don't want to know what that looked like. I know what it looked like when a girl does it. Well, I want to know what it looked like. Man, that's gross.
Okay, but TD Jakes, you know, from what I understand, is that he had fell out at the pulpit. They bum rushed him to the hospital, but how come he didn't pray to God to get well?
Is he still in the hospital?
I don't know
or at least he was. The only thing I know is this, Lady Che. That motherfucker was either in the church or he was up at the pulpit. He fell ill. They bum rushed him to the church. Okay. But how come they didn't pray over him? Now, here's one for you. You're going to love this. You're going to love this. There was one pastor that brought a serpent to his pulpit, a rattlesnake, and let the rattlesnake bite him. 3 days later, that motherfucker was dead. Okay. I mean, man, what the fuck do you expect?
Was it this pest snake?
Yeah. Oh, you got a damn viper right there. You got the serpent right there. You gonna bring that motherfucker up there to the sanctuary, where God's almighty power is, and you're gonna sit up there and let that motherfucker bite you, okay? And you kick the bucket.
Stupid.
What the fuck did you expect, man?
Right.
See, people. God gave you 2 eyes and 2 ears. Yeah, twin, a big idiot. God gave you 2 eyes, 2 ears, and 1 mouth, right? So that means you should do twice as much as observing, twice as much as you do to listen to him bumping your motherfucking gums.
Yep.
Motherfucker up there bumping his gums, okay? But just like Eve said in the Bible when she picked up the serpent, oh, the little, oh, poor snake, let me help you. Oh, you bit me. What the serpent tell the stupid motherfucker? Bitch, you knew I was a snake when you picked me up.
Right.
Understand? Say, use your brains, people, of what God has given you. Okay? Use your brains. Hey, twin, okay, use your brains. Okay, like I said, I go see a motherfucker like Al Sharpton or TD Jakes. Well, hey, brother, need you to donate to the church. Hey, man, check this out, cat. How about breaking me off $100 grand, man? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I need me a new car. I need to have me some groceries for a year. I need to keep a roof over my head. So what in the entire fuck am I donating to you for? Hell, if I was still smoking weed, I'll ask the motherfucker what you got.
Right.
Got to have something.
Gotta have something.
Have something.
So yeah, shame on you.
Fuck these pulpit pimps.
Hey, so I mean, like I said, the Rev is just a reverend in name now. I mean, that's all it's ever been.
Yeah.
As I said, Detective Brandy Majors, you know. I'm just a self-proclaimed detective.
Yeah.
He's now like a self-proclaimed reverend. Probably, you're serious, just like that.
Yeah.
All right, so
and then the cold part of, yes, sir.
So I'm gonna move to the next topic, and the next topic is Sonya Massey, R.I.P. to our sister.
Yeah.
Back in July, by a race soldier by the name of Sean Grayson. Well, her family is outraged after the appeals court may allow this race soldier, Sean Grayson, out on bail. Now, I meant to cover this last week. I didn't get to it last week, so.
Yeah.
We're hosting a 100% free workshop on this topic in your city. It's about your state's specific gun laws.
Now, the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, want to give you an update with the Sonya Massey case. Now, you know that sister's the one that the race soldiers came in and shot this sister inside her home. She didn't do anything to them. And, you know, that case, really blew up definitely on social media. But during the election, your girl, Vice President Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, didn't say anything. Remember, this happened in Democrat-ran Illinois. So let's go ahead and look into what happened. In this case, it got the family very upset. As you can see here, they say a slap in the face, family outraged as former Illinois Sheriff's Deputy Sean Grayson charged with murdering Black woman set to walk free. Now, I say a former Illinois Sheriff's Deputy who faced first-degree murder charge in the shooting death of an innocent Black woman this past summer will appear in court Friday for a hearing that could set him free while awaiting trial. Sonya Massey, 36, was killed after Sangamon County Sheriff's Deputy Sean Grayson, who is white, opened fire at her in her Springfield home on July 6th after Massey placing a 911 call in the middle of the night to report a prowler. A group of 15 to 20 protesters marched angrily outside the county building before Monday's bond hearing, calling for Grayson to remain in custody. Tierra Standich, who collaborated with Massey and played a key role in organizing protest express. It was ridiculous to even entertain the notion of releasing Grayson. It was slap in the face of the Massey family. They said they're spending their first holidays without their loved one, and Sean Grayson, as they could spend his holidays with his family. So last week, the 4th District Court of Appeals reversed the lower court's decision to keep Grayson jailed until trial, ruling that no conditions of release would be adequate to mitigate the threat Grayson posed to the safety of the community. As they have a decision, James Wilburn, Massey's father from Pine Bluff, Arkansas, described the possibility of Grayson's release as a serious miscarriage of justice. As a previously circuit court judge, Ryan Cadigan ordered Grayson held without bond under the Pretrial Fairness Act. However, the appeals court countered on November 27th, stating the trial court had unfairly tied Grayson's bond to his shortcomings as a law enforcement officer. That this, they argued, shifted focus away from the primary issue, determining how to mitigate any risks he might pose after being stripped of his office. Now, with the judgment in his favor, Grayson appeared Monday for a hearing via Zoom in the Macon County Jail in Decatur. Accompanied by one of his attorneys, Daniel Foltz, who agreed to return to court on December 6th when Grayson expected to be released. It said a surprise move. It said state attorney John Mills submitted a motion to delay the appellate court's mandate, prompting a swift objection from the defendant. Ultimately, the court rejected the motion, allowing the appeals court ruling to proceed as planned. Meanwhile, the Massey family, joined by Sonya Massey's mother, Donna Massey, expressed outrage that Grayson would likely walk out of jail within a few days. They say Grayson, who has been in custody since July 17, was first held in the Mentor County Jail. But in late October, he was moved to a larger Macon County in Decatur. Release conditions could involve home confinement paired with monitoring system to ensure his compliance. Okay. Now, let me say something here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me say something. Now, this guy should not be released. We saw what he did on camera. We saw this. Right. And for the appeal court to say, yeah, y'all wrong. No. He should be able to get a bond, and he should be able to be on home, so he can go home, possibly be a home confinement with his family, but Sonya Massey can't be home with hers. You know what I'm saying? They miss Thanksgiving with her. They're not gonna have Christmas with her or New Year's or anything like that. And that sister didn't deserve that. She didn't deserve that whatsoever. Right. These people, and remember this happened in Illinois. Mm-hmm. You understand? Old JB Pritzker. That's where it happened at. But they always want to say, the Republicans, they're the real racists. Like, well, why all this stuff be happening to black people in Democrat states and Democrat cities? Right. You ever notice that pattern? I mean, based on what they say, the most horrible things should happen just to black people in Republican cities and Republican states. That's why I told y'all the racism from the Democrats is worse. It is worse than the racism in the South, especially the ones up north. They are. This one sister, I'm gonna do a video about how she broke it down. Like in the North, they believe in separate but equal. That's what they believe in. And yeah, it's true. 'Cause I see how the North is a little bit different on their racism. I'd rather say give me the Southern white people any day if I'm gonna deal with them with racism. Well, you know what I'm saying? But this is sick. This is utterly sick. Now this guy murdered Sonya Massey. But now let me talk about your boy Diddy for a minute. They keeping Diddy in prison. Even that's why I'm saying, I always tell people all this stuff is based on race. Diddy wanted home confinement. He was gonna pay $50 million, right? Electronic monitoring. They said no, he can't go to Florida, but he, maybe if he's staying in New York at his apartment, okay, cool. They wouldn't let Diddy out, but they talking about letting this dude out that we actually seen on camera. That he killed Sonya Massey in cold blood. We seen this on camera. The worst thing we seen about Diddy on camera was the Cassie thing. And yes, it was bad, but Cassie is alive and well. Okay? Sonya Massey is not. And you mean to tell me that Diddy can't get a bail? And I'm not defending anything that Diddy allegedly did because he's not been convicted of anything. So you mean to tell me Diddy can't have home confinement? But this guy that murdered this black woman on camera, he about to get out. I'm telling y'all. And that's. But hey, I'm just letting black people know this is how they treat black people. But look, that same JB Pritzker in Illinois, what did he say? If Trump and his borders are want to do anything in this state to illegal immigrants or migrants, they have to come through me. So he's more worried about protecting illegal immigrants. But this is why black people are talking about they ain't down no sanctuary cities, because it's sanctuary cities for migrants, but it's open season on you.
Mm-hmm.
And J.B. Pritzker, Brandon Johnson, or anybody else is not going to do nothing about it.
Nothing.
Black people would be silly to sit up here supporting sanctuary cities,
right?
When we don't have no sanctuary in any state in this country or any city in America. Black people should be at the front of the line trying to help out ICE at this point, and hopefully criminal charges come on these governors and mayors, because that's wrong. Sanctuary, but there's no sanctuary for black men and women of America.
No, and hit them with some fucking felonies.
But just give you an update to this story and how that's such a slap in the face. That's a slap in the face, but it's to be expected. This is America.
Yeah. This is America with a triple K.
Yeah, and that's why I'm a diaspora guy.
Again, Shabaka, I don't know where you can cash in yet for dual citizenship on the continent.
Well, they tried it during the Clinton regime, man, but that fell through. Oh, yeah, and I want to mention your boy, Assad, man, over there in Syria, man, you know. Yeah, they got an old boy on the run, man. He came up missing, man.
Yeah. You already mentioned them. All right, Lady, I guess Shabaka or Lady Che, whichever one of y'all want to go first. That's on Sean Grayson getting out on bail after killing Sonya.
Okay, actually, with that person, should have already been sent to the Illinois State Penitentiary, murder in the first degree. Okay, also on a no bail hold, and Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, depending on how much bribe money his crooked ass is taking, should be calling for the death penalty for that dude.
Yeah.
Okay, now the reason why I say the death penalty, go through with the death penalty. You see what I'm saying? Have it public, have him executed publicly on TV. Though, hell, have CNN up there when they fry his ass, when they strangle his ass, or dump on the motherfucker, or beat his ass to death. I mean, you a sworn law enforcement official, but then again, no, you're not a law enforcement official. Okay, was he the sheriff deputy, or was he a city police?
He was deputy in Springfield.
Of the sheriff. Okay. All right, now the sheriff is the only duly elected law enforcement official, because as you know, the sheriff is elected by the general public, you know what I'm saying, to whereas the police chiefs are appointed by mayors. But then it all depends on what type of city charter you got, because
the mayor appoints the sheriff and the chief.
Okay, all righty. I could see that happening in San Francisco, because you got the city and county of San Francisco, and San Francisco only has one city in that county. So they got the mayor, and the legislative body would be the board of supervisors, as opposed, because there is no San Francisco City Council.
No, it's the board of supervisors.
Exactly. You see, and of course, you know that the board of supervisors is commonly at the county level as the legislative body at the county level. Okay. And then generally, and depends on what state you're in, okay, who's the chief executive at the county level? See what I mean? So I would think, and now you more schooled in law than I am, brother. I think that would be the sheriff that would or should be the chief executive, if I got my civics right.
Yeah, it should be the sheriff or the mayor.
Okay, now the mayor, as you know, is the chief executive of a municipality, which is a city, or commonly referred to as a city. But Karen Bass is nothing but a fucking figurehead, because in the city of devils, that they say the city of angels, It's the commissions of the various departments there that make the rules and regulations for said city departments to function.
Right. Yeah, it's like Aurora.
Mm-hmm. See, so they need to have some on the state ballots on that, that, hey, this individual's designated as the chief executive of the city, meaning the mayor. Here's what their powers are within the state. This motherfucker's the chief executive at the county. Here's what his powers is and duty description is and what have you. Then, of course, the board of supervisors, the legislative body. Then, of course, you got the state assembly and the state senate. You know what I'm saying? At the state levels, you see. But all these people, what's happening is with the dump, as in human shit. And I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way, is that he is clearly, blatantly showing you the graft and corruption of these high-powered individuals. And he don't give a fuck. Like you said when he ran for president the first time. You got a lot of stupid people in politics. And when that motherfucker getting elected the first time proves this point, and then with the son of a bitch getting elected the second time around confirms his point. What fucking more do you need, man? Shit stinks.
Right. And water is wet.
Exactly. See, that's why I appreciate the dude that's got this aroma spray called Poof, I believe. And this what his sell point is on the motherfucker. He says if it ain't this brand right here, it stinks. That motherfucker should see a sharp spike in sales.
Okay.
Direct to the point.
What are your thoughts on Sonya Massey's family being outraged and rightfully so after an appeals court?
Oh, yes, sir.
Race soldier Sean Grayson out on bail.
Well, like I was saying on the show, fucking show this on the weekend earlier. Yesterday, Friday, or whatever. I was so fucking disappointed what fucking Sarge said. I was like, ashamed of Sarge, right? I was like, I can't believe he's talking
Sarge
like
is Sarge, Lady J. Sarge is Sarge.
Sarge is stupid in this matter because I was like, he's talking about due process, and I was like, due process? Because shot the lady in the face after he said he was going to shoot her. He's going to shoot her in the head. He shot her in the head. He did it. 2 cameras. Yeah, it's a done deal. What due process is there? Right. In my mind, you got the proof right there. Came out of his mouth. He acted on it. And that was that. He didn't even let old boy get her out. And she died right there. Yep. He could have fucking... He didn't have... First of all, he didn't have to admit it. He didn't have to shoot her. He could have... Whatever the tasing... Whatever the throwing... shooting near an object. Like, down the hall or something. Or shoot in the sky. Fuck, if you want to make a loud sound to get her to stop doing whatever, which was taking the hot water off the thing. Did you noticed, right? Hot water. You're afraid of a bath, motherfucker? What the fuck is wrong with you? For real. Like, you're afraid of clean skin? I mean, I know that's a fact, but Jesus. Like, she saw, So, what fucking due process? He's like, well, we got to wait for due process. Fuck all that.
Usually he'll say,
now that he got out, he's getting out, got out, or whatever, which is true. Like, first of all, yeah, that's fucking fucked up. He needs to be in fucking jail. He should not have no fucking bond, bail, or a chance to go home or do anything. He should be there in a fucking box getting terrorized by some big ass brothers. Right. That's what the fuck he should be doing.
No. Now on that part there, Lady Che, not cutting your wisdom, but you're right. They should not have that motherfucker being protective because they let that son of a bitch walk the concrete with the rest of them and take his chances like we all do when we go on that motherfucker.
Get it, man. Right. Like, you saw a black woman in the at these things that shoot in the head.
In the face, Lady Che. Plus, that's grandma. The woman had children and grandchildren. That's grandma.
You could not bury her. You could not put her in an open casket. Don't anybody think about that? She had to not get no open casket for her.
Open casket for her.
As a woman. And she wasn't a bad looking woman either. Oh. I'm a woman. And a black woman, okay? Not even a bad looking woman. She was just in her night clothes, right? Her night stuff. So,
okay.
No matter what. That's not a bad looking woman that got shot.
No.
He killed her. And so he didn't even give her he didn't even give her a fucking like flesh wound or nothing. He shot her in the fucking face. She didn't have no fucking open casket, no last picture, no nothing. You know, he took that from them. He took that. And he gets to get out. And it's all to the good. You know what I mean? He gets to get out, go bond, go fucking kick it, play around and golf, do whatever. And she does it. She never did. I mean, to put her in the fucking ground covered up. You know, people like to see the relatives in the casket. You know, they do like to see that. It doesn't always have to be a fucking crematorium around that. You know what I mean? So, I mean, that's some fucked up shit. Just that right there. Just that alone is enough reason for me to fucking be angry. Because she couldn't have a fucking open casket. No last words. Nobody crying at her for service. Like, the way when you walk up to see a body, like your family member, you're like, oh my fucking God, all your memories is flashing for you. Right? None of that. And it was all publicized. Man, this fucking shameful shit. Like, fucking shameful shit. That shit pisses me off because when Sergeant saying that, I was like, cuz, really, you saw this motherfucker cap this lady in the face on 2 cameras. On 2 cameras. The body cam and his. But he said it and he acted on it. He said it and acted on it. And that's that. You know what I mean? I mean, there's a whole bunch of other little factors that really will tip my anger scales. But Jesus Christ. So, yeah, I'm fucking... he should never get out of if he's out walking about. Somebody should just, you know, handle up, you know, quietly. You know, motherfuckers get caught slipping all the time. I don't understand why people are just out and about and no one's caught anybody slipping.
Well, Lady J, it is shit like that is why the Black Panther Party came into existence in 1966.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Shabaka, this is the anniversary of when Malcolm X refused to go in with the draft. Not Malcolm X, Muhammad Ali.
No, the anniversary date of that day, sir, is April the 30th, I think. Wait a minute, you talking about when he did? Are you talking about when he did the actual refusal? That was in April.
Okay, well, today is supposed to be when he refused completely to go. Like, there's a whole video on it. Let's pull it up for you, Sparky. So
let me check it out, man, because I want to just make sure this shit ain't tampered with. Because once again, it is something that I've lived through. Okay, the actual date was April 28th, 1957 in Houston, Texas. Okay, where he had refused induction based on the fact that he was a conscientious objector.
Here it is. Muhammad Ali, why he refused to be drafted into the army to go to Vietnam in 1967.
Right. I remember the day he did it. Although I was a tiny tot.
My name is a white people. And you talking about me about some draft, and all of you white boys are breaking your neck to get to Switzerland and Canada and London. Right. I'm not going to help nobody get something my Negroes don't have. If I'm going to die, I'll die now, right here fighting you. If I'm going to die, you my enemy. My enemy is the white people, not Vietnams or Chinese or Japanese. You my opposer when I want freedom. You my opposer when I want justice. You my opposer when I want equality. You won't even stand up for me in America for my religious beliefs, and you want me to go somewhere and fight, but you won't even stand up for me here at home. I'm saying you talking about me about...
Yeah.
Yeah, he was getting the work.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
We should all adopt that mindset right now.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Lady J, did you finish Massey?
Okay, but hold on. Here's one key point we want the generations after me to know. When he did that, you got to keep in mind is that the U.S. Congress never declared war on North Vietnam. Only Congress can declare war.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's correct, Shabaka. Okay,
yep.
So definitely thoughts and prayers go out to the family of Sonya Massey.
Well, of course.
Did not deserve to die, especially like this. The hands of a race
Exactly.
Grayson. And shame on that sheriff and shame on that DA in Springfield, Illinois, allowing this race soldier out on bond.
Yeah, so when we get Sarge's ass on the air the next time, we're gonna give him the business on that one. Oh, by the way, what's the latest, man, on the sheriff that went and shot and killed the judge?
Oh yeah. Refresh my memory of where that was.
Okay, only thing we know is, man, is that the sheriff goes in there to see the judge. Him and the judge get into an argument.
That was
the sheriff.
I don't know what the update is on that. You know, I should give an update on that. I don't know what the update is on that though.
Yeah, they probably got a media blackout on it. You know what I'm saying? But now, let me tell you something, people, about the hypocrisy of a judge, about these goddamn kangaroo courts. Do you know that when a judge gets a driver's license in the state of California, right? You know what address they put on that motherfucking driver's license? A damn P.O. box.
It's starting to come back to me now, Shabak. It was like the town where it happened, it had white in the name. And it was like, it's like 3 black people in the whole town.
Oh, Whitesville, USA?
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah. Justice. Well, to quote the words of the late movie actor of Sidney Poitier, of his famous line in that picture in the heat of the night, you got white time in jail and you got colored time in jail, and the worst kind of time to do is colored time.
Okay, moving along, y'all. We got Daniel the Coward Penny. Has his charge in the Jordan Neely case.
Oh, pussy ass.
Oh
God, man.
Johnny Salami, what the fuck is his name? Somali, faces charges in South Korea. Another punk ass tether, Shabaka.
What the tether do? What'd he do? What the tether do?
He was on YouTube talking all this shit, and he fucked around and found out in South Korea what it was. Shout out to the South Korean that put hands and feet all over this fool.
Okay, so in other words, he fucked around and found out.
That's how it's gonna be all.
If you want to find out, just fuck around. But when you fuck around, you will find out. There's a definite correlation between those two facts.
Right. So Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on that.
This evening, December the 6th, on a Friday evening. I hope all is well. Temperature cooled down a little bit down here in Houston. We're looking at right now 53 degrees. Supposed to get down in the 40s tonight, which I love it. I love it. I keep my AC off, and it's beautiful. It's a beautiful time because I'm always looking forward to that light bill going down.
Well, I can
about your light bill going down. Man, I'll tell you what, that Chat GPT, man, be putting me on a lot of game. I did some research one time on Chat GPT because see, at least in Texas, or at least in my area, we deregulated. So what I mean by deregulated, you have a bunch of different power companies. Now you have your provider, like your CenterPoint Energy, but you have the people that actually, charge you for the different providers, right? So you can shop around for a lower kilowatt hour. Well, the lower the kilowatt hour, the lower your bill. So I went on Chat GPT to find out which ones in Texas had the lowest kilowatt hour. Found one, man. It was beautiful. That's why I said, boy, I love Chat GPT. You say in Georgia, you say it's 37 degrees. Okay.
That's cold.
Okay, cool. That's some good weather. I wish it was like that here. Because when it get cold like that down here, I just make sure I'm stocked up on coffee, and my wife may make some hot chocolate or something like that. Yeah, but we straight. Also, I want to thank everyone that has joined the African Diaspora News Channel app today, in the Google Play and Apple App Store, and we want to close out the year strong. So every stream, I'm going to say this. I'm going to call those things out that call those things that be not as though they were. So we can get 10 people to join the app for the year. The year rate. To close out the year strong. That'll be good. Because some people did join for the year today. That's beautiful. But we can get 10 people to join, during the streams or after, that'd be beautiful. If not, I'm gonna say the year. Yeah, the year. If you join quarterly, it's great. Monthly is great too. I'm happy. But if we can get the year, that'd be beautiful. All right. So tonight, we're gonna talk about the update with the Jordan Neely case with Daniel Penny. Then we're going to talk about an anti-FBA person by the name of Johnny Somali. Now, if you know anything about Johnny Somali on X, he has been notorious of saying the most vile things to Black Americans on X. And this dude is one of those streamers, and he got what he was looking for in South Korea. So we're going to talk about that. You said 26 in Chicago. Oh, that's beautiful. 26 degrees. I love it. Let me tell you why I really like the cold weather. Now, see, back when I was working in a refinery, I wouldn't want to be out there in 26-degree weather. Right. Because when it get that cold, your hands start hurting when you stuck out there, right? Even if you got on some gloves, eventually your hand gonna start hurting. When you get to I'm gonna say anything under 20, at least for me, is too much, because that time I was in Rhode Island a couple years ago, and it got down to about 14 degrees out there in Rhode Island, and it just stayed like that. And boy, I'll never forget that, boy, because I'm not used to 14-degree weather. My wife got pneumonia, and then she got pneumonia, then I got the flu, back to back. Just breathing in that cold. Oh man,
you should have kept some soup gas. That's why they make
and that flu hit. Oh, it hit me. It wasn't COVID. It was a flu. Them body aches. I did not want to leave that room. And we were supposed to be up there. Doing Christmas and all that a couple years ago.
Get down 15 below.
I experienced that in your state at a place called Steamboat Springs. Saw a fucking waterfall frozen in place.
Yeah, I like that weather, but when you go down under 20, I figured it out. My limit is 20 degrees. Anything under 20, I want to stay my behind in the house. Y'all Chicago, shout out to y'all. Y'all trained for that. Because Black people, we didn't come from no cold climate like that. I'm sorry. Listen, the folks are built for that. They are built for that. We are built for the heat. And that's fine. Let them conquer the snow. They can have the snow. We are people that belong in the heat. That's why we are the way we are, right?
Exactly.
All right, cool. That's why we don't be burning in the sun and all of that, because we are sun people.
Sound like you've been in the bad summertime, Uncle Phil.
So let's go on and we're gonna pick back up for devotional time. We're gonna pick back up with your girl, so she can continue to explain herself, Tiffany Henyard, because I know the Super Mayor, y'all like her. So let me give you a few more minutes of Super Mayor. Here we go.
What do you say to that? That's not true. How would anybody know that if you didn't give me the opportunity to make my nominations? People can't just assume what they think I have. I have to make the nomination on the floor.
She's the mayor of Harvey, Illinois, that bum rushed away with the money.
We will be in court. This is a legal battle. Everybody has been calling us, saying they're going to stand with Tiffany Henyard. I appreciate that. Even the naysayers said they're going to stand with me, because people like
I'm going to stand with you. You got to break me off some of that bread. And I want to stay at the goddamn Chicago Hill.
And the media was all out there. Y'all saw it firsthand. No one should ever get the opportunity to sit there and be a dictator in a community where you govern everybody. And that's why I think it was Channel 32, that he's a coward. He did not want to face me head up. He knew that I was going to dominate in that room. And that's why he did not allow my residents inside of the building.
What do you say to the allegations from Nikita Cloud that you tried to disrupt the event by mentioning yourself, possibly a bomb threat, or the allegation that Mr. Price called and tried to cancel the event?
So to people that's got all these false accusations, false statements, I am suing for defamation of character. I am suing because that is not true. Be able to back up what you report. And that's what I tell everybody. Everybody using my name and my face for views and clicks, but no one got facts. Thing y'all been doing has been smear campaign. And I have a problem with that's one thing I love about Nate. Nate came and sat down with me. He fact checked. We give him the information, he go check it. He don't just run a story just because. And that's why I ask all y'all to do, at least be fair in the reporting. Because people look up to your stations. You are news. North, west, east, south. You are the news. You guys are reporting off of drama. I don't like it. It's not a reality show, but y'all making it as that.
You know anything tomorrow about tomorrow's meeting?
For here? Yes, we have that at 10 a.m. I will be here. It's for those that file for a independent or a political party.
Like that's easy.
Whatever it is in there that challenge them, and on that day they get the opportunity to.
I mean, that's just probably shit. Like what you gotta do? You break down, fucking. So it.
It's clearly a song.
I am not.
Oh my
Today you
God.
said the township's on the verge of closing because of insurance issues. Can you explain what that means and when that could happen?
Well, that's something exclusively for Channel 7. So that's why I told you before we stood here that it would strictly be about the caucus.
How do you feel about the decision to have a caucus?
I think they took the right away for the people. And that right then, every single time, we always had a primary in Thornton Township. When Frank Zuccarelli was the supervisor, he always had a primary because over 10,000 people come out to vote in that election. And I felt that the people was stripped of that right. Whereas they created a caucus and now a handful of people get to come and pick township government. I just don't see how that's fair. But if that's the rules, we will follow the rules. But I still think that people should be able to go to the ballot and people should have ballot access. I just feel that way.
I agree with her.
Now, let me tell y'all something about that. I agree with Tiffany. Yes, I agree with Tiffany. Let me tell you why. I think she should be on the ballot. I think the people should come out, and if they want her out of office, I think they should vote her out. I don't like all that Democrat, behind the scenes, because the Democrats are known for that. Because they are Democrats, right? That's more Democrat antics. The Democrats are very underhand. That's why they lost in 2016. If you want to go back to that, Bernie Sanders was really the dude that was the candidate with the juice. But no, they undermined him and put Hillary Clinton. And we all know history. Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton. I said back then that if the Democrats wouldn't have been pulling that mess they pulled, they wouldn't have split their electorate. And I believe Bernie Sanders actually would have won the presidency. I don't think Donald Trump would have won in 2016. Then you fast forward to this time around, right? Biden drops out. They install Kamala, and you see what happened that time, right? So I don't agree with not putting her on the ballot. I don't agree with that. I think if the people are pissed off at her, they should just vote her out. And then to me, I look at it as fair and square. She got voted out, and that's the end of it. But you know how the Democrats are; they always pulling stunts like that. It's not that I'm defending her actions. It's just I really agree with democracy. There we go. Democracy says everybody has a voice. That? And that means that it gets put on the ballot. It's like I didn't like what Brandon Johnson did in Chicago when the residents of the city of Chicago wanted sanctuary city status put on the ballot. That way they could have voted on it. If they wanted it, fine. If they don't want it, fine too. But no, he did what he did to prevent that going on the ballot. That's why I say the Democrats don't believe in democracy. They really don't. And I don't like that, man. They talking about Trump and the Republicans, they're such a threat to democracy. But last time I checked, the Republicans actually had a primary. And I really haven't heard too much of the Republican Party, doing little slick things to not letting somebody on the ballot. Now, maybe they have. Maybe I just don't know about it because I'm not going to guarantee they haven't done it. But every time we look up, this is a move the Democrats are making. Because let's think about it. They haven't done a caucus at all in 30 years. So that sounds like to me, y'all probably thought she would maybe get voted back in some way, somehow. So they said, well, let's do a caucus to get her out that way. See, I don't like all that stuff. Beat her at the poll. Right. Beat her at the poll. Just like if it was a Trump thing, you don't want Trump, don't vote for him. Beat him at the poll. All that, because they tried that mess with Trump too. I mean, they really was trying to stop Trump from being on the ballot, right?
Oh, motherfucker, you got to pay me to go to the goddamn poll.
It's flu, COVID-19.
My vote's for sale.
And RSV season. So be
the
ready.
Fuck I
Get your
would
flu
sit
and
up there and
COVID-19
listen to some
vaccines.
lying bullshit ass
You know, let the
motherfucker
people
that ain't
choose who
got
they
my
want.
interest at heart.
We clearly see they chose Trump. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get started. To talk about this case with Daniel Penny. Now we know that Daniel Penny was the guy that took the life of Jordan Neely in the subway. I mean, we all saw the video. We're not going to play the video here. It was on video, and he had him choked out. Now let's call it what it is. You choke somebody out, you notice they're not moving. You need to quickly release them. Right. He did not do that. He still was choking him out, even though he wasn't moving no more. Mm-hmm. Now, in my opinion, that is definitely you intentionally taking the life of somebody, because you know if somebody not moving no more, even if they kind of slow down and doing this kind of thing, you notice they kind of you let them go. You can't sit up there and just put your arm around somebody's neck and cut off the circulation and all of that. Like, who you supposed to be, right? Right. But yet the update is this. So let's get to this update here of what happened with the case. Let me see. Hold on. Right here. CNN. Let's go here.
Cartoon.
So the manslaughter charge against Daniel Penny has been dismissed, ladies and gentlemen, even though we all saw the tape. So the jury to continue deliberating a lesser charge on Monday. Okay. So the jury was sent home until Monday. Can't you believe that, ladies and gentlemen?
2 years or 1 month.
So they say a judge granted a motion from Manhattan prosecutors to dismiss the more serious charge of second-degree manslaughter against Daniel Penny on Friday in his trial over the chokehold death of Jordan Neely on a New York City subway last year. Now, let's get back on camera here for a minute. Manhattan prosecutors. What DA is in Manhattan?
Alvin,
y'all, what DA? Y'all know who? My New York people, y'all already know. Y'all probably gonna answer real quick. What prosecutor is in Manhattan? What is his name?
That's Bragg.
Put it like this. Let me give y'all a hint. He may be on Trump's retribution list. He may. What is his name? Come on, y'all. What is the Manhattan prosecutor's name?
We all know
the DA.
Name, man. Fuck Romper Room, man. Shit, this ain't Romper Room.
There you go. Mike C. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate Mike. Alvin Bragg. Old Alvin Bragg. A black man. Alvin Bragg is the DA in Manhattan. So he is the boss. The prosecutors really can't make certain moves without Alvin Bragg saying yay or nay. And they asked for the manslaughter charge to be dismissed. That was prosecutors, not Daniel Penny's attorney. That was the prosecutors. We make sure to put that in there. Now, when we listen, and this is liberal New York again, right? Liberal New York. We supposed to have all kind of fair trials with the liberals, right? Because they are our friends, right? We vote for them 80 to 90% as black people. Like we got some sort of sanctuary city status or sanctuary state status with these people, right? Okay. I just wanted to point that out. Just wanted to point it out. Now they say the ruling clears the way for the jury to consider a remaining lesser charge of criminally negligent homicide. So it came after a Manhattan jury said they were deadlocked twice on the manslaughter charge, and Penny's defense attorneys renewed their motion for a mistrial. So basically, it seemed like the strategy was, well, let's dismiss the manslaughter and let's keep the one charge, and maybe we can get a conviction off the one charge. That's what it seemed like what the strategy is. And I say Penny, of course, 26. But Well, they say over defense objections, Judge Maxwell Wiley agreed with prosecutors who argued that dismissing the first count of second-degree manslaughter eliminates the defense's concern about a compromised verdict. So he said Penny, 26, a former Marine, now faces a single charge of criminally negligent homicide and Neely's death, which carries a maximum penalty of 4 years in prison, significantly less
4 years.
than a potential maximum sentence of 15 years tied to the most serious charge. So if he is convicted, the most he's going to serve is 4 years. If he is convicted, you would think you wanted him sentenced on the manslaughter. Right. And let's call it what it is. What he gonna do before he get paroled? 2 years? He may be out in 2 years if he go to prison.
Fuck.
I say Penny could not be convicted of both charges according to the judge's instruction to the jury. So basically, he had to be he couldn't be convicted of both charges. How you figure?
I mean, they gave him
charged and all kind of things. They'll say, well, you know what, you got to pick one. You can't get him on both. What kind of crap is that? Have you ever heard of something like that before, that you can't get convicted on both charges?
Why charge him anything?
If something I didn't know.
That's stupid.
So say Wiley told the jury the second-degree manslaughter charge has been dismissed, functionally allowing them to now consider the remaining charge of criminally negligent homicide. Say what that means is you are now free to consider count 2. Whether that makes any difference or not, I have no idea, the judge told the jury. Now, Judge Wiley had instructed the jurors to keep deliberating after they were deadlocked on the charge earlier in the day. Penny's defense attorneys objected and moved for a mistrial over the deadlocked panel of 12 Manhattanites. They say after informing them on the manslaughter charge dismissal, Judge Wiley sent the jury home earlier than usual, telling the panel to think about something else. Over the weekend, the jury will return Monday morning to continue deliberations on the remaining charge. Now, let me tell you something about this too. We got to remember, for them to even get to that point, seems like Daniel Penny had a real good attorney for them to even be deadlocked. But you have to remember, after that case on Give, Send, Go, they gave Daniel Penny over $2 million too for his defense. You know, most criminal cases, like high-end criminal cases, can cost you up to $1 million. This man had $2 million. $2 million plus, given by his community, because there sure wasn't black folks, given by his community because, you know, he did basically a lynching, and they wanted to come out and defend him, just like they gave a bunch of money to George Zimmerman and anybody else who done any kind of a racialized killing like that. You know, when we talk about culture and whose culture does what, this and that and the third, right? Okay, give me a second. I was reading things from my CPA. He sent me something. Anyway, so as black people, we don't do things like that. If we know somebody in our community commit a crime like that, we're not saying, "Oh, here is millions upon millions of dollars to defend yourself," when we know you did something wrong. We don't do that. Like, bro, you did that mess. You need to go to jail. Yeah, we're not going to give money to that. But see, that's not our culture. This is why a lot of people try to lean on us, because we have the moral high ground. We always had the moral high ground in the United States of America, because we never did anything like that. You never seen pictures of black Americans huddling around the body of a white person and buying tickets to go harm a white person, put a white person up on a tree, or fighting for the body parts of a white person. We've never done anything like that. You never seen us go and bomb people's churches. You never seen us go and run people out of their neighborhoods and their homes and bombing people from the sky and all kind of things. They're talking about American citizens. We've never did anything like that. That's why when you look at us, and when people look at us, that's why they want us to defend them. That's why our voice has credibility, because we don't have the blood on our head like that, like they do. You understand? Because there was no way, no reason to give this guy $2 million. Right. There was no reason. When you sit there watching a video, this guy clearly knew. People saying, "Hey, man, hey, all right," you know, and he's still holding the dude like that. Come on, man. To me, that's a slam dunk case. Hey man, you should have let him go. You wasn't the cops, bro. Okay, he stopped. Leave him alone. You know what I'm saying? It's so he kept holding him in that chokehold for minutes upon minutes, even though he knew the dude wasn't even fighting no more, and he knew better because he went to the military. So I don't see how you could be deadlocked on anything. I don't see how you do that.
Murder in the first degree.
Now with a video, now if he say she say, that's a little different. There's no video evidence. It makes it kind of hard. But when you got video evidence, come on, man, come on. Right. And you can't say the dude's a threat to you anymore because he stopped moving. Yep. He stopped, and nobody told you to grab him. You wasn't a cop. You wasn't anything. Was he talking crazy? Yeah, he was. I'm sure he had some mental health issues, which a lot of people do, that I have seen myself in New York City, have mental health issues. But just because the person has mental health issues doesn't give you the right to take their life. Right. No, that's not a death penalty. That's not a death sentence. Right. You understand? Yeah, Veronica. Yeah, Veronica, they've been operating like that, Veronica. They've been operating like that. Yeah. That they feel that they can just take the life of a black person and they want to say, oh, we got to defend him because and look at what you're defending. You're not helping a white person in need. You know what I'm saying? You're not helping a white person that had their home burned down and they lost everything and you're going to give them some money to help them out. You're not helping a white person pay for their cancer treatment or go to a better facility like a John Hopkins or something like that. You know, you're not helping anybody in your community do something positive or helping. No. Notice when they get the millions of dollars, it's never to do something positive. It's always some death, destruction, and negativity is when they give all this money. That's what I've seen.
Yep. I've seen the same thing. I'm sure.
Think about it. Even with the little sister. You remember the one that got in a fight with the little. What was that little young sister name? Was it in Missouri?
Yep.
The one where the little young white girl went up to the black girl that was in honors class, and she went to start a fight with, and the sister gave what she was looking for. Yep. She gave what she was looking for, and she got put in the hospital because she was a bully, and that day the bully got handled. And most people celebrate when the bully got handled. Oh, but not them. They want to racialize it, and they gave that girl so much money. They gave her so much money because they take things like that, they racialize it, and when anything they can find with racializing it, here come the money. Here you go. It's no amount of money that I won't give you. And I'm not even saying the girl said anything. I didn't hear the girl say anything or no reports of the girl saying anything anti-black toward the young black girl, but it's just the way they move when they see anything like that. It's like it's in the culture. It's like it's a click with them. Like, oh, black. Oh, this is about black and white. So let me go on and give this money up because no, this white person can't go to jail behind this black person. Oh no. And even what do the scriptures teach about money? Where your heart is, your treasure will be also. Mm-hmm. Where you putting your money is where your heart is at. So if you putting your money in drug, your heart is in.
At Adventure Dental, Vision, and Orthodontics, we can help navigate your insurance benefits before they expire, so you get the most out of your plan and the best care for your kids. Plus, it's $0 out of pocket for kids on Medicaid. Schedule an appointment at Adventure today.
It's in the drug. If you giving all your money to the 304s, well, that's where your heart's at, with the 304s. if you giving your money to the poor, well, your heart is with the poor. Right. Wherever you putting your money at, that's where your heart gonna be. And a lot of their heart is dedicated to maintaining racism, white supremacy. Mm-hmm. And if this is the thing about that, if they were happy at what they're doing, why do they get mad when you tell them that's what they're doing? They get so upset when you call them out and tell them, look, man, this is what you're doing. Why you gotta make it about race? Because everything in this country, you made it about race. What are you talking about? I told y'all the way they respond to you is gaslighting and whataboutism. Every time, just have it in your head that when I call them out on anything, it's going to be gaslighting and whataboutisms. It's never going to be anything else. That's the only way the response is going to be. It's nothing going to be factual with it at all. Just write that down. Gaslighting, whataboutisms. Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse, all of that. You call that situation out. What happened? Gaslighting, whataboutisms.
Yep.
No matter what they do, Kyle Rittenhouse, look all the money they gave Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah.
Now, you say, well, Kyle Rittenhouse didn't harm a black person. You're 100% correct. But the white people that he did harm was off code to them. So that was even better. Because remember, we talked about when a white person is off code by like trying to help black people, that means they're off code. And remember the other day we talked about on the job that if they want to help you, they got to pull you to the side, keep it quiet. You know, maybe you meet them, maybe you see them out somewhere, you know, and they put you and they hollering at you, you know, you're not on the job or whatever. So they trying to put you on game. Like, hey, don't say I said nothing because this and the third, because it's going to be a consequence. There's always going to be a consequence with helping out black people. Or even giving black people game on something. Like if one of your white coworkers or whoever put you on game, don't say who gave it to you. Just keep your mouth shut. When somebody give me some game, I don't, you know, like, hey man, don't say nothing. I don't know what you talking about. Well, you didn't say nothing to me. What you talking about? That's the first way I respond to people. Is okay. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Don't come tell me nothing. I don't know what you're saying or whatever. What did you say? What did you tell me? I didn't hear it. You know, I respond that way with people. When they say don't tell nobody I gave you this information. Okay, don't worry about it. I'm not, because sometimes some white people will put you on game on something about their own community. Don't be the dummy. Go and run off at your mouth, tell it, and getting them in trouble. Or go and tell another black person with a blabber mouth, and then now it gets them in trouble. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they on your job. You told your black coworker something. And now you got them in trouble. So the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, that's why they gave money and look at Kyle Rittenhouse as a hero, because he took the life of some white people that was off code. Yeah, Eric, some people do talk too much. Eric, sometimes when people tell you something, it's not for everybody. It's for you. Shut your mouth. I tell people all the time, if you look more, you watch more, and you listen more, and speak less, you get a lot further in life. Man, that's why God gave you 2 eyes. He gave you 2 ears, but he only gave you 1 mouth.
It is not.
Didn't I say
if you utilize those eyes and ears a lot more than that mouth, you get somewhere in life. Okay?
Didn't I tell you that?
Always remember that. That's game the old people say. All right.
Well, fuck you, Phil.
And we're going to continue this here. It's after informing them the manslaughter charge dismissal. The judge sent them home earlier than usual and told them to think about something else. Okay, cool. It say it's not time for mistrial. The judge told the attorneys outside the presence of the jury after the jury first reported the deadlocks and shortly before the judge's ruling. The prosecutor, Daphne Yoron, sound like an immigrant name, had indicated her office would drop the second-degree manslaughter charges. The jury could move on to consider the lesser charge of criminally negligent homicide. The defense attorney Thomas Kenneth objected to the motion, telling the judge he was unaware of any legal precedent for the prosecutor's proposal and called it novel. It's a granted proposal. Kenneth argued they would encourage prosecutors' offices to overcharge in the grand jury. Don't they do that now? The Penn's defense attorney made clear that they would appeal Wiley's decision if the jury ultimately convicts Penny on a criminally negligent homicide charge. Wiley acknowledged that there may not be an explicit precedent for his ruling, telling the attorney, say, I'll take a chance and grant the prosecutor's application. So basically what he's saying is that we've never seen anything like this before. And I would kind of say that too, because most time when they got charged, you would be like, okay, you're not guilty on one charge, but you're guilty on the other. I never heard them saying, well, just choose one, and whatever one you choose, that's one we're gonna go with. I never heard that before. That's weird. Because definitely black folks, when we get charges, we get them all.
This charge, this
So to explain his rationale, the judge said it was a unique case because typically in an indictment, including a lesser charge, there's very clear difference between the counts. But in this case, he said there is not.
That's all I'm saying is black life isn't really worth much more than 2 years.
So his attorney said we were obviously very pleased with the court's decision to withdraw the top count of his indictment. So, however, we always maintain that Danny acted reasonably in restraining Jordan Neely, and justice said will not be served to his equivalent of criminally negligent homicide as well. We're hopeful that will happen when the jury returns on Monday. So he's kind of going over, the deal here, what happened back in, May 2023, and how it polarized, New York residents, etc. So that is the update with Jordan Neely. Now, let's get to the next thing we want to discuss. Johnny Somali. Who is a Johnny Somali? Why are we discussing this guy, Johnny Somali? Well, if you've been on X, Johnny Somali would show up to a lot of spaces where, Black Americans are talking about reparations. Black Americans are talking about, just different issues that Black Americans are fighting for in America. He would show up in these particular spaces and he would start, trolling.
Oh, God. Now, look, stop fucking around.
Saving for the car of your dreams is good.
He'll say a lot of anti-Black American rhetoric. Now this guy is an immigrant. He, let me get some water.
I can't hear you.
Somali is a damn tether.
Yeah.
If it wouldn't be for Black Americans, his behind would not have been even allowed to even step foot into this country. And this is why a lot of Black Americans say they kind of cool on people like that. Not to say all, because not all brothers and sisters in the diaspora are on that, but some of them are. Yeah. And a lot of Black Americans are saying, hey, look, check your people, man. Because we have to get at them, you ain't gonna like it. So Johnny Somali was always being disrespectful about reparations, saying the N-word, saying all kind of vile things about Black Americans. And Johnny Somali is a streamer as well. He go to people countries being annoying, right? Trying to troll. When you go to these people countries, you need to be acting on your P's and Q's. At least that's the way I feel. When I'm a guest in somebody's home, I'm not going to go there and just start touching things I don't have no business, going to your refrigerator, walking all into your house. I'm only going to be in the area you told me I need to be, like the living room, the kitchen table, whatever table I need to sit at. I'm going to stay in the perimeter of where you say I need to be, because that is your home. I'm not going to disrespect your home. And if I went to disrespect your home, then what would you want to do? You want to put me out because I'm being disrespectful, right? Well, people like Johnny Somali and these other streamers go to other countries and they just start thinking they're in America, and them dummies should just stay in America instead of going to other countries pulling stunts. Well, let's look at what happened to Johnny Somali here. Let me go to the first article where it came out a few weeks ago. Get this up on the screen. He's in prison in South Korea for offensive behavior. Yeah, this guy right here is the one that was being hella anti-Black American. And look what's happened to him. Ain't the Lord good?
He looked like a fucking
no, say a controversial American, maybe Anchor Baby. Live streamer is facing prospect of prison in South Korea for his offensive antics in a case that is shining light on the rise of so-called nuisance influencers seeking clicks overseas. Yeah, they go overseas playing. Everybody not playing with you. So Ramsey Khalid Ismail, 24 commonly known as his online alias Johnny Somali, has been indicted as they are causing a commotion at a convenience store. Sole prosecutors confirmed. They said the CNN, they say if convicted, he faced up to 5 years in prison. And he need to do all 5 with his anti-Black self. They said the partial ban, they say, has also been placed on Ismail, preventing him from leaving the country while authorities continue their investigation. They said he reached out to Ismail for comment. It's unclear if he had an attorney. So he built his online reputation online for his provocative, often highly offensive video stunts. Have been banned by multiple social media companies after he's been accused by critics of harassing locals in countries across Asia in an apparent effort to boost his online viewership. They said live streaming has a combined following in the low 5 figures across Instagram, TikTok, and Rumble. They reached out to all 3 platforms regarding Ismail's content. Did not hear back. They said earlier that month that Ismail posted an online apology after he was accused of desecrating a South Korean monument to women subjected to sexual slavery in World War II, causing widespread outrage in the country. Angry locals threatened reprisals against the live streamer and online posts following the incident. Footage subsequently broadcasted by the CNN affiliate JTBC showed Ismail being kicked as a group of people followed him. Separately, a man was arrested in Seoul last month for allegedly punching Ismail in the face. Yeah, he got actually knocked out, y'all. I actually seen the video. Of course, I can't play it on YouTube. But he got knocked out. And the dude was like ex-military, basically. Dude would punch him in the face. Listen, you can't go to people's country desecrating their monuments. Listen, in America, you get away with a lot. You could go and mess with a monument here and not much gonna happen to you. Maybe you get some vandalism charges or whatever. But the whole nation don't just looking for your head. When you go overseas to these foreign countries, even black ones, you have to understand this one word that a lot of you Americans not used of. You are a foreigner. And because a lot of you not used to that word foreigner, you walk into problems. Another thing, when you leave, when you get on that airplane and you leave
500 deluxe garden. Sign here, please.
But I only wanted 5. In my account, I'm gonna get charged.
You know, your BMO.
어디가? 어디가?
Somali, say something. Somali, say. Say.
American life streamer who has caused an uproar in South Korea smiles without a care in the world.
소말리. 어디가?
A local YouTuber has tracked down Somali and in the middle of the street assaults him with his fist.
Who is this fucking idiot, man?
Hey.
Somali sustained facial bruising. The YouTuber who attacked the American was arrested on the spot by police officers who had been called to the scene in advance.
대한민국에서 앞으로 저렇게 소말리 같은 애들 진짜 처리할 거니까 앞으로 대한민국에서 하지 마. 알겠지? 소말리. 야, 굿나잇 소말리. 굿나잇. 굿나잇.
Somali is escorted by police officers and gets into a patrol car.
Somali, say something. Somali, say. Say.
In his latest live broadcast, Somali, instead of apologizing for all the commotion he caused, actually upped the ante and intensified his mockery and belittling of Korea.
Japan #1. Okay, Korea number 50, maybe, you know, China #1, America, Korea, Israel, Korea, you know what I mean? Y'all niggas ain't got nothing going on. Y'all niggas is weak as hell. Y'all Korean niggas is weak as
The YouTuber who danced lewdly before Sonya and kissed the statue's lips asked, "Am I going to be killed just because I danced with a metal statue?" and then showed another statue that he may target. Such actions have infuriated many Koreans because the statue symbolizes all women, including girls, who were forced into sexual slavery by the Japanese military during World War II.
That's my next target. Where the can I find this one?
Related to his antics, charges have been filed against the American for assault and narcotics use. Somali, however, refuted all accusations leveled against him and said he is cooperating with South Korean police in regards to the assault and narcotics charges.
Police protection. You cannot touch me. This is a United States military base. I am American. America built this country.
Law enforcement authorities, meanwhile, stress that rumors about Somali getting police protection are not true. Somali, who may have been trying to get out of Korea so he can cause mischief somewhere else, will not be able to leave for some time, being as he will have to respond to allegations of criminal activities.
You have no knowledge of, just like what they say, you do twice as much listening as you do running your fucking mouth. You fuck around, you find out. This stupid bastard.
One punch, knock down.
And they found out. Fuck this motherfucker.
One punch, knock down, crime. And he's trying to dance sexy like
that shit.
Gross. Like,
now, if I was dude, I would have been over there with my glasses on, dressed real cool. Don't say nothing to nobody. I'm sitting by. I'm doing twice as much observing and listening, then I'm going to run my fucking mouth.
Right.
You fuck around and you find out.
Yep.
See, this is what happens when you fuck around.
He's a diasporic African.
He's a fucking idiot because if he was of right mind, he wouldn't have went there like that.
Right.
That trick don't represent us, man.
Because you can't go do some things illegal in the United States in another country and think that they won't get at you about things you've done in another country. That's actually true. But when you get to the soul of another country, you're going to need their laws. You can't tell them, well, in the United States, they didn't say nothing to me. They're going to say, you're not in the United States. You're here. And you can our law. Some countries, you can't criticize the president. You can't criticize the government. You can't say nothing about the police. You can't say nothing. You got to keep your doggone mouth shut or you're going to go to jail. And most countries don't have bail. If you in there, you in there. Do I get bail? Like, what is that? What is bail?
And then man,
you'll go see the judge and your case is ready. No, you in there. Most countries are like what they call pre-trial detention here. Most cases are like that. Pre-trial detention. Now, some cases maybe you could, you got a little bag, maybe you can get out, but you're in there pre-trial detention. You're not getting out. And I'm pretty sure y'all seen Locked Up Abroad, right? Right. Locked up. Nobody want to be in jail overseas. These prisons in America, they are really a joke compared to what some people dealing with overseas.
Right.
They got some prisons that hardly feed you. Your family better bring you some food.
Right. Salvador,
and yeah, Kelly, keeping it real and truthful. Yeah, you better behave yourself too. See, when I go to people's country, I'm asking questions. Because first, I'm not going to be disrespectful. I'm not disrespecting nobody. I ain't disrespecting no men, women, children. I'm not disrespecting their leaders. I keep my mouth. Listen, there's certain things that I don't even say on this platform. Why? Because certain countries I got to go into. And I don't want them to be like, oh, Phil here. Oh, we've been waiting for him to show up. Because we heard what he said.
All that black people learn.
You got to be smart. You got to, if you're going to talk about certain things, maybe I can't talk about it, but maybe somebody else can, right? So no, you got to watch your mouth. Because sometimes people will be waiting on you when you show up. They say, oh, he hit the airport? Oh, yeah. We riding down on him. But these silly people, that's why I don't like the term, at least don't call me that, because I will
flip out.
Won't even answer to it. That term influencer to me, I don't like that term. And most people who do this for real don't like that term because that term is just so lowbrow. Influencer. Man, no. No, you can say a person content creator because actually creating content and that, but who are you influencing? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who are you influencing? You creating content, especially you create a company and things like that, right? But who are you influencing? I'm just trying to figure that part out. Who are you actually influencing?
Just said that, Uncle Phil. I just said that.
I mean, shoot, you can go to the store and talk to somebody and influence them. You ain't got to be online to do it. People been, I guess, influencers for all their life.
Right.
Please. Cult leaders are the biggest influencers, right? like the Jim Jones of the world, David Koresh. Those are influencers because they influence somebody to take themselves out of here, literally. I don't see people online doing much. But these people go to other people's countries and being stupid. Just being stupid. Now, I don't really see a whole lot of FBAs doing it. The only thing that I have seen with some FBAs do is some of the passport bros. But let me finish Johnny Somali. Let me finish that.
Stop
now,
drinking fucking Tang.
The public is a backlash in South Korea appears to reflect a broader frustration in the region with foreigners. With foreigners who exploit local customs for online fame, with Ismail being an extreme example of bad behavior. According to Japanese news reports, foreign content creators have recently been accused of a string of transgressions in the country, from dodging railway fares to doing pull-ups on the train gate and nuisance dancing in Tokyo subway trains. Well, y'all really don't want to go to jail in Japan. I've seen a story on that. Nobody want to go to jail in Japan. It coincides with a souring sentiment on mass tourism among many Japanese people as the country experiences record visitor numbers and a rise in reports of tourists behaving badly. See, these so-called idiots clicks and views are literally ruining tourism, and now when you do go there, right, people are pissed off at you. That's earlier in the month, a 65-year-old American tourist was arrested in Tokyo, allegedly carving letters into a shrine gate. Why would you do that crap? And just 2 months after, a 61-year-old Austrian man was arrested for having sex on the grounds of a shrine. Why?
What did he do?
And they say he went to, Ismail recent trip to Japan was met with controversy. He said last year the live stream was arrested in Osaka on suspicion of trespassing in a construction site. They say he also caused outrage in Japan by posting videos of himself taunting commuters about the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki while hurling insults.
There you go. That's why that ass will be called for.
This is
cultural.
This is so stupid. Y'all see what I'm talking about, man? Some people don't need the internet, bro. Like seriously, why would you go do that?
Right.
Why would you go to Japan and talk about that?
Right.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. These people, who's raising these people? Who's raising them? Like y'all really gonna let some clicks and views get y'all put in prison or get your life took out here?
Ethiopian or Eritrean.
You can go be like a traveler that shows the country and be nice about it, like African Tiger. She does that. She travels, she show country, she get along with people. She don't start no drama with nobody. Walter Maya, he travels a lot, right? He don't start no problems with nobody. So I mean, it's many people out here. FBAs is doing the same thing, and they're not starting trouble with nobody. But people like that, man, it makes it harder when other people show up for the right reason, and then as soon as you hit the gate, now everybody harassing you, in immigration. What you gonna be doing over here? You gonna record? What do you do? You got a YouTube channel? You got this? Let me see your YouTube channel. You're gonna be on that sort of thing, and they may start telling you, hey, you can't record here unless you get a permit. They're gonna start pulling that.
We don't accept
too. You can't record here unless you got a permit.
You're not part of the culture. You're not
to stop a lot of y'all with that filming and all the stuff y'all doing in these people's country. So, it got a little worse with Mr. Johnny Somali. Let's get to this next one here.
You don't belong to us either.
Idiot.
You don't belong to us.
He got hit with additional charges ahead of his South Korean trial. And you know what? That's good. Put all the charges you want on him, because this dude here is so anti-black. Now, Johnny Somali, of course, we know his name. His trial approaches December 20, 2024. The prosecution had added another charge.
Yeah, he's
saying that they are pursuing the case aggressively. You can go in these countries playing around these people. Talking about Somali is already accused of a wide range of offenses, including violating the country's anti-terrorism laws. Oh man, dude! Drug use and assault.
Where'd you get the drugs?
They say the latest charge, which is added December 4, relates to the violation of the Minor Crimes Act. Oh man! Lead experts know the charge being added so swiftly shows South Korea's intent to pursue Somalia's case vigorously. According to the lawyer known as Legal Mindset, this quick addition of charges is not typical, suggesting the prosecution is reviewing additional videos and evidence that could lead to more charges.
Told you.
Let's say his Somali charges stem from a series of controversial actions during his streams, his doggone live streams, including inappropriate behavior at a Korean monument, a chaotic convenience store incident, and even creating AI deep fakes of other streamers. This has led to widespread public backlash with Somali facing jail time if he's convicted. There's a growing list of charges that put Somali in a precarious position, as the South Korea's legal system could lead to lengthy imprisonment depending on how the case unfolded. Legal troubles are compounded by the fact that he is now a marked man in the country, with reports of physical attacks against him, including assault by a YouTuber who claimed to be defending national pride. Let's say as his trial draws near, Somali remains trapped in South Korea, unable to leave with all his charges are resolved. His supporters have a concern that this could lead to a lengthy legal battle. So what have we learned? See, maybe if Johnny Somali would have got some instructions from FBAs on how to act, just maybe he wouldn't be in trouble right now. And why they hit you with the Minor Crimes Act? What is that about? Well, you know what? Let's find out what that is. I need to find out. Hold on. Let me go to let me see. Hold on. I want to read this. I'm gonna tell y'all what that is.
Started out in high school like this.
So we know what that is, because I don't want to assume.
On the wrestling team. And from the wrestling team, we went to the Marine Corps allegedly. You know, and from there, he was kicked out. Like he's like.
Just give me a second.
Like it's true what TBA said. It's true what he said. He's making the military look like shit.
Okay. See, that's why I'm glad I didn't assume. I thought it was something else. Okay. So basically, the Minor Crimes Act is the types of offenses covered as public disturbance, such as making excessive noise or engaging in disruptive behavior. Because you know, in some of them Asian countries, you can't be making a bunch of noise.
Or we're really gonna have problems.
You know that, right? Like being loud is actually being offensive to people. But see, you leave America where you can just about do anything you want, then you think you can go to other people's countries and do no. When they say littering or improper disposal of waste, yes, you can get trouble for that. Loitering, prohibited areas, unauthorized street vending or hawking, indecent exposure to public obscenity, minor violation of hygiene and public health rules. And then they say most violations are in small fines, some cases warning or administrative penalties, in rare cases or some more severe. Can lead to short-term detention or community service. They said they came up with that to maintain public order and cleanliness, address behaviors that inconvenience or harm others in everyday life, or provide a legal framework for managing minor infractions without overburdening the criminal justice system. So this dude is in trouble. That guy from Texas, shout out to you. He's in trouble. And
he's an idiot.
The way he talked bad about FBAs, the way he was talking bad about our ancestors, and all of that. South Korea put him in prison.
Right.
That will serve him right.
Right.
Maybe he'd have stayed his behind over here and actually listen to the FBAs and give him some instruction on how to act and how to actually create some content. His silly behind wouldn't be facing jail in South Korea.
He wanted to.
For real, they're gonna make an example out of him because some countries are sick and tired of y'all going to their country acting stupid.
Right.
They're sick of you too. Stop getting online talking about the women of these people country. Go over there, enjoy yourself, enjoy your time.
Yeah, we talking
if
about
you want to film with a girl or whatever, that's fine, but don't be making blanket statements about the women of a country because you're gonna piss people off. And then everybody gonna come see you. This is not America. You can talk about whatever you want in America. Nobody care about that. But in these other countries, because you're a foreigner, they will have a national outcry, and you will be the target. And everybody gonna come see you.
When you're an anchor baby, you need to behave.
And at the same time,
for real,
haven't y'all learned from before?
You don't see it. That's clear.
Seriously, stop talking about the women of other countries. Okay, if they nicer, they whatever, just okay, whatever, bruh. Like, don't be getting online saying certain things because the way y'all talking, you're kind of talking like the women of other countries are extremely easy to deal with, and they kind of just real easy, and it's making you sound like
they don't have enough problems.
It makes the women sound bad. And I always tell men this: don't big up. There's no such thing as the grass is green on the other side. Go talk to the men of those countries and ask them how their women really are. They'll tell you. They'll tell you. That's why they're laughing at you too. You doing all this talking. Oh man, the women are this and the women are that. And I'm like, bruh. Yeah, because you come there with the American dollar, bruh. You can get a woman right here in America to treat you the exact same way. We just got to have a little bit more money here. That's it.
That's why they call
a woman right
trick.
here treat you the exact same way. Just like I will tell them, yes, you can find somebody here down to earth in America. Sure you can. Not every woman in America is bad, bro. No, that's not true. The fact is, you're not looking, or you just look in one area, and you get frustrated. All these women, no.
We're gonna go to nice.
Not all these women. No, I met my wife.
In America.
So no, not all these women. There's other men who are married in America right now. They met their wives right here. Now, I'm not saying it's wrong to go travel and go get your wife overseas. Hey, go ahead. I support it. Do it. But do it on, you want to meet somebody. Maybe you want to marry a woman from Kenya. Maybe you just want to, right? Then do that. You want an intercultural marriage and experience. Hey, beautiful. I have no issue with that. I like to see it, but you don't, because some of that stuff people say online, and you wonder why people want you out of their country, or you're going viral and now they want to put charges on you. Just chill out with the talk about women, man. You can't do that.
Putting it on camera.
Right.
Yeah, Aaron, some people online talk too much.
Watched lately the last 20
I never see, we got, it's enough that women are kissing and telling now, everything. Now you got men online kissing and telling. Yeah, I went on this date with this girl, and man, we went here, and she did that. She said this. And I'm sitting up here listening like, who's raising these dudes? Who's raising these dudes? Right. Like, what man is going to get on the internet discussing in detail what he had talk about on a date with a woman and all that? Like, bro, you're not supposed to be discussing no women in your personal life like that. Like, no, brother. What's wrong with you?
Especially when they know you got a show or something.
But a lot of times I say, I can tell you ain't had no daddy. Because your father would have told you, son, you don't discuss your personal business with nobody. Right. You like I was told you never let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. I was raised like that.
With me.
There's a whole lot of things I don't say. I could say, but I don't. Because one, that's how I think about it. Do people really care if I go say that? Do they really care? Two, if I say it, are they gonna help me with it? Are they gonna do something about it? 9 times out of 10, they're not gonna do anything about it. And number 3, in the area about the women's situation, because I'm in the uncle stage, I can say this. A lot of problem with some dudes is that you didn't have your father. And because you didn't have a father, you grew up with a single mother. And because you grew up with a single mother, your mother couldn't teach you the proper steps of how to be a man. And so the problem is you have this big rise of game goofy dudes.
That's why
they take on women's emotions. So the woman rejects them, they really get emotional about it. And they get angry about it, or they get extremely hurt about it. Because your father would have taught you, look, okay, this is how you talk to a woman. You do this, you walk up to her, say this. He teach you how to talk to her. He's like, well, what if she say no? Okay, she said no. You didn't lose nothing because you didn't have her before. Well, what did she take away from you? You didn't, but if you say something, you may gain her. That's it. Like it's no, you're not losing nothing if she's saying no.
Leave it open for
no matter if she say, listen, 1,000 women can tell you no, right? But it may be one to tell you yes, son. So that's it. Like if she say no, would you say, okay, I appreciate it, your time, and you walk off. You don't get angry. You don't, what's wrong with me? Why you don't like me? Or threatening a woman, and making this woman scared to well, get my number anyway, or I'm gonna do this. Like that tells me you wasn't raised with a father. Because I've been told this even by my own daughter, how some of these guys get extremely aggressive to the point they want to get violent because you don't want to be with them. That's why I say a lot of these dudes are so game goofy today.
That's why they make boxing.
A woman can tell you no, bro. It's her right to say no. If she don't want to be bothered with you, move on. But clearly you was raised with your mammy. I would say to young women, ask that man what's his relationship with his father. Ask
You
her.
was raised with your mammy.
You know, listen, I understand that
That was
relationships
on
break
call
up.
for
I get it.
That
But
was
does he
hilarious.
have a good relationship with his father? Does he talk to him
That
a lot?
statement there was
Is that the
called
man
for.
he talked to if he needed advice? Like, what is it about him and his father? Because if he just got his mama and never had a father, he may be dealing with somebody that's a male with male aggression and strength, but real feminine inside and emotional. And this is why he gets so angry and he don't react like a man. And I see too much of that, even online.
We're talking about right here. We did a show
Too
on
much of
that
that.
day, Brother Che.
Yep.
A few years back.
Yep, we sure did, Shivani.
Eric said you was raised on all she can say is yes or no. That's all she can say. It's yes or no. You didn't, like I say, you didn't lose nothing because you didn't have her before. That's how you got to think about everything, fellas. You didn't have her before, so if she tell you no, it didn't take nothing from you. That's it. We deal with rejections. Listen, women aren't used to dealing with rejections, so that's why when you reject them or you break up with them or walk away, whatever the case may be, they can't take it because women not used to that. But men, we supposed to be used to rejection because we are the one that normally doing the chasing and the asking, right? So your rejection game should be.
Jim right here. Okay, you go up to the woman. Right? Okay. Now, it's been my experience, woman ain't interested, right? Okay. And so you move on, right? Couple of days later, maybe a couple of weeks, couple of months, woman come up to you, start speaking. You know what you do with that woman?
Ignore.
Touchdown. You ignore her.
Yep.
You ignore her. And then what's going to happen is when you ignore her, she's going to call you all kind of motherfuckers. She's going to call you all kind of punks. She's going to say you ain't a man, but you try to communicate with this woman. She didn't want to be bothered. Now, the scenario reverses. Why would any man go chase a woman that don't want to be bothered with him?
Right.
See, always remember, people, it takes 6 guys to carry a man to his grave. But it only takes one woman to put him there.
Cloud shit.
Like I see these trick ass motherfuckers out here. You took my woman, so now we gotta fight. Fight for what? Don't fight for some goddamn money.
Right.
Pussy is like water. Excuse my language, Lady J. It's everywhere.
Yep. It's everywhere.
It's everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly in the winter months, in that cold ass refrigerated place, you got steamboats spraying 15 damn degrees below zero, damn waterfall.
Mountains, Chicago, what you expect? It's in the mountains.
Well, yeah.
Niggas everywhere. You know, it's whatever.
You do got a point on that there, brother Jay. I guess I fucked around and found out, huh?
Yeah, just like you did last March.
Oh man,
That's fucked up,
man. Oh, that was disgusting.
Shit.
Okay, driving down the street, put on brakes, all the damn snow come over my windshield, can't see shit. So at least I had the presence of mind to put my flashes on and just stop, you know?
Right.
Because I was driving blind, you know what I'm saying? So I sat there, let the shit settle, put some windshield wipers up there, went up in a gas station, I think, and brushed it off. And I said, well, let me get the rest of this shit up off the top of this car, you know? So then the sun come out. What'd it do? Melt the slush.
Yep.
Sun go down in Colorado. What the fuck it do? Turn the ice.
Yep.
Go to 7-Eleven, give me some coffee. Motherfucker, hey, bro, you got a little change now, man. Go back to my hotel room. Same motherfucker asked me for change knocking on my hotel door. Hey, homie. I said, hey, homie, check this out, man. Don't you knock on this goddamn door no more. As a matter of fact, motherfucker, when you see me, man, you know what I'm saying? Don't say nothing. Now I'm getting ready to treat this shit as an attempted robbery.
Yep.
Oh, man. No, man, you fucked around. You find out. You see me again, motherfucker. You keep it moving and don't say a goddamn thing because after that, man, I'm not going to say nothing.
Just straight to the house. from the
My
hotel.
lady, I'm in the hotel right by the 7-Eleven.
Right.
Yeah. Really
No, so which means is that this son of a bitch, he didn't follow me. He had somebody who was following me for his behalf, calling him up on a cell phone, telling him where I was at.
Yeah.
That's the only way that he was able to do it. You see?
Damn.
That was the only way he was to do that. See, this is what street sense kick in at.
That's like, what did you do, Shabaka?
No, I didn't do nothing to him. Only thing I did, Lady J, is I went out there in that cold ass Colorado cold y'all got in that motherfucker that you got right now. Go up there, damn shoes got wet.
Are you trying to Johnny, this is like, it's like, motherfucker, motherfucker, you refuse to get change at the 7-Eleven, and he got a homeboy that follows you to the fucking hotel. That kind of motherfucking suspect, guys.
There's a Home Depot over there, a 7-Eleven, and it's like another establishment, like a little gas.
Yeah, exactly. And they was building some shit over there too. Yeah. Yeah, because I saw the Home Depot.
But I ain't never had somebody come from that 7-Eleven, follow me over to the Motel 6, talking about, you got some change.
Yeah, no, but hold it, bro. Worse. Not bad enough to come to the place, but to knock on my fucking door?
Oh, hell no.
Right.
You knock on anybody else's door.
Right. And I told that motherfucker, man, don't you come here, man. You better get your ass the fuck up out of here.
Right.
And when you see me, motherfucker, you don't say nothing.
Right.
Because when I see you, I ain't gonna say nothing. Right. But I got something in this little coat for your ass. You know?
As a matter of fact, somebody got murked over there too, like 2-3 weeks after you left.
Damn. Maybe it was that motherfucker.
Might have been. He definitely
maybe
found out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You see what I mean? Yeah, well, thank you for letting me know. I know I won't be staying at that motherfucker no more. No. Where they have homicides, Shabaka does not reside. I don't reside. No.
No.
Well, damn, it's been like 10 years since I stayed over
there. Yeah. But like but the thing is here though,
I hate Greenwood Village.
I feel like that's the most racist place.
I always get into it with the police out there.
Damn.
It's sweaty. I went to the NAACP meeting. Yep. Right over there. I was going to meet you up there.
Yep.
As soon as I got off the bus, man, and I just was like, just a little turned around because, you know, I'm not supposed to be in that area. We're not. I feel like GTC is the ultimate of whitey whites.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Well, thank you for letting me know.
And like, I'm like, damn, Shabaka, like, you know, the ultimate of whitey whites, and I don't want to go here. And the motherfucking police are like everywhere and nowhere at all, but they're there. You know?
That was the first time I've been there to Denver in about 10 years, Lady J.
Always there.
Always.
Yeah, Mac 285. Yeah, man, you got to be careful about when you're going to Denver, Colorado. And then I went over there. And then, Brother Che, before I saw you, you know, you saw me over there at the city park because I was looking at where they tore down the statue of Dr. King.
My God. Oh my God. That dude didn't even get anything really off that. He didn't get no time.
Yeah, but they said that them motherfuckers were strung out and they was trying to take that metal to go get them some shit and then they got smooth busted. You know what I'm saying? Stupid motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? Say they fucked around and they found out.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy as hell out here. It's a racist ass state.
Yeah, old Colorado. You know what I'm saying? You know.
I know. You know, it's really bad is that you gotta kind of like force people to believe it because they really won't. And then now because it's so modern lately or whatever, they're acting like racism never happened here. Like there's no racism. Like you used to, like I think right here where I live, I'd be like, man, this is like a sundown by de facto type situation. And they're like, you ask anybody that is an OTV, they'll be like, I don't see no racism. Cops be out all the time. But you really don't. You're like, You're not paying attention because if you were paying attention, you would see them all night long.
No, but what that is, Lady K, that there's selective amnesia. You see what I'm saying? Because I was arguing with some stupid motherfucker on social media today, and he's gonna say, "Well, that happened so long ago." That happened so long ago. Then riddle me this, motherfucker. If you ever saw a picture on TV called The Cold Case, you ever seen that?
Yeah, that was my shit.
Oh yeah, I dug the cold case. Yeah, I dug the cold case. But that happened so long ago, but they still found that motherfucker at 85 years old and he walking the goddamn concrete, huh?
Yeah, but they didn't do that for Carolyn Bryan. She should have done
Right. There you go, Brother Che. See, that's what I'm talking about right there.
They act like you're a family, go get a white person, go get him, to bring her outside for some fresh air, put that bitch in a van and take off.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No,
Go where it happened and give that man Emmett Till his motherfucking due justice, goddammit. Right. And nobody want to listen to me when I said it. They're like, that's radical. Radical. Shit, no, exactly. Radical is what I didn't say. Okay, radical is what I didn't say. I mean,
see, so the hypocrisy is real.
But really, I mean, I got eye for eye tactics. You know,
well, it's called justice, lady. It's called justice, lady.
I'm not gonna apologize for eye for eye justice.
Okay, like, now one thing about the dog.
Look what happened. That's the fucking. Look what happened. Look what happened to Emmett Till. You know what I mean? So if that happened to her, like, oh my God, all hell would have broke loose.
Look, y'all, let me show y'all something.
That shit was horrible. Fucking horrible. But this sounds like something I did this week.
No, this sounds something. I exposed these bastards 10 years ago, y'all.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see this.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
What is
very
that?
bottom.
What is it?
It's an article that was written about me.
Full bellies, full brains.
Right.
$7 lunch mention. Working to show life matters. Okay.
Yeah.
Artie's Friday food bag program gets new home. Okay.
That's me.
And
10 years ago.
Oh, that's you right there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All righty. Okay. Jesse Parrish, sign twirler, an activist. Save that there, man. Put that there off in your,
that is fucking crazy.
Yeah, put that there, man, off in your scrapbook, man.
You just singing
and talking your archive.
I was like, damn, cuz this are you fucking like, what the fuck is wrong with you? He's just singing in his headphones and talking shit to racists as they turn the corner. That was fucking hilarious.
I exposed these motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm. Refuse to surrender. Jesse. In America in general, if you're smart, intelligent, it's frowned on, he said. It's not celebrated like it should be. And if you're black and they say you're not black enough, I tell people that just because we've this doesn't mean we have to be dumb.
Exactly. But I was looking for the part where I was like, they say that Colorado was a liberal state, but it's racist as hell.
Man, that motherfucker ain't no liberal state, man. Shit, no. I've been up in some of them goddamn backwoods in that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, hell no. You could just feel the
They want to
vibe.
act like Colorado don't have a history of racism and active KKK fucking violence towards anyone. And they want to act like black people were never ever here, really. That's what they really want to act. They really want to act like that.
Well, hold on. I know two famous people that y'all had in Colorado. I know of two famous people y'all had in Colorado. One of them was a guy by the name of Sonny Liston.
That's my dude. I love Sonny Liston.
See, let me tell you something.
I know. Don't do it. Don't do it. I already know. Don't do it. Sonny Liston.
I ain't gonna put down Sonny Liston. I'm gonna give Sonny Liston his props, because Sonny Liston. Okay.
My boss didn't even give a fuck.
Sonny Liston was a slave.
Like, it's a terrible.
No, Sonny Liston was the former heavyweight champ.
He was a slave. Okay. Remember, he started off as a slave.
No, Lady K.
Yes, he
Sonny
was.
Liston used to
Before he was
live in
great.
Denver, Colorado. And Sonny
Before
Liston was a great
Before he
community servant. You know what Sonny Liston did for the black
wait.
community people?
talking about
Sonny
when he was
Liston used to beat the shit out of police officers and throw them in the trash.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, we used to do that. Yeah, we're talking about when he was baby, when he was small. He came right off the fields. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was out of Alabama, I think.
Yep. So listen,
Hold on. Let's
Mm-hmm.
give Sonny his props. Okay,
Man,
hold
don't
on.
I ever. He's one of my favorites.
Hold on. Okay, let's see. Sonny Liston. Okay.
Right now.
Sonny Liston. Charles L. Sonny Liston. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Circa 1930 through December 30th, 1970. Nicknamed the Big Bear, was a pro boxer who competed from 1953 to 1970. A dominant contender of his era, he became the undisputed heavyweight champ in 1962 after knocking out Floyd Patterson in the first round repeatedly. I think that was here in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay,
Mexico right there. Mexico.
Okay, in the first round, repeating the knockout following the year in defense of the title. In the latter fact, he also became the inaugural WBC heavyweight champ. Often regarded as one of the greatest boxers of all time, Liston is known for his immense strength, formidable jab, long reach, toughness, and widely regarded as the most intimidating man of combat sport.
No, that's not true. That's not true. I bred children for the St. Louis, so that's not true. That's not true.
Oh, Sonny Liston. Now, here you go, Lady Che. Here's something for you that you just said. There is no official record of Liston's birth, as his family's home state of Arkansas did not make birth certificates mandatory until 1965. His family, but not Charles, can be found in the 1930 census, and in the 1940 census, he was listed as 10 years old. And then it might have been suggested that Sonny himself did not know what year he was born in, and he was not precise on the matter.
Yep. You know who else don't know what year they was born in?
Who that?
The Tethers.
Was the FBA? He was FBA.
Sonny Liston,
but he came right off the plantation
in Arkansas. His family was on a plantation in Arkansas.
Yep, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and Sonny Liston, Liston learned to box. Well, a whole lot of them learned to box in the slam.
Yep.
In the slam.
He was over there, like, he was like the biggest, like, dude, he was like, and Sonny Liston got a great history. Great history. Even when it's time with the mob, he got a great history. You know what I mean? Like
if he owed money, they sent Sonny.
Yep, exactly. You know, he had a great history. A good ass story. That's a good ass fucking story. Sonny Liston. You know? Wait
a minute though, but you know what though, Lady Che? Funny you should say that. Do you all remember? You all might be too young for this, but do you all remember a TV series called Magnum PI with Tom Selleck?
Yeah, Magnum PI. Yep.
Okay, hold it. You remember the brother? Okay, you remember the brother on there who played on there, Roger Lee Mosley?
TJ. Yeah, TJ.
Yeah, who died recently, like in the last couple of years. He did a movie. He did a movie called Sonny, the Champion Nobody Wanted. I want to see it.
For real?
Yeah. So this
I always call him TJ because he had the helicopter. The helicopter was like, 1960.
Right. Now, if you ever saw the movie that Muhammad Ali made of his life story called Ali the Greatest, where he played himself, it was Roger Lee Mosley who was playing Sonny Liston in that movie.
Damn.
So the main reason why I pulled this article up was for this reason right here. People know stuff. That's what I said. I heard niggers every day when I first started. Cardo always likes to portray this image. it's a liberal and a progressive.
They wrote that word in there.
That is a progressive and liberal, but that's not the case. I was never a stranger to racism, but there was just something about it I couldn't comprehend. Why do they hate us? So they was hating on me hard, y'all, because I was out there flipping signs and rapping X-Clan. And,
yeah, he definitely was doing that.
And I had
my
Black Lives Matter t-shirts on. I had my I Can't Breathe t-shirts on.
You know, talking shit to racists. Everyone carries like.
Because this was right when
Mike
Brown got
Higgins
killed.
was my favorite.
First. That's why I said he became more noticeable after the police officer in Ferguson, Missouri, shot to death 18-year-old Michael Brown. That's when he began wearing the t-shirts. And when I began wearing the t-shirts, I caused a huge ass ruckus in Littleton, Colorado. That shit was hilarious. Every day. Damn. There's old videos of it, I believe, on my personal YouTube page.
What? And put it up there. That's your intellectual property, man. Because just like when I was in Colorado one year, right after the young man, 15-year-old Paul Childs got killed.
My childhood friendship. I told you that.
And I met his mother, and she had on the shirt, for the protest for him. I says, "Oh, ma'am, did you go down to the protest for Mr. Child?" She says, "Well, of course I did. That was my son." And I just hit the floor.
Yeah.
I didn't know what to say.
Yep, they killed him. He had a butter knife.
A butter knife.
Killed him.
Yep.
Say that's coward.
He was purely mentally. He was not all the way there. Like, he was touched. He's what we would call touched. And they killed him.
Yeah, that was fucked up.
Talking about he charged with a knife, and it was a freaking butter knife. Like, really, what y'all really think he was gonna do with a butter knife?
Butter knife can't be
dangerous. I could see if they took their nightstick out, man, and knocked them upside the head.
No, they
now they got. Oh man, wait till I do the RVA. I got some juicy little salacious things to talk about the police getting these new. They got a whole bunch of new shit.
We got the robot dogs. Oh my god.
Stop. Yeah, that too. But I think I showed that on the
You all got the robot dogs in
Denver. But I
Denver.
showed that on the RVA.
Yeah.
But we got some more shit that I'll show on the RVA. Here later.
Yeah, we got the robot dogs now.
Yeah, a robot dog.
Oh man, yeah. So they're making that shit real fast.
Yeah, guess what, everybody? You know how I always say.
Yeah, Magnum PI was the best. Yeah.
Go get the business. My motherfuckers going down. Them motherfuckers cannot be submerged. They will die. So I'm gonna throw that motherfucker in an open pool. I'm gonna jump on that motherfucker and be like, get him on the ground, put him in the fucking pool with a little so he can't rise up. Put something on top of him, and I'm gonna throw a radio or something in there that's plugged in, electrocute the fuck out of him. That's it. It's a wrap. That's it. Motherfuckers are going down. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. You know what I mean? I always said I'm taking the bitches down at the end of time.
Yeah, you said you're gonna take the AI down.
I'm taking it down, dude. A screwdriver, electric, a fucking cattle prod, and a bottle of water. That motherfucker's going down.
Is that what you're gonna short circuit him, huh, Lady Ch?
Fuck yeah. I can't stand them motherfucking stupid ass robots. I see them delivering food. They talking at the desk. They taking orders. They singing songs. They ask you shit. They ask you shit. Man, we was watching this little short video where fucking Kai Sanai or whatever that fucking tether was over there trying to take a shower. He's the darkest motherfucker everywhere. He's in the shower with a fucking robot and he's singing and teaching the robot how to dance. Like, this motherfucker's stupid.
Oh, God damn, boy, I've heard it all now.
And Chris Brown just looked back. He's stupid. He's so fucking stupid.
The robot brought him a towel.
Fuck that damn robot, dude. That robot would have got taken apart in pieces. Don't let me get a fucking screwdriver set.
And here's one for you.
I want a little tiny screwdriver set. Note to self. Send your girl a little tiny screwdriver motherfucking set, or something with a little drill, or something plug in. It's like a you know what I mean? Wherever I'm at, whenever, okay? Just know I got little hands and I only can pick up so much. Okay, they make them at Home Depot, okay, Harbor Freight. little tiny little screwdriver set, or a little AI. What do they call them? L keys. What are the fucking things you use all the time?
Yeah, the L keys.
What are those? What are they called though? That's not an L. What are they called? No, but what are they called though?
Flatheads.
No, what are they called? They're called something else. They're the little fucking. They're called something else.
L keys.
I call them L keys because they're shaped like
that's
that.
what they are. They're L
No,
keys.
there's something else. They're called something else.
Well,
the L keys.
Do I know
like-
who about what now?
They're like for taking apart things. They're like screwdrivers, but they're not.
They're flat.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, okay. They're like utility. You can put them on a key ring, right?
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah.
Yeah. I forgot what they call, but it's basically it's just like a little utility. I'm just gonna call it
That's how the doll's Christmas.
I know in the moving profession we call them L keys.
Right, so that the doll can do electric shit and fix things on her own because nobody else can fix things. Because everything's broken now and I need to fix stuff, so I got things to fix.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this shit, y'all, and I'm out. Shit,
Okay.
the damn cold is starting to make me hurt. But the thing is, though, is this, people. They got robot dogs. Okay, so
Going down in the pool.
okay, and then keep in mind, I noticed just like with these Google cars where they ain't got a motherfucker driving them. That was the weirdest bullshit that I ever saw. Okay. Is that they do all that shit in San Francisco first, the Barbary Coast.
Doing in the bathtub.
Man, Mac 285, that motherfucker's liable to get shot down, sir.
You're likely to get a rock thrown at that motherfucker with a slingshot.
Yeah, Mac 285, I would bring that motherfucker down.
Okay. That's why we push up replay distance.
And then Mac 285, the official story is this, whatever they record, like Old Boy and Godfather 2, it's all lies.
Exactly.
I don't know none of this shit. Find a beautiful Ethiopian woman, yeah. Hey, Mac 285, check this out. You should have seen
They're
this
all here.
Ethiopian beauty, man. I saw
All
a
the
few
Ethiopian
weeks
women
back,
are here.
man, up at the circus. Yeah.
All of the Ethiopian women are here in Colorado.
Ethiopian.
Are you
No,
listening?
you got a lot of Ethiopian
wait.
women.
Just listen very carefully. All of the Ethiopian women, I swear, are here in Colorado.
Yeah,
And Oakland.
Large community of Ethiopian women.
Oakland too.
They all look the same. And you see them every summer during little Ethiopian festivals or whatever they got. They're right down the street from Jesse's house.
Okay, but you got to keep in mind, Ethiopia is one of the oldest kingdoms in the world.
You have a sister city.
Right. And we're guarding something over there that apparently makes monks blind and die. That's a biblical thing.
Well, the thing is that you have to understand, just like what you have with just like what you have with the Native American culture in the United States, there's a lot of mysticism. In Ethiopia, it's nothing but mysticism.
Why don't you come when you come home? When you come over here, why don't you just go to Oxford with us? And here, go to
the who about what now?
Go to Oxford. We can go to Oxford over there, the Ethiopian restaurant. The
Wait a
restaurant.
minute, wait a minute. AXUM?
Yeah.
I've seen that part.
It's on Colfax.
Yeah, I've been through that part.
Oh, yeah, that's there. But I'm talking about the restaurant.
The restaurant, yeah. Okay, Mac 285 say, I already know. Yeah, I check them out. But one thing, though, I do know is that a lot of their dishes are very, very spicy.
Very good, though.
Very spicy.
Very good, though.
Yeah, but they're very good. You know what I'm saying?
I like all African food, really.
It's straight up.
Okay, and then...
And Caribbean food.
Yeah.
Okay, and then keep in mind, though, is that they have certain customs and traditions.
Yes,
now, I do know is that they are warlike. Okay,
very much so.
I do that, and they do have a way of working them damn sticks. I know that too.
Yeah.
Say, but anywhere you go, You just go there, be humble. I'll find out because, like I said, I spoke to a sister there from East Africa when I was in Colorado one time, and I'm with a white fella, and the white fella's trying to point his nose in grown folk business, but I excused his ignorance. And I says, "Are you from East Africa?" She says, "Yeah." And I says, "Well, I'm African too." She says, "Oh." She says, "Where were you born?" I said, "On the south side of Chicago."
The whole story.
And then she says, "Well, isn't Chicago in the state of Illinois in the U.S.?" I said, "Yeah, you go over there on the south side, the west side, you'll see more Africans there in a little bit. Go down south to Louisiana, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, North, South Carolina. You'll see African peoples right there too." But what they do, but like you said though, Lady Che and Brother Paris, what they do is that before they come here, they go through, what's that there? The U.S. State Department that deals with travel and back and forth from country.
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
some too. That's this is bomb.
The bombest. The bombest.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
And the fufu is like bread. Okay.
Make a
Yes, it's exactly like that. Go ahead.
And then so I'm with the white fella, and the white fella is saying, well, man, all Americans. I say, white fella.
White fella.
This is the conversation between one African and another. Will you take your Euro ass outside and just give me a few minutes? Okay. Nothing personal, just culture. Because you sitting up here, white fella, talking about a bunch of ass shit, and I'm trying to make an connection here. And I know you don't understand that.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna be in the Chronicles of Shabaka.
Yeah. Shabaka, we're gonna make we're gonna write a book or something so I can narrate it, just like this. Because
as you're talking, you give me 20 grand, and you all can have all the rest of the rights to the motherfucker, and that's the rest of my day. The Chronicles of Shabaka. Okay, it will start off.
Shabaka or Tales of Love from the Chronicles.
No, it will start off in the early 1960s.
And listen to the voice. It's all about my voice, cuz that's the whole point.
Yeah, it will start off. It will start off in 1962, where I went to this place as a tiny tie, where everybody's 10 feet tall, and I see this brother wearing glasses standing on this stage with a suit and a tie on, saying, "Who taught you to hate the color of your skin and the texture of your hair?
Right.
Who taught you to hate the shape of your nose?"
Fuck with a little afro out.
And I'm up there not knowing that, you know what I'm saying? Everybody 100 feet tall and shit, not knowing that. Sitting up there witnessing history. Now, see, peoples, this is the thing. See, at that time in the early 1960s and what have you, when you're a tiny in my age group, all the history that you lived through and you witnessed. This is why when these motherfuckers come up here and try to tell me what the fuck it was like, man, who's 25 years old back in the early 60s, man, no, you're not going to tell me shit that I lived through. Just like I'm not going to tell somebody older than me what they lived through. The only thing I'm going to do is ask them questions and sit and listen.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the fuck I'm going to do. So therefore, when I write the notes down to pass on to the generations after me, then that way I know what I'm talking about. But old Dumbo Sarge, oh man, they might have made mistakes. The griots might have got Sarge. Fuck you, man. Go support the dump as in human shit.
Yeah, Cat.
Is that lady a white lady?
Yeah,
Cat?
Yeah.
Mr. X introduced us to Cat.
Is she a white lady?
Yes, I think she is.
The one that cussed out Sarge.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're doing both back and forth, but yeah. Is that a white lady?
Yeah, that's Cat. Yeah.
Yes? That the one of the disrespect was like that, right?
Yeah.
Man, I was over here talking shit in the stream yard the whole time, right?
Yeah.
When that was going on, I was like, this is the most sexually frustrated motherfucking couple right here. Over there arguing like that. They're arguing like, oh, motherfucker. He called her a mother. He called her a bitch. She called him an
well,
ass.
see, Sarge shouldn't have did that. You see what I'm saying?
He was lying.
And I am going to tell Sarge on a few episodes we got left is that if you call any woman on this platform a bitch, I'm kicking you off the fucking program. See, that got by.
That lady a bitch. I don't give two fucks about that.
After
he called her a motherfucker
after the
first.
show had already ended.
Yeah. Oh. So we was ghost talking in, right?
We were in super overtime, and the show just ended.
Oh, okay. So we was ghost talking. Nobody heard it.
Yeah, no, everybody heard it.
It was on the StreamYard, but outside of that, no.
Everybody heard it.
Okay. But however, Sarge is Sarge. You know what I'm saying?
Matt, do you remember me talking shit while they were on Blog Talk? Talking about this white lady, man. I was at fucking everybody cares about foreign policy here. Like, what the fuck? Like, I was like, oh my God, get your bitch. Get your bitch.
And this is why you hear me say, Sarge.
And Shabaka's like,
come on, Sarge, take it easy. We all know you're tough. You know what I'm saying?
Oh God, that lady was fucking talking about you.
Sarge got checked last night. yeah. I think it was a couple of days ago, Mac 285. I think it was Friday. Yeah.
Friday morning. Friday morning.
Yeah, it was Friday. But you know, Mac 285, Sarge is Sarge. Okay.
Sarge
is transfixed in his dilemma.
That lady had his blood pressure up.
So I will debate with Sarge. But one thing Sarge is not going to do is get my blood pressure up because I know Sarge is regurgitating prepackaged bullshit.
Sarge lied too. He lied like a motherfucker. He said he worked. Sarge lied. He said I worked here.
About 5 or 6 lies.
He said, I said, when did you come back, Sarge? Like he said, yeah, I got a job here. I work here right now. Yeah. He lied. He's been to work with me.
He was. You know.
He lied.
You just got to know how to be. You disagree agreeably. And then, too, Mac 285, if you listen to some of the playbacks of our episodes, which you could get Google, man. Oh, I've had my moments on there, too, because Brother Paris said we got the eject button for a motherfucker.
Yeah, skip over that. See, he lied. He said he works here. And he was like, I work here, talent Shabaka talent. And I was like, since when? You ain't been back in weeks. You like haven't been you've been MIA so much that we haven't even brought it up anymore.
Okay, now, but what happens with Sarge, Lady Che?
Just tell that lady
is all over Blog Talk, okay? Sarge is all over Blog Talk because Sarge does about 5 or 6 shows. You see what I mean?
I know, but you get what I'm saying though. He used it when he was over there so that A, give him a little relevance, and B, so he's talking shit to that lady. He's like, it seems like whatever I want, I work here, like that. Yeah. And I was like, since when have you been back? Yeah. I'm over here talking shit. I'm like,
okay, but the thing is though, see, now I'm gonna show you something, even if Sarge hears this or not. See, as long as Sarge is out there talking about Shabaka's black experience and saying our names, that's great news. Yeah. That's better than the ponies lose.
Sarge, it's good to know you showed up to work today all of a sudden. You know,
okay, but that's great news. That's better than when the ponies lose.
They're like
Broncos, and when we go to the Super Bowl, I don't want to.
Yeah, right. That's right, Matt. That's right, Matt. He said he was a host.
I don't want to hear.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, Sarge called himself a co-host. No, Mac 285. We had to check Sarge. Sarge is a contributor.
Right. You see?
And myself and Lady Che, we the host and a co-host.
He was a host, and I said, "Since when? When did you show back up?" Because we had showed up in like weeks. Yeah, so much that we ever.
No, because Sarge didn't want to get that work.
Sarge didn't want to get embarrassed in front of his little white friend.
Yeah. No. They
were like,
we don't care.
No, real shit.
We don't care if you do, because what I've been doing. What I've been doing.
She followed him over here. She followed him over to Shabaka's flag experience, and that's if you don't know if that don't mean she want the dick. I don't know what does. She followed him over here. She came over here. He was over here. So she.
Yeah, you did. Introduction with Cat was with Mr. X.
Either way, because how did she know he was over here yesterday? Right? She's over here.
But what they do, Lady Che, is that when you go to the website of Blog Talk, they got the list of the live chats, as they call it. That is how you know the show's alive. And then when you go through it, and when you, I'll call skate through it, they'll show the shows that are live. You know what I'm saying? Because there's this other brother out of LA, and I think that's how I found Big Money Griff. You know, because Big Money Griff was on another show. You got to call Big Money, you know. And you know, we want to get everybody on our last few episodes. We want to get Big Money Griff. We want to get everybody who's contributed to it. But unfortunately, there'll be one who won't be with us. Of course, that's the one and only Mad Dr. D. They say, may he rest in power. Now, if you all thought I was bad, Mad Dr. D, we used to cuss motherfuckers out left and right. Yeah. And one brother pass is when we had the Sambo Rambo Negro on there, as you call him.
Black women. I was like, so you hate your mama?
Hold on. Okay. And that's when Sister Akshita had came up there and cussed him out, because Sister Akshita says, "You talking all that bullshit, Mr. Man, you know what I'm saying?"
Yeah, yesterday, dude.
Good Joe didn't show, because what's happening with Joe twin?
Because then they would have had to be like fighting over this white lady. You know what I mean? Fuck that. I was mad as a motherfucker. I was on the street here like, hey, come on, get this white bitch off the thing. Man, I was in here talking mad shit. Y'all were on Blog Talk, and I was talking shit in the stream yard. I was like, oh my God. Just give her the dick right. This is the second.
No. We'll see Lady Che. Okay, see Lady Che. We'll let them talk as long as they are respectful. Okay, now.
There was no respect going nowhere. They were just arguing about nothing. Arguing over
you talking about Sergeant Cat?
How this white bitch gonna tell him about black statistics on anything?
Really called him a code.
She's like, and get the black.
Wait a minute, hold it. Back up a minute, man. You telling me that a white woman on the platform called Sergeant Coon?
She did. She did.
You're a coon.
She did. A white lady. And I was like, I was like, damn.
God damn, boy. Whoa, there's never a dull moment there. Yeah, they're here debating with old Sarge. Yeah, old Sarge. Well, anyway, y'all, I'm out.
The topics you're going to miss, Chewbacca,
yes,
are Whoopi Goldberg versus Charlamagne on Biden's partner.
I heard about that.
Missouri proposes a law where citizens can turn in illegal immigrants, Chewbacca, for a $1,000 reward.
Oh, we need to go find us some of them motherfuckers.
Man.
It's the Black Brown
Alliance. I'm
Talk
ask
coming
Al Sharpton,
back.
little motherfucker, hold something.
Husband kills wife wearing blackface disguise.
Ooh.
What?
And Andrew Schulz, what the hell is that down?
Oh God, cuz I should throw this at you right now. Yeah,
thinks this song is about him.
Yep. Well, oh man.
All right, well, I'm gonna have to look at the playback. Okay, because this is on StreamYard, right? Okay, so I guess I'll look at the playback tomorrow on it. Okay, because my back is killing me. And it's 45 degrees in this motherfucker, man. It's cold as hell in here.
God damn.
Outside it's 45 degrees.
Right here.
Boy, y'all sending some of that damn Pony Express weather out here.
Stop the caps. Stop all the caps.
Little pony riders.
Haters, I can't wait for us to go to the
man.
I told you when the Broncos win the Super Bowl, that'll be when black people unite. That's what I said.
No. Lady Che. Listen to me when I tell you this. Listen to me when I tell you this. The team that is kicking ass in the whole NFL, and these motherfuckers is unstoppable, is the Cats. It's the Detroit Lions.
Yeah. But
They only lost one game. Every motherfucker got to travel to Detroit.
Yeah.
Everybody's got to go to Pontiac, Michigan. All right, Mac 285. Yeah, they all got to go to Michigan.
Oh, you know what? She could have been one of his white relatives.
Right.
Oh.
Right, with Joe Gibson's white ass. I'm telling you, man. Joe Gibson
about SARS. Remember SARS met with his
that's right.
And that's what me and Sarge got off into it. And I said, I was their relative, and I'm trying to tell this motherfucker. I said, man, you were their fucking property. And then you remember, Brother K, when we pulled up the book by Lerone Bennett, man, that I read, where the motherfuckers say, that you could mortgage your slave, you could rent your slave, you could beat your slave, you could sell the motherfucker. He was your property, and this is what I'm trying to tell Sarge. Okay, I said, and I told him, I say, Sarge, did they have reparations money for your black ass?
I know when you went over there,
Ragged Zubida. But Sarge, you were their fucking property, because if the fucking year, man, was 1824, they could have sold your black ass, man, no matter how related you were to them. Look at a movie called Band of Angels. Look at a movie called Imitation of Life. Look at a movie called Mandingo.
I'm telling you, man. Oh my God. Dude, God. I was like, she just want the Mandingo, cuz that's what I said during the show.
That's what he brought up.
He did bring it up.
Me and Chewbacca, you know how we go back and forth about Mandingo.
I was like, she just want the Mandingo.
Oh yeah. And then keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, Muhammad Ali was heavyweight champion at the time when that movie came out, right?
Angry?
Played the slave, right? So what did Muhammad Ali do for the black community, man? The following year, he came out with his movie where he played himself the greatest.
The greatest.
See? And when Will Smith played Ali in 2000, I think. Yeah, Will Smith should have got an Oscar for that role. But what the fuck they do? They gonna give it to Denzel Washington for playing a rogue ass cop.
Yeah, that was in 2000.
Where he got shot in the ass over there in the jungles.
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember when he was over there in the jungles and they shot him in the ass?
Yeah,
and he told him, y'all go put this work in. They said, man, you's a buster, man. You do the shit yourself. Here's the weapon right here. You got 6 rounds in it.
Right.
Put your own work in. Yeah. And that's when you make that classic line, King Kong ain't got shit on me. And they said, man, you buster ass motherfucker. And they went on about their business.
And then the Russians got his ass.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because I know at the end somebody dumped on him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
He owed money to the Russians.
Okay. Well, that's why you don't go off into debt like that. You know what I'm saying?
Wasn't going to be a good cop. They said if they was going to become a cop, they was going to become a cop like Trans Africa. Who it was?
I don't know. But I wouldn't want to be one of those either.
It was somebody else.
Let me tell you what. As corrupt as funny as Easy Money is and how to do bad things when you're corrupt, that's a major thing that we look at as we on the ground in the community. We know a motherfucker corrupt motherfucker when we see it. Yeah. We know a motherfucker they take bribes, steal from the motherfuckers they arrest.
Yeah.
Right there in front of them.
Yeah.
You know, you bust a house or something. You know they took at least 5 keys out that bitch before they documented only.
Well, I ain't got I ain't got no comments on stuff like that there, Lady J.
And so either way, being a good cop is a bad thing sometimes. Being a bad cop is a worse thing all the time. You know what I mean? And the bad thing is that it's always them fucking up us. So regardless of what the intention for them.
Okay, like if you saw the motion picture called Colors, right? Where Sean Penn was Pac-Man. And you remember the scene when Pac-Man handcuffed that brother and then he hit him?
Yeah.
I know about 10, 15 people that did shit like that too.
I believe it.
Shit.
And Crash is community resources against street hoodlums, but you got street hoodlums with badges who's working for Crash.
Right. Right.
See,
And then you got the motherfucking church promoting it like, you know, you could come off the street as a gang member and join the police department. And in reality, you're already halfway there with the fucking anger and hostility towards whatever. And now you're just taking it out.
Lady Che, let me tell you something.
Bad church.
The police department ain't nothing but a fucking gang for the state.
The biggest gang.
Yep.
There it is. New
Like,
York, Chicago.
anytime you
Los
capture
Angeles.
me for bad time. You know what I mean? And I was thinking like this. I was like, well, the police doing the most. Why can't we do citizens arrest the police? Say fucking off and we just citizen arrest them. Like, how is that? Why can't we do that?
All right, well, what you would have to do on that, Lady Che. Okay, now see, Lady Che, I hate to say this here. I see your reasoning and respect your wisdom on that, and you do have a point. But what will happen is, if you were to do that, they will keep tying that shit up there in the fucking court system on it. And then what you would have to do, you know it, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to have to take it all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. And the fucked up thing about the U.S. Supreme Court or any state Supreme Court, they pick and choose the cases they want to review.
I heard him and said,
You assaulted a police officer?
Oh, it's all bad, dude. You try to citizen arrest a police officer as a motherfucker that, you know, a victim of racial white supremacy, because that's not going well at all.
See, and then what they need to do to prove your point even further, okay, we all know about internal affairs, right?
And we know about Christopher Donner, too.
Yeah.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, Christopher Donner, yeah. So salute to that brother right there, Christopher Donner. You see what Christopher Dorner. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, it's because reading the shit that he did, man, brought chills up my spine because I grew up in the actual city of where he's saying this shit is going down. And the thing is,
you are welcome to give us a call.
Yeah, at 516.
516-418-5996. Press 1. We'll be more than happy to have you on the air. We deal with intelligent people. We deal with respectful people. We deal with disrespectful people. We deal with assholes. We deal with brain dead motherfuckers. We deal with smart people. We deal with intelligent people. We do not discriminate at Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Just as long as that we do not have a failure to communicate. You got to get your mind right, Luke. Anybody ever seen Cool Hand Luke?
Yep.
Yes.
Boy, they beat Luke. They kicked Luke. You know what I'm saying? Boy, Luke was something else. And you will get your mind right.
All right, good night.
Then I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna go. But that dude who played the captain, I forgot his name, but he was like in the cowboy pictures where he always played the real dusty bad guys. He played it, and I think he was in that movie called Josie Wales. Where old boy said, "Go in there, I'm looking for Josie Wales." Well, they got a bounty on you, Josie. And what did Josie Wells tell the motherfucker? Well, dying ain't much of a living, boy. They says, why don't you just walk out of here and forget about it? So he walk out. Then he walks back in. Well, Josie, I had to come back. He says, I know. And what did Josie Wells do? Kicked him right off the fucking planet. You see, because this was a motherfucker once again, ladies and gentlemen, that fucked around and found out. When you fuck around, you find out. Now, the man already told you, dying ain't much of a living. Even a blind motherfucker can see that. But I had to come back. Had to come back. Yeah. Oh, boy. But, however, it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to bid you a good night, good morning, or whatever, what the fuck it is out here in Sin City. Only thing I know is dark outside, and I'm tired. So, ladies and gentlemen, on Shabaka's Black Experience and Enhance, we appreciate the intelligent people. We respect the educated people. We appreciate assholes and idiots as well, too. And everybody will be dealt with appropriately with the total amount of equality on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhance. And we are an equal opportunity podcast. So please bring your intelligence. Please bring your ignorance. Please bring your insults. But we do ask that you bring one thing. At least bring 50% of truth of what you're saying. Now, keep in mind, people, I ain't the most brilliant in this motherfucker there is, you know. Shit. You know, but like, you know, I just talk about the shit that I lived through. You know what I mean? You know, and what have you. So we, you know, welcome, you know, everybody to come there. Even the hater that we had there, Brother Chaz, you know, he was shown the door, the eject button, you know what I'm saying? And did we ever have to push the eject button on Sarge?
No.
No. Joe Gibson, yes.
Yeah, but we never pushed the eject button on Sarge. Okay,
No.
alrighty, okay.
No, just put him on
Sarge. Sarge is out there making a name for himself. Yeah, we need Sarge. You know what I'm saying? Hell, and Sarge never gave us an email to come on this here, has he?
What I said, we got to get his information.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, all we need is just the email from him, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, you know, so we give Sarge over here, you know, and then have the chat room give Sarge the business, you know what I'm saying? You know. And please follow Frontline Black News on all social media. Please Google us, but we do not ride in Google cars.
Right, Bucky.
No, I cannot ride in a car where I'm not driving the motherfucker. Ain't nobody else in there driving. No, that's not intelligent.
Right.
All right. So I'll speak to y'all later on today in a few hours. I'm out. All right. Okay.
Good night, Shabaka.
All right, so moving along. Thank you for joining us, Shabaka, our West Coast correspondent. We got Whoopi Goldberg versus Charlamagne the Coon on Biden's Party.
I'm going to get Shabaka to write down everything that I wanted to write down. I'm going to narrate it just like I was doing earlier.
Yeah.
I was like, look, the tales of love from Shabaka.
From the Chronicles.
The Chronicles. No, that's two separate things, Jesse.
The book is the Chronicles.
Right, but the tales of love.
That's the chapter.
It's many tales of love. Many tales of talking to girls or women. I'm sorry, talking to women for Shabaka. Life experience. Like love advice from Shabaka Sekori. Yeah. Dealing with the police from Shabaka Sekori. Tales of being arrested
in his own
home, in his own hometown. Shabaka Sekori.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Going around right now, a lot of this conversation about President Biden getting criticized from both sides of the aisle for pardoning his son Hunter after repeatedly saying he would never do it. And a lot of people are saying that it's hypocritical, etc., as if the other side doesn't do it. But what's your reaction to it?
I mean, I think all of the criticism is valid because, you know, Democrats stand on the moral high ground all the time. And, you know, they act so self-righteous. The reality is he didn't have to say anything in regard to, you know, whether or not, you know, his son wanted to be pardoned. He could have said, hey, man, I'm not focused on that right now. But since they were calling Trump a threat to democracy, and they were saying that, you know, nobody's above the law, but they were speaking about him. That's what they were running on. So when he kept saying things like, oh, you know, nobody's above the law, I respect, you know, the jury's decision in regards to my son, he didn't believe that. But he didn't have to volunteer that lie to begin with.
I'm going to stop you for a second.
Uh-oh.
Only because you don't know that it was a lie. We don't know why he changed
You
his
really think he just changed his mind over Thanksgiving weekend?
No, I'm going to tell you what I think.
Okay.
I think he changed his mind because he got sick of watching everybody else get over.
You don't have to do
we're
that.
mad at him because he changed his
By the way, I'm not mad at him pardoning
But
Mr.
it
Biden.
sounds like you're
No.
mad. Democrats are not a monolith.
Well, why can't you say when Democrats are wrong? And why can't Republicans say when Republicans are wrong?
I'll tell you when Democrats
So
are
you
wrong.
don't think Joe
I say
Biden
it
is
on the
wrong?
show.
No, I don't. And can I just point this out to you? The president has a pardon power,
You're
right?
ridiculous.
I didn't say you were ridiculous, Ms. Goldberg. I would never. I said that. I just think that.
Oh, poor Whoopi. She's basically a de facto member of Shea Butter Bootlicks. And that being the case, as a longtime member in good standing, this woman really can't be counted on to say anything intelligent. She's a lifelong denizen of the white media's cults of fame, but of course, she's not alone. Talk about the right tool for the job, bringing on Charlamagne the fraud to act as a foil for what to me feels and smells like some sort of thinly veiled PR stunt. I don't trust anything that comes from the white media or any of these bootlicks who work for them because I've seen too many things too many times. But for the sake of argument, let's go ahead and say that there was a kernel of authenticity to this. And given the character of both Whoopi Goldberg and Charlamagne the fraud, a kernel of authenticity is the most you can hope for. Of course, these two are going to wind up at each other's throats because when flunkies and lackeys don't have their masters to tell them what to do, they just tear into each other. That's all that they're good for. They certainly won't be wagging their finger at Massa. Now, mark your calendars, family, because this will be the first and hopefully last time that I agree with Charlamagne the fraud on anything. But at least rhetorically, he does have a point, one which the black media also pointed out. It would have been one thing if Biden, when asked, are you going to pardon your son, if he had said, I'm not going to comment on ongoing litigation, or it would be highly improper for me to comment on an ongoing prosecution, or to say that this is something my predecessor Trump did multiple times, commenting on ongoing prosecutions and it's horrible for democracy, so I'm not even going to touch it. He could have sidestepped it, he could have deflected, or just refused to answer. All of those are valid things to do, but he didn't do that precisely because of the fact that he knew everybody would see right through it. He wanted to be able to falsely claim that he had the moral high ground and didn't abuse his power like Trump had. Well, it seems the orange man isn't the only person who was willing to say anything to win the election. Of course, as we all know, Hunter Biden wound up being convicted, not surprisingly, and Biden turned on a dime. He had repeatedly said that he wouldn't pardon his junkie son. His press secretary said the same thing. Biden reinforced this multiple times in multiple interviews, unequivocally saying he would respect the opinion of the jury. And yet he turned and did it anyway and didn't even have the courage to face the American people and explain it. Now, there will be those who say, well, presidents don't explain pardons, and that's true because the vast majority of them are done to bail out political allies who the president owes some heavy favors to. But Biden's case is different because Biden lied. He lied through his teeth over the course of several weeks, and he had other members of his administration repeat the same lie multiple times. When he was sitting there repeatedly promising that he wasn't going to pardon his son no matter what the outcome of the trial, even after his son was convicted, Biden was still saying that he respected the jury's verdict and wouldn't pardon him. He knew all along that he was going to issue a pardon right after the election. Now, what do you call that other than a lie? And Whoopi didn't just make herself look desperate. She made herself look stupid trying that passive-aggressive ploy about, you sound angry. Well, she was the one who was angry, clearly, and she was trying to project onto him. She could see that she was losing her cool. Whoopi Goldberg needs to stick to slurping Metamucil and making stupid jokes that don't land because her political IQ is so low that she's simply not qualified to speak on anything. Joe Biden was claiming that his son was being persecuted by his own DOJ. I guess it's because the president had it in for him, huh? Now, by the way, who does that sound like? A president who's in office claiming that the DOJ is working against them. Oh, yeah, that's exactly what Donald Trump was saying. I'm surprised that Joe Biden wasn't talking about the deep state. Politicians are creatures of self-interest. And that being the case, they're always telling lies about what they do, and most of all, they lie about why they do it. They take these actions, which are completely and thoroughly self-serving, stuff that they do merely for the sake of their own political expediency, and they try to twist it, put the right spin on it, and make it sound as if, oh, this was a moment of moral portent, and I had to do X, Y, Z because it was such a great thing. I had to meet the moment. When the truth of the matter was, he saw something that he wanted to get done. He didn't care how it got done. He went ahead and did it. And then afterwards, now let me go ahead and tell you what didn't happen. Now, the amazing thing, of course, is you got all these other people who are on federal death row, largely because of Biden's law, a.k.a. the 94 crime bill. And Joe Biden's not doing anything for them. I guess his pen ran out of ink, huh? So you got Kamala Harris lying through her teeth about what she was promising people during the election, and Biden doing the exact same thing. Now, I want you to tell me again, how is this any different or any better than the Orange Man? And something else that needs to be mentioned that Charlamagne the fraud didn't even have the guts to mention. If Joe Biden was lying through his teeth about this, lying repeatedly about it, then what the hell you think Biden's been doing for the last 4 years when he's been telling the American people, and especially black people, repeatedly the same thing over and over again? Oh, I can't do this, can't do that. Oh, I'm trying so hard to do this, that, and the third. This is a microcosm of his entire administration and Kamala Harris's part in it, just lying through their teeth. Now, again, these are the people who 4 years ago we were told they were America's hope, and they were certainly the only thing standing between black people and oblivion. And look what the guy's doing, lying through his teeth. You better believe that he's been sitting here telling us all kinds of things that simply aren't true. And when it comes to his rationale for springing his son out of a possible prison sentence, you better believe it has to do with him too. He's concerned about it. Because if you start asking questions about what Hunter Biden was doing with Burisma, it wouldn't take very long at all before you had probably 1 degree of separation between Hunter and Joe Biden. There is no way in hell that the Ukrainian government was going to be making any sort of deals, substantive, frivolous, or otherwise, with a drug-addled punk like Hunter Biden. The only way they're going to be making deals is if Joe Biden was involved. And we've seen this before. When it comes to petroleum companies, W was depending on his father's political connections in order to make sure that he could work for some of these oil companies, like Arbusto Drilling, Spectrum 7, and most notably, Harkin Oil. So the Bush family's doing it. The Bidens are doing it. All these scumbags are doing it because that's the very reason that you go to D.C. in the first place. It's no secret that most of these politicians go into the Beltway broke and they come out filthy, stinking rich. That's why they go in there, so they can be close to all these companies, become part of that political machine. They get rich when the corporations make everyone around them rich. It's very rare that these corporations actually hand somebody the proverbial envelope full of cash. The way that they do it is they make sure that your kids or your siblings or spouse or whatever, these people get caked off, and of course the politician gets a piece of that. You better believe that if people start asking serious questions about what was going on in 2014 and forward with Burisma Oil, it won't be long before it's not just Hunter's name that comes up, it's going to be Joe Biden's name coming up. And Biden claimed he didn't know anything about what Hunter was doing. He had no knowledge of it. If that was true, I sincerely doubt that he would be making the moves that he's making. But that's the point that nobody was touching on. And even Charlamagne was willing to bring it up. Nobody was asking, hey, did Joe Biden know anything about it? And if so, what did he know and when did he know it? And notice how neither Whoopi Goldberg nor anyone else was willing to address the fact that Biden had lied through his teeth. None of them wanted to touch that. All Whoopi was willing to say is that Biden was tired of watching people getting over. Well, I gave you the rundown about how it is that Hunter Biden has been a junkie his entire adult life. This guy got himself into the Navy, at least on paper. He wasn't actually an active duty member of the Navy. It was simply a ceremonial post of that. But it was because of his father. And then when he predictably got himself kicked out of the Navy because of his drug habit, it was his father who made sure that he got a soft landing. If Hunter Biden's last name wasn't Biden, he would have been in jail many times over. Why is he not? Because of his father. Talk about getting over. Joe Biden wrote the book on that one, using his position to make sure that his kids get all of these perks, privileges, and entitlements, and making sure that black people are demonized morning, noon, and night. He's not concerned about people getting over. He wants to make sure that it's just him. And he's been doing this for decades. But look at how Whoopi Goldberg decided that she was going to lie. And so he was tired of seeing people getting over. Oh, like he's been doing. And this is why being a bootlick and being a shill is a career track that doesn't come with a retirement plan. So-called consultants and the like, they get paid by sucking up to whomever will pay their exorbitant fees. So for them, lying to their clients is just fine because that's how you drum up business. On the other hand, if you're not one of the incompetent operative class and you depend on an audience for your paycheck, then you can play the fool for a candidate, but after that candidate is exposed, they lose their credibility, and so do you. Charlamagne's not to be taken seriously on important matters, but for the low IQ dregs who listen to him, he at least wants to put forward the flimsy appearance that he has something valid, I suppose, to say about matters of the day. But he sure didn't sound all skeptical like he was on The View when he was given a sloppy kiss of an interview to Kamala Harris. In that case, he was basically giving her one softball after the next, basically telling her that she was the second coming. This is a shill who is now trying to preserve whatever ragged bit of credibility he might have had. That's what you see him doing. Biden's not going to be president in a month, so it's okay for Charlamagne to criticize him lightly, and notice that he limited his criticism to Biden alone. He didn't say anything about Hunter, didn't say anything about Kamala Harris. Now understand something. Without the black media, this would be the only viewpoints you would see. Bootlicks competing to see which one of them can be the loudest and the wrongest. Neither one of them supported Trump, and that being the case, they're not depending on him to give them any interviews or what have you. As far as they're concerned, there's more than enough celebrity politicians in the Democrat camp for them to be able to fill out whatever content gaps that they have. But what Whoopi Goldberg did is to put on a first-class performance as to why being slavishly devoted to the Democrats is a horrible idea, because that's something she would never do for Trump. And what it comes down to is at the end of the day, she feels as if the Democrats are going to be supporting her own relevance, which for her is the coin of the realm. That's how she keeps her job. But obviously, this is not going to be the beginning of some major rift between Charlamagne and Whoopi. Hell, the two of them were hugging it out at the end of the segment. In order for these two to be at each other's throats full time, first they would need to have some rock solid principles, and they don't. They both work for the white media, and because of that, they understand that even their so-called arguments are only allowed if they stay inside certain predetermined parameters given to them by the white media, which is the mouthpiece for established white power. Whoopi Goldberg in particular has a bad habit of pulling stunts like this meant to get some quickie headlines, especially during sweeps week. And this certainly got some attention, though it was a tempest in a teapot. I'm sure the marketing people over at ABC are pleased. Well, I don't know about you, but I have no interest in political soap opera, which is all this was. And that being the case, I can suggest a name for it: As the Stomach Churns. Good day. And be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Hildman Gallo, Mizra Scott, Stay Positive, Otis Pimpleton, and Asfeo Dingaswayo. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only.
Exists because of you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, ladies, what are your thoughts?
Fucking Whoopi, man. You know, Whoopi is so pretty, and just she says such the stupidest, ugliest shit, and then you just really don't see her being pretty anymore. But she was a really pretty woman. Too bad she just says ugly shit, and she's a shill, and she's on the fucking View with all these fucking, like, might as well just, like, why haven't anybody taken the card away? I mean, really, we talk about it all the time.
Charlamagne the left.
Like, God, and Charlamagne, the motherfucker is looking more and more fucking sassy and feminine as fucking days go by. Like, he is really fucking like, damn, God, he's wearing mango. Mango don't look good on me, cuz, for some odd reason. You know what I mean? That it just didn't look good on him. He looked all nauseating.
He wears it look good.
No, he's just an odd looking motherfucker nowadays. You know, and you know, he did, God, like, he's like, ugh. Like, bro, the more he does to his face, the more sassy he appears, you know? And I was like, God, he's sitting, like, the way he's sitting, I haven't thought he was like, it's like kind of female-ish, like, yeah. I say like a bitch, you know what I mean? Like female, like a woman, you know what I mean? Not in a negative way, that's just how I talk. It was like, God. And you ever heard going back and forth? And I'm like, dude, Charlamagne, why are you telling me you misled whatever people you talk to? Right. You know, initially, you're a backpedaler, and what the fuck you got to offer? Your show's whack. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It's whack. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. The fucking Breakfast Club is like the stupidest, sorriest motherfucking radio show ever. Why anybody thinks that thing has any relevancy? It's fucking stupid. Why are we giving them relevancy? Black people give the motherfucking Breakfast Club relevancy. Why? They have shit topics. They're shit. and what leads us into the next thing with Charlamagne is like, you know, white people must still think that the Breakfast Club is relevant. That's probably what it is. White people still think that black people really listen to it. No, we listen to the shorts, the baby clips that are on the internet. We don't listen to the whole motherfucking show. Just like the same thing with Drink Champs, just the clips. Really, or like the Club Shay Shay, just the clips. fucking Cam Newton shit, just clips.
The only interview I watched all the way through was the Cat Williams one.
Right, I've yet to watch one after that all the way through.
Yeah.
I just watched the clips, or like just little shit. Like seriously, like if all right, white America, if you think that's relevant, no, we just watched some clips. We really don't give a fuck what they're talking about. Like, and the only time we talk about something, we're pretty in depth with it. It's really serious when we talk about something. So, other than that, like, we're just watching clips, and then we talk about it amongst ourselves, our friends, and that just happens to be online. But it's not like I gotta watch the motherfucker because you're tuning into the Breakfast Club. It's coming on in about 5 minutes, right? Because you're gonna listen to that new club shit. You're gonna go listen to that new interview. You hear y'all blah 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 blah.
It's not like how 106 Park was back in the day.
Yeah. Hey,
Rap
say you gonna go watch Trick Champs. You're like seriously, like that, like no, hell not. It's gonna be like, it's gonna be something stupid. We do that with our shit. Hey, Jesse be like, so and so's on. I'm like, fuck, I don't care, Jesse. Just I'm watching the news. You know. But it'd be like that. I'm like, and then one time I do it to him, he's like, change the subject. We're talking like two different things at the same time. I'm like, yeah, you ain't listening, man. He'd be like, so and so's on. I said, I know, I saw the notification. Jesus. Then we know. That's what we know, you know. Other than that, nobody cares about motherfucking Breakfast Club. Nobody on the Breakfast Club has anything to offer anybody. Oh my gosh, she was here, right? Angela, what was it?
No, that was Angela Rye.
Oh, I thought she worked on the Breakfast Club. That's how whack she is.
She was on there.
Right?
She went on there. She went on there to debate Jill's son.
Yeah, whackness. She should have got canceled too.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, she should have got it too. Not that Jill Stein was anything to really get upset about, but her behavior is whack.
Yeah.
That was really a bad look for us.
That's a typical white liberal right there.
No, I mean Angela Wright. That was bad. That too. She was acting real out of pocket.
Democratic Shill right there.
Yeah, she was acting real sorry. That's a black up. We like. I think we should try to stay away from fucking us that do bad things right now currently. Try to not for just for our own sake, because sometimes we just need to be embarrassed. Like, this is who we have. We need to be embarrassed sometimes when they do fucked up shit.
Same one that's been crashing out since Kamala lost.
Here, yeah, she's been here a couple times. Think about that. Think about what that means. Who brought her here? It's the league of fucking man, the motherfucking black women of politics. Them old white mammies over there. White mammies.
White mammies and blackface.
Yeah. No, there's white mammies over there too.
Oh, they got the white ladies there too.
Yeah, they got a whole bunch of white ladies over there now. Mm-hmm.
How are you a black organization with all the white people?
I told you what I'm gonna do. When I ask them, I'm gonna ask them that very question. Because they disrespect me religiously. So I'm gonna ask them. I'm not even gonna ask them, I'm gonna make a statement. I'm gonna tell them about themselves. So now when they ask me, because they disrespect me all the time. First time it happened, dude, Senator Buckner got in there. That apologized.
She stepped down too.
I know, she was a real one. To an extent.
Yeah,
to an extent. That day she was a real one. That other day, she made them motherfucking bitches apologize.
Yeah, she did.
I was like, they're trying to shame the doll, man. They're trying to shame the doll. It's full colorism shit. That and this because I'm in my fucking queen-like state. You know what I mean? They don't like that shit. That's not my fault. You're not in touch with your divine feminine.
Right.
I'm in tune, cause I'm in tune. It's raising. That vibrations is high like a motherfucker. Not my fault. Not my fault at all. Is that my brush? Well, good to see that. Good to see you doing your thing. That I told you shit. All right, anyway, get to the topic because it ever make me look at you funny.
The next topic.
Jesse finally brushes his beard.
The next topic is Charlamagne's. Oh, so this is TV's version of what we just watched.
Mm-hmm.
Lesser charge God in politics is one of those people that I just really, really, really don't like. Like, genuinely, I get irritated and borderline upset when I see them because of how flagrantly fake this guy is and how flagrantly hypocritical he is and how much smut is on his jacket, yet he still gets paraded around here as if he's this black messiah that speaks for all black Americans when it comes to politics, right? When the black messiah Charlamagne speaks, everyone must listen because now we're going to hear from the black community. The court jester has literally been lifted up by the mainstream media press as the voice of the black community when it comes to politics. And that's what makes me so irritated and upset, because the guy is a clown while flagrantly being the most fake person walking the planet as it pertains to black political pundits. I will never let him live this down right here. And many of you have seen this already, especially if you follow me on my main channel, when you're gonna sit here and listen to Charlamagne the Lesser Charged God literally tell you that Joe Biden is worse for black people than Donald Trump, yet he still told you to vote for Biden after the fact, as if this didn't happen. And there are so many other examples like this. It's not even funny. But let's get into this real quick, and then we're going to get into his trash on The View. So let's get into this first.
So when they put all those police in our neighborhood and they hit us with those harsh sentences for whether it's the 94 crime bill, the 88 crack laws, they can justify that based off this is where all the trouble is at. This is where all the problems is at. You seen Joe Biden stand on the Senate floor and say that verbatim. He was like, I don't care about the conditions that cause these predators to become predators. We need to fix this now, because if we don't, they're going to end up killing our moms and our fathers and our brothers and our sisters.
Is Joe Biden good?
No, it's tough.
I got questions.
I think he's a good guy with bad on him.
Man,
he got some bad on
I
him.
say it all the time. Joe Biden has done worse things to black people than Donald Trump ever had.
For real. Do you hear that? Let's hear that one more time, and then we're going to move on, because we're not going to waste too much time.
Bad on
I say it all the time. Joe Biden has done worse things to black people than Donald Trump ever had.
For real.
Hell yeah, man. The 88 crack laws?
Educate me.
He
passed the 88
He did the 88 crack laws with Strom Thurmond. Strom Thurmond was a mother racial segregationist from South Carolina.
This clown court jester is so bought and paid for, it's not even funny. And here's the thing, people will sit up there and they'll say, oh, well, TD, it's not like you're objective yourself. You run with Trump. And yeah, that's right, I do run with 47, as I like to say. But the thing is this, I don't hide that. I don't pretend to be objective. I'm not objective at all. It's Trump over here, but I don't pretend to be objective. I don't pretend to be an independent that can be swung either way. That's what Charlamagne does. And for the most part, seemingly just about every other black political pundit that speaks, because people love that I'm an independent grift. That's the favorite thing that they love to say. That is just simply not true. But nonetheless, let's get into why most of you have come here, right? We're going to listen to the hypocrisy and just the fraudulentness of Charlamagne the God, pretending, Charlamagne the Lesser Charged God, pretending to be objective as it pertains to Joe Biden and him pardoning his son, right? So let's go through this right now. And I'm going to actually pull this up on...
Didn't do reparations. That's what we didn't stop talking about. Fucking gave his son a pardon.
What has America done?
$1 trillion he gave.
Twitter, which is something I don't normally do, but because I want to just like speed this up, it's like 5 minutes long. I don't think we're gonna make it through the entire 5 minutes. I don't think I can stomach listening to Women of the View and Charlamagne for 5 minutes straight. But let me put this up at 1.5 so we can get through this quicker. And
it's not like
let's go.
He fucking made it up. Like,
right now, this conversation about President Biden again criticizing both sides of the argument, his son Hunter, after repeatedly saying he would never do it. And a lot of people are saying that it's hypocritical, etc., as if the other side doesn't do it. But what's your reaction to it?
I mean, I think all of the criticism is valid because, Democrats stand on this moral high ground all the time. And, they act so self-righteous. The reality is, he didn't have to say anything in regards to whether or not his son wanted to be part. He just said, hey man, I'm not focused on that right now. But since they were calling Trump a threat to democracy and they were saying that nobody's above the law, but they were speaking about him, that's what they were running on. So when he kept saying things like, oh, nobody's above the law, I respect the jury's decision in regards to my son, he didn't believe that. But he didn't have to volunteer that lie to begin with.
I'm going to stop you for a second. Only because you don't know that it was a lie. We don't know.
Lost. It's not even. I shouldn't say she's lost. She's not lost. She's not lost. She's paid very well. She's paid very well to push the foolishness. So let me retract it. She's not lost. She's just paid handsomely. For those of you who don't know, to host this show.
You get paid a lot.
We don't know why he changed.
You really think he just changed his mind with Thanksgiving weekend?
No, I'm going to tell you what I think.
Wonder everything.
He changed his mind because he got sick of watching everybody else get over.
If you don't stop, who got over? Nobody got over. Please don't tell me that we're trying to conflate the lawfare against Donald Trump with Joe Biden's son being a degenerate crackhead. Please don't tell me that that's what we're doing. Sounds like that's what we're doing here, but that is something that I'm definitely not trying to hear. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and let me hit it one time.
Interacted with him. This next question.
We ain't doing this, Whoopi. This next question. We ain't doing this. And look at the court jester. Look at the court jester. Matter of fact, that's going to be the thumbnail photo because of the clown that he is. Because of the clown that this guy is. And we're going to get back into it. Let's jump into it and listen and pretend to be neutral and pretend to be objective.
And this is just my feeling, because at some point you get to the place where you just go, so I'm just going to follow the straight and narrow always, because that's what's expected of Democrats.
But that's their fault. They're the ones that go out there and they stand on this moral high ground. They don't have to do that.
I'm a Democrat.
And you're the one who goes out there and pretends to be this objective, independent, when you're clearly on the left, when you're clearly a DNC shill, who pretends and plays this game, as my man Rob would say, the skeptic grift, where you pretend to play the middle all the way until about maybe a month and a half out before the election. And then all of a sudden, it's Biden 2020, it's Harris 2024. I guarantee you 4 years from now, it's going to be like Newsom 2028, AOC 2032. This guy will never swing right, or even, he doesn't have to swing right. He doesn't have to.
You need to come with
just actually be down the middle.
President of the United States.
Whoever's running as an independent.
Okay, and
third party.
Whatever.
You'll never see him do it. Just like he wouldn't get behind RFK Jr. when he was running third party, just like he wouldn't get behind Cornel West. You would think of all people that Charlamagne else in charge got would get behind Cornel West, with the whole fake black thing that he's on, right? You would have thought that he would have got behind Cornel West, but he wouldn't do that either. Why? Because he tap dances from the DNC, but pretends like he doesn't.
Tell me what the moral high ground is.
The moral high ground is nobody's above the law. I respect what the jurors are saying. He didn't.
So we're mad at him because he changed his.
Wait, I'm not mad at him.
But you sound like him.
No. I actually think it went further, and this is one thing we really disagree on. Democrats made a point of saying we stand by our institutions, impartiality, and the Department of Justice. Democrats ran on that. The same DOJ indicted Hunter Biden. How we shouldn't be saying it's corrupt like Donald Trump does. But then in his statement pardoning Hunter Biden, he says that it was a political pursuit by his own Department of Justice.
Can you explain why it is that when Joe Biden does something, everybody clutches their pearls? He's wrong. He lied. No, Trump more than me or Charlamagne. No, I'm sorry.
The way these people get on here and just blatantly lie, that's why I have to put this at 1.5 speed. We're halfway through with it. They're always projecting. What she just said about Biden is literally the truth about Trump. That man can't do nothing. He can't take a drink of water without getting criticized negatively for it. I saw this dumb video of Joy Reid, who took a post that he put up on Truth Social. It was an AI image of him standing looking at a mountain, and she was criticizing the photo. I mean, he can't even post a photo on social media that has nothing to do with nothing without it being criticized. But carry on with the foolishness.
Yeah, people have criticized it more. I've criticized him more. We've all criticized him more, but you're missing my...
For a second, I thought it was my computer.
She just said that we've all criticized, meaning The View, that they have criticized Joe Biden more than Trump. That is a blatant lie.
My question is, what is it that makes people flip out with Joe, but we don't have the same kind of thing.
Well, I don't think people are flipping out with Joe. I think Democrats are flipping out with Joe because Democrats believe that they don't represent what he's currently representing, but that's just not true. That's why I say they stand on this moral high ground that simply does not exist. And I think this is also the problem when we pick sides, right? We've turned political parties into teams. I'm a Dallas Cowboys fan. Ain't nobody more delusional than me, right? Okay? I feel like we're going to the Super Bowl every year, but I'm not delusional. Well, no, that is delusional. But when it comes to political parties, if you pick a side, right, if you say you're a Democrat, if you say you're a Republican, you refuse to be objective about anything.
I'm an independent. Yes.
Oh, she's on the independent grift too. She's on the independent grift too. If you don't stop it, she said, that's why I'm an independent.
See, everything else. I don't care about none of that. I ain't got time to Terry.
I ain't got time to Terry. Ain't nobody sitting at that table is an independent. Not one person sitting there is an independent. They are all DNC shills. But let's let the lies continue.
That's not a monolith. We're not. Democrats are not a monolith.
Why can't you say when Democrats are wrong? And why can't Republicans say when Republicans are wrong?
I'll tell you when Democrats are wrong.
So you think Joe Biden's wrong?
No, I don't. Can I just point this out to you? The president has authority power, right?
I didn't say you were ridiculous, Ms. Goldberg. I said that. I just think that.
Think about it this way. Just very quickly, can you reframe it in this way and think about it maybe in this way? The president has the ultimate pardon power. Every president has done this, right? Yeah. And so what people are saying is that
understand what's happening is that they're all playing a game and everyone's playing their role. This is make-believe. You're looking at theater right now, where you have Charlamagne the same way he was doing when Joe Biden was still in the race, and he would go on CNN and MSNBC, and they would always have someone trying to convince him that he's wrong, convince him to come on over to the DNC side as if he's not there. This is literally just political theater that you're watching right now.
Joe Biden is now a liar, as opposed to Joe Biden is someone who now knows that the person that is going to be in the White House is on a revenge tour and his son is on an enemies list. And so he is using his rightful power, his rightful political power, to pardon his son. Now, is that a lie, or is that perhaps being pragmatic, having a change of opinion, as opposed to the president-elect who has lied almost 40,000 times during his first term?
Well, I can't say what it is.
So
I'm not
the moral high ground. Like, what's the full outrage?
Neither one of them have the moral high ground. That's what I'm trying to get everybody to understand. But when you are a diehard Democrat or a diehard Republican, you refuse to be objective about the other party. Like, it's like we're watching them do something wrong, but we're making excuses for it. We watch Republicans do things wrong and they make excuses for it. Why can't we just all be objective and call it what it is?
It's not balanced. There's more. We gotta go. We'll be right back. We'll be right back.
Because you're all bought and paid for. That's why you can't be objective. Period. Point blank. And there is another part of this interview that I did want to get to that I had heard passingly, but I guess it's not part of this clip. And it's been like 12 minutes, and I don't feel like talking about Charlotte. So with all that being said, hit the subscribe button on your way out. Hit the like button on your way out. Now I'll let you guys later. Peace, man. I'm done with Charlamagne. It's been 12 minutes of Charlamagne in the View. No, that's crazy work.
We've got passion. We've got determination. Like, and if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening.
Goddamn commercial.
Fuck these commercials, man. You know, it's too, like, I really don't want to pay for another fucking thing, you know? I feel like I need a financial break. All these, like, you got to pay for Google to not have, Google and YouTube to not, Google and YouTube, mind that, to not have commercials. You know what I mean? That's it. I don't want to do it. And it's part of a plan. It only lasts like, it's kind of expensive for one fucking month. Everything has a plan. It's fucking for a month. StreamYard is like $40 fucking a month. $40 fucking a month to use this bitch. That's crazy. I can't do it mentally. I'm like, I'm not getting enough out of it. I'm not getting enough.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, so Uncle Phil's gonna give us this update on the next topic. Like I said, TV media summed it up. That was straight up political theater, followed by none of it. Charlamagne's a fucking shill. Everybody on that damn View was a bunch of damn Democratic shills. So yeah. So moving along, we got Missouri, state of misery. Good old state of misery is proposing a law where citizens can turn in illegal migrants or illegal immigrants, illegal aliens, for $1,000 reward.
Damn.
She's about to say where we sign up.
I'm not doing it, but yeah.
Missouri is floating a law to possibly offer its citizens $1,000 to turn in illegal immigrants Oh boy, it's about to get interesting now, especially with this Trump administration coming in, because you know a lot of people are sick and tired of all the situations going on with these people that just flooded our country. They came here by choice. They wasn't running from no kind of war or nothing like that. They felt that they could pass up all those Latin American countries who are stable to come up here to the United States. So let's get into it and let's see exactly what the law is supposed to propose. It floats program to deputize citizens as migrant bounty hunters.
Oh my God.
A Missouri lawmaker wants to create a program which would give residents $1,000 payouts for reporting illegal immigrants in their communities to authorities. The bounty hunter style system was proposed by Senate-elect David Gregory, who wants to allow regular bail bond agents to be certified to go after those who cross the border illegally. Now, Gregory introduced Senate Bill 72 on December 1, and it includes bars for undocumented migrants on receiving benefits, a driving license, or the ability to be a legal resident of Missouri. Now, let's look at the actual Senate bill itself. So this is the Senate Bill 72. You see who the sponsor is. They said the effective date would be August 28, 2025. Now, let's read it together. I say this act creates the offense of trespass by an illegal alien, which provides that a person shall be guilty of such offense. Let's say if the person is an illegal alien who knowingly enters this state and remains here and is physically present in the state at the time a licensed bounty hunter or peace officer apprehends the person, such an offense shall be a felony for a term of imprisonment without eligibility for probation or parole, with certain exceptions as provided in the act. It says any person who commits the offense of trespass by an illegal alien shall be prohibited from voting in any election, receiving any permit or license to drive, receiving any public benefit, and becoming a legal resident of this state. Additionally, the Department of Public Safety shall develop an information system for people to report violations of this act, which shall include a toll-free telephone hotline, email, and online reporting portal. Any person who makes a report in which an illegal alien is arrested shall receive a reward of $1,000. Now, that's a lot of people in Missouri would love this law. As a Department of Public Safety shall develop the Missouri Illegal Alien Certified Bounty Hunter Program, which shall certify applicants to be bounty hunters for the purpose of finding and detaining illegal aliens in this state. Any person with a license as a bail bond agent, general bail bond agent, or surety recovery agent may apply to the program as provided in the act. Finally, this act creates the Missouri Illegal Alien Certified Bounty Hunter Program Fund, which shall consist of money appropriated by the General Assembly. So that's what the bill actually says. So we want to make sure we read that. Okay.
It pays for itself.
So as we continue back over here, let's say American Families is the United President Ashley De Azevedo said in a statement that the bill's introduction was an alarming sign of things to come in regard to anti-immigration policies. She says a bounty system where Missourians will be empowered to report neighbors, colleagues, and classmates they suspect of being non-citizens would create absolute chaos and division. They estimated around 20,000 Missourians is mixed status families, with many of the immigrants in those families having lived in the U.S. for nearly 20 years. Now, you've been in the United States for 20 years and you didn't take care of your paperwork. You didn't think like a day was going to come where they may come see you. I'm just saying. Okay. At the American Immigration Council last estimate in 2022, there was around 59,300 undocumented migrants in the state. By comparison, California was home to around 2.1 million. Listen to that, 2.1 million in California. Now, Gregory's proposal, of course, we read before, we create the Missouri Illegal Alien Certified Bounty Program, with the payouts. They say this would cause, this harm would cause to mixed families and their communities cannot be understated. Okay. Stupid. And they talk about, the different states that have the different migrant crisis. As you can see, my state here of Texas, we have 1.8 million here as of 2022. You have about 1 million in Florida. Then, there's not that much, now let me see. Illinois got 467,000. New York, they have what they have there. But, they don't have no, look, man, all these other states, they don't have all that, right? it gets cold up there, you know. So, you know, Arizona has that many. Most of your border states gonna have it. You know what I'm saying? You know, Utah don't have that many. Okay, just letting y'all just kind of see what most of the. So you hear my governor Greg Abbott talking about illegal aliens. That's why. Now they say the bill. It said it said also states entering the U.S. See, or most of the. So you hear my governor Greg Abbott talking about illegal aliens. That's why. Now they say the bill. See, or most of it's gonna have it. You know what I'm saying? You know, Utah don't have it.
159,700 as of 2022 here in Colorado.
That's a goddamn lie. I'll tell you right now, that's a fucking lie.
It's probably 300,000 now.
If we're gonna let them tell it.
This from 2 years ago. It might be double that now, not triple.
That many. Okay, just letting y'all just kind of see what most of the. So you hear my governor Greg Abbott talking about illegal aliens. That's why. Now they say the bill. It said also states entering the U.S. illegally will be a felony offense. In most cases, those who make the crosses face civil penalties are removable, but they are rarely prosecuted as felons. The immigration enforcement is also federal government responsibility. It said, but states have been pushing the limits of their involvement in recent years. Texas has taken border security in its own hands with Operation Lone Star, while Arizona and Oklahoma, so among others, have introduced bills seeking to restrict migrant rights. So they said, according to local attorney Javad Kazil told First Alert 4 investigators that Gregory's proposal was a solution looking for problems, describing it as Nazi Germany stuff. No, this is not no Nazi Germany. Let me finish this. It said there's no easier way to harass people of color than allow a phone number where I can call and claim they are not here, documented, and expect police to crash through the doors. It said this is right for abuse and this is purely harassment. Well, let me say something about that. You know, as a Black American, we actually know how that feels. You're walking down the street. You're minding your business, and then they pick up the phone. This guy, he looks strange in my neighborhood. And then the police run up on a Black man that's just walking down the street, right? Oh, this Black man could just be sitting in this car. And I don't know what that car's sitting out there for. Let me call. There have been a hotline for Black people. So what's wrong with y'all getting called on? We get called on all the time as Black people. We don't be doing anything. Where was y'all outraged then? The only outrage was us having outrage. Right. But now since because this thing, Black people not even breaking the law when he's walking down the street. Mm-hmm. Black people lose their lives just jogging. Yeah. Right? But now since they want to deputize, you think about he deputizing them bounty hunters and all that. They have a thing right now called Crime Stoppers. Yeah. How many of y'all know about Crime Stoppers?
I do.
And anybody that have any information on any kind of crime, especially when that person been put up on Crime Stoppers, you can call and you can get a $10,000 reward, a $5,000 reward. That's not nothing that has not been done to American citizens. That's number one. So stop at the Nazi Germany crowd, because they do this all the time, and they've done this to everybody. A criminal of every race, they've done this to with Crime Stoppers. So stop with that. No, it's not no Nazi Germany. I don't know why y'all bringing up that mess. That's number one. Black folks have always had the police called on us. Yeah. Where were you other groups then crying about how they're calling hotlines and right for abuse? 911 has been abused more than any other entity in America on Black people. Yeah. Oh, I don't think she belongs here. Oh, he's in the pool too long. I don't know who he is. Why this other guy? I don't know who he is. Calling the police constantly on us for stupidity. So what's wrong with somebody calling the police on them? I don't feel bad because a lot of them have broke the law to be here. Yep. If we walk down the street not breaking the law and they calling a hotline on us, call 911. But you breaking the law coming into this country and nobody can call on you. That's a problem. Nobody can offer a award about you. but they can offer water about American citizens that commit crimes. Man, y'all please. They're not doing nothing to y'all that they have not done to black folks or any other group of people, definitely with the Crime Stopper thing. No, see, what y'all afraid of is that the free ride is about to be over. That's what you're afraid of.
Yep.
Like the one said earlier, 20 years in this country, you didn't think about, hey, man, I need to fix my stuff. I need to do what I need to do to get legal here, because the day may come where they may come after me.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So why didn't you go fix your paperwork, bruh?
Right.
I don't get that. How you be over here 20 doggone years and your paperwork is not fixed?
You don't think they come and get her ass?
No, you just thought you was gonna live here. Nothing was gonna happen to you. You cool. You just break our laws and do whatever you want to do. Now you scrambling. Well, you had a whole 20 years to fix your papers and everything else. It's just that simple.
Yep.
Now, this the thing here. Once again, I don't feel bad about anything, because when these other groups, how many times these other groups have been anti-black to us? How many times black people wanted to join with these other groups? And they did not want no allyship with black people. They showed it many, many times. Well, black people got the message now. You understand what I'm saying? But now you want to sit here and you want to cry on TikTok about what pops is going to happen to you. But black folks been telling you how they've been calling the 911 on us.
Right.
How the police been harassing us, showing up places, IDing us.
Yeah.
So what's the difference with y'all? That's the only thing I'm saying. What's the difference? Why are you getting special treatment when they did it already to black people?
Right.
Maybe you should have said something about the way they were doing it to black people, and maybe they wouldn't have perfected that, and now they want to do it to you.
Right.
See how that works?
Yeah.
Black folks been telling y'all for a long time that, hey man, this stuff they doing is not right. This stuff is discrimination. Is all you black people, you just stop committing crimes. Some of them same people, some of them who are immigrants, said the exact same thing. All you black people, you commit crimes, you just being lazy. That's why the police tell you something. Well, now it's your turn. And they got some black people in Missouri that if that law passed, they're gonna be calling in. Hey, hotline. They over here at Home Depot. Hotline. They over here at Lowe's. That's what's gonna happen. And black folks gonna try to get some of that money. Cause let me tell you something. If there was a hotline to call in on black people, everybody else outside of black folks would be calling that hotline. Man, shoot, even some black people call that hotline on black people. That I do know. I know some of you.
Oh my God.
So please, I don't feel nothing about it. I don't. Because all these other people that's coming in this country, they have shown that they have allegiance to the folks. A lot of them have had anti-black racism. So we have nothing we ain't got nothing to say. Ain't got nothing to do with us. Anything. We always said that these other groups are gonna find out how these folks get down. And now is our time just to let them experience it. It's time for them to eat the cake. That's it. It's just that time. I hope this law pass. I hope it do. Because when black folks been telling y'all for years how these people are, and you thought you knew better, you want to assimilate with them folks, and we told you they don't like you either. Now you're gonna see for yourself. Now you're gonna see. Don't come to us now. Oh, black people, I know what you guys are talking about. Black Lives Matter, man. I mean, I get it now.
Another way of
You should have got it a long time ago, bro.
Rewarding.
Oh, man, you should have got it a long time ago. Don't come say nothing now. Deal with Trump and them. I mean, that's, hey, you want to assimilate with them. So hey.
Still bad. Like, what they you to dime on the motherfucking immigrants, right? They never want to give black people anything. Okay, not to dime on anything. They'll actively never give an incentive to put a group of motherfuckers away. So they'll pay other people that hurt black people too. You know what I mean? And black people never get paid for nothing. No. That shit's crazy.
Okay, your quick thoughts on that?
Like, look, there's my thoughts on it. Like, first of all, it starts off with you have to be a bounty hunter. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's like bail bondsman. Okay. Secondly, so that's just another added revenue for that individual. This is not creating jobs. Really, it isn't. It's not creating jobs, and ultimately, you're just rewarding the same. Like the bounty hunter bonds people are not good motherfuckers.
Yeah, with that dog.
They're not good motherfuckers. Fuck him, but I'm just saying in general.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's never really been a good motherfucker that isn't on corrupt shit.
Right.
So say that they're picky choosy, and they do corrupt shit. Yeah. They're the same motherfuckers that will do sexual favors to not arrest the motherfucker. See that we discovered that too.
Yeah.
Just same motherfuckers that'll take a bribe any day. So that's just rewarding a bad motherfucker. To go ahead and dime on people regardless of what, regardless of anything. And then for regular folk, in order to get that, you better have your G's and C's in alignment, because what's the rule of fucking crime stoppers? It has to lead to an arrest and conviction. That lead to an arrest and conviction. Yeah. Right? Right? So all of that, you did all of that led to nothing.
If they don't get
if they don't get arrested, you're just a fucking snitch.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all.
That remains anonymous.
That remains anonymous, but not really anonymous. They'll give you a number. And if you really look into it, they'll find out, oh, it was you. Right? Fuck, and you gotta wait like damn near 2 years to get paid.
Yeah. Like,
what kind of fucking Crime Stoppers? Come on, guys. Just see something, say something. See something, say something. Where's my check?
Right.
You know what I mean? I said something. That's not how it works. It's got to lead to arrest. Well, go outside and arrest the motherfucker. And then they got to get convicted. Well, I'm leaving that in the hands of fucking, I'm a white and I say so judge and 12 of his motherfucking peers.
Right.
So how am I going to get paid?
Right.
It doesn't happen like that for us, Black Valley. Not at all. Not at all. So Crime Stoppers is whack. You might have, how many calls they'll try to say came in and yours was not the one that led to an arrest, knowing goddamn well it was the one that led to an arrest.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But because you're Black, it didn't do that. It was actually Francis over here. This old lady's call that led to an arrest. Sure it was. But you don't think anybody's going to really defend it or contest it, right? Because it was so much trouble to fucking make the phone call in the first place, right? Because if a motherfucker had time like that, they'd be like, shit, show me the paperwork. Show me the proof. I want to know when that broad called and when I called and when you arrested him. See if it match up.
Right.
Because I think you lying. I want my money. Right? Nobody's going to do that. You know why they're not going to do it? Because they're already discouraged by the fact that Cuz said lead to an arrest and conviction. How long does it take to get convicted? Motherfucker, draw a court case out just sitting there in jail. Look, we're about to come up on the Diddy trial. It's about to start. You know what I mean? You got like a little bit more than a month. Diddy's about to start. He's still sitting there. What if anybody called on Diddy and they're still there waiting for an arrest? All right, well, he walked in, so that doesn't count. That doesn't count. He walked in. That does not count as an arrest. Yeah, he walked in. He walked in with a $50 million plan and got locked up. You know what I'm saying? So that's another sign. That's another thing, too, about America hating Black people. You have a Black man try to give you $50 million, but they'll let out a white cop that shoots a Black woman in the face. They'll let a white man who choked the fuck out of a Black man on the subway out, but they won't take Diddy's money? You see what I'm saying? Yeah. They won't take Diddy's money and put him on an ankle monitor? Right? Any of those people could have been a flight risk.
Yeah.
Any of them. Penny, the dude that shot Sonya Massey. I mean, he's white. He can get a bus ticket or a fucking plane out of anywhere. Anybody could be that too could be a flight risk. Yep. Look at the motherfucker that shot the CEO.
Oh yeah.
He's white. Nobody could find him, right?
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
So you think just think about it like that. This is just a nothing burger.
Okay, so would you accept $1,000 to turn in illegal migrants?
He asked me a question.
That's the question for the.
Oh no, I'm not a snitch though. That'd be no. I'm gonna be a nosy motherfucker though. I don't give a fuck because that same shit could happen to me for any reason. So
It's been happening to us, so that's what I'm confused.
So yeah, but what the fuck does like? I'm worried about a white motherfucker. White people do ugly shit like that. I'm not worried about no motherfucking stupid ass motherfucking immigrant that decided they didn't want to go get their fucking paperwork done. They're not really affecting me. I know how to get it anyway.
There's a lot of white illegal immigrants too.
That what I'm saying is, I don't really give a fuck. They're not bothering me, and I know how to deal with when they're bothering me. What I'm saying is that I'm gonna be a nosy motherfucker looking out the window. You know what I mean? No, I don't think I should call them. What the fuck? What the fuck are they really doing to me that's really bothering me? I am concerned about. I just kind of want to see it be fair and equal to all motherfuckers that show up here, not just the Venezuelan ones, but like the European ones and the Asian ones.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I want to see all that.
All of them
but again, I'm just not gonna actively do it, right? Because ultimately, what goes around comes around, and as above, so below. So
they've been doing that to us for years.
Immigrants have been calling out black people.
Yes.
Because for what?
The stupidest shit.
When all this shit we're watching is usually white people calling out black people.
We had immigrants killing black people
this year. Yes. Where?
And attacking black children.
Where, Jesse?
In Chicago. Here. All over the country. Where
oh my God. Well, then you do it. I don't give a fuck. I don't want that stitched jacket on me, so I'm cool. I'm cool. Either way you fucking do it, you're stitching. Either way, think about it. Unless you actually see some egregious shit go down right in front of you. Like, I don't understand why you have to do it. They're going to find them anyway. You know how they're going to find them? Because the police and everything, they got these motherfucking nuanced fucking devices just floating around the sky. Fucking just, dude, look at the drones. We got like 4 drones and 6 drones in the city of Denver. Allegedly preventing crimes or catching them. Right? The drones. So we got that. We got all this fucking facial fucking recognition that it's like whatever, right? So we got enough. Oh, and we got all kinds of shit. So that's not really something we need to focus on. If anything, somebody just needs to make a real comment like, well, Johnston over there pushed them all out to Aurora, because he couldn't handle his migrant problem. And so, he pushed them out of the safety zone, and somebody be like, woo, woo, woo. Okay, well, that's already happening because somebody threw that out in the air. If they didn't know, now they know, you know what I mean? But it's not going to matter. Look, like in my city, it's not going to matter, right? Because we don't have a sanctuary law. It's not a sanctuary city. And neither are the ones surrounding you. So all he has to worry about is that. So what, everybody in Denver going to be calling motherfucking illegal immigrants that may or may not be illegal?
If they try to pass this at the state level, yeah.
They may or may not be illegal, though.
They're not going to do that.
Yeah, but listen, you just asked the question. I don't live in that area, that state.
The question is, if you lived in Missouri, would you accept $1,000?
No. No. I wouldn't, because I already know that that's some bullshit. That's like, if you play this $5 scratch ticket, might win $5. Keyword might.
And all you gotta do is,
I know. No, cuz you're just like signing up to be a lesser quality fucking police officer.
What your answer is on the Twitter space.
Why? Don't you think about it? Think about it like that. A bounty hunter is just a fucking low-brow fucking version of a fucking security guard / a fucking police officer, right? It's just like a fucking upgrade from a low-grade police officer, upgrade from security officer. He's right in the middle. He's an off-brand. No, fuck all that. I don't want to do that. I wouldn't want that. Why would I want to do that? You know what I mean? $1,000, cuz the fuck is $1,000 gonna do in this economy? $1,000 one-time payment, and it probably has a cap on it. Like, look, Joe Blow the bounty hunter can only turn in up to 5 fucking illegal residents. illegal aliens. So he only got 5,000. That's it. So it's not like you gonna be Joe Blow just arrested every motherfucking immigrant you see trying to rack up. Come on, cuz let's be realistic. There's probably a cap somewhere. Minimal 3. Yeah, or minimum 3. You know what I mean? Can't exceed 6. No, can't exceed 6. Minimum 3. Some stupid shit like that. Within a year time base. So you can't just round up 6 motherfuckers and throw them in jail and rack up $6,000 in one day. Come on now. They're gonna make it difficult. And they always know who you are when you call. There's no such thing as anonymous. That's a fucking lie. They know exactly who the fuck you are when you call. No. Call it to the police office. Call it to the police department. 50 fucking real dollars says they know it's you calling from whatever phone you're at. Either way, you don't think ICE has any fucking new equipment or nothing? That's their job. They're probably way ahead of fucking police.
Let's see what these other people gotta say.
Why? What a waste of. Why was that? Why would you care? They always do this. That's the way. Your job is to fight it. Right. You think they're gonna call?
We are following up tonight on a St. Louis County lawmaker's call to pay people $1,000 bounty for turning in undocumented migrants in Missouri. Fox News' Andy Banker shows us the plan that is drawing major pushback tonight.
David Gregory is the Republican state senator-elect from West St. Louis County. He campaigned heavily on border issues, not Missouri-Illinois, Missouri-Arkansas, Missouri-Iowa borders, but the U.S. border with Mexico. His critics say this latest plan of his is way over the line.
I'm David Gregory. I went to the border.
Back in March, Gregory put out a campaign video of his visit to the U.S. border in Arizona. He told me then about his proposal to create the criminal offense of what he called trespass by an illegal alien, punishable by life in prison.
So let's do this right to protect our people, because immigration is good, illegal immigration is bad.
He has now pre-filed Senate Bill 72, which would certify citizen applicants to be bounty hunters to find and detain what it calls illegal aliens with a state-paid reward of $1,000 each.
Missourians expect us to find solutions and not point fingers and not point people out of a public lineup.
Democrat State Senator Brian Williams of St. Louis County says Gregory's new bill would potentially have devastating consequences for law-abiding Missourians.
Right now, it sounds like the public is going to not only get finger pointing, but potentially be subject of various situations of discrimination.
A spokeswoman for the International Institute, which helps migrants and refugees resettle in St. Louis, says the immigrants and refugees we work with have made our region and country more welcoming, healthy, and prosperous for us all, as that will continue in spite of any proposals like this.
I don't know how you do something like this without just stopping every brown person and demanding to see their papers.
St. Louis immigration attorney Javad Kazali calls Gregory's bill un-American. He says it opens the state up to a great deal of costly litigation.
You're going to have some Puerto Rican walking down the street, gets tackled, and people are going to be like, we caught one. And they don't know that Puerto Ricans are Americans.
We reached Senator-elect Gregory, who said he was out of town and would get back to us later this week. He did not address his bill.
I'm going to do some shout-outs real quick. Hold on a second. Let me start pushing my record. All right. Before we get started, let me shout out some regulars. I see, let me see. I see Nikki the God. I see Brian. I see...
and you're not getting anything.
Sir Mike.
That's all this really is. But it's not going to benefit.
I see. Who else? Apex. I see Sweets. Who else is in there? Well, the regulars. Seeing a lot of new faces. That's good.
That's like
see Brother Seven in there. I see Percy Earl, Big Dog, and many, many others. But let's get right into it. Then I'm going to take calls in a second. I'll get some calls. Family in Missouri, you know, Trump's immigration czar, they're not playing around. In Missouri, they just announced that they're putting together a proposal for a bounty so that the public, if you report some migrants that's illegal, that they can go round up, you can get $1,000. They are not playing around, are they? So yeah, they're going to deputize the public, because you got a lot of these politicians who are left wing, and they're like, oh no, we're going to defy the order. We're not going to do this. We're not going to report the migrants. And they said, okay, well, let me tell you what we'll do. We'll deputize the public and incentivize them by offering them some paper.
It's not that easy.
Shit. I know some people who's going to get that paper.
I looked into it.
I know some people who's going to get that grand.
I wanted to be a private.
Going to get that stack.
You know.
But I'm going to read what they said officially. Tom Homan borders are. They said, mass deportation update. Missouri has officially proposed bounty systems to report illegal aliens in the state. The bill will give residents a $1,000 payout for reporting migrants who entered our country illegally, which is also one of the 7 bills introduced in the state's legislature to focus on the immigration issue. It will be called Missouri's Illegal Alien Certified Bounty Hunter Program, which will certify people to be bounty hunters to track down these tips. All right. Who's trying to get some paper out there in Missouri? Now what if this starts spreading? I saw somewhere in Chicago, the Venezuelans were attacking black folks out there. I saw something in Texas. I forgot what's Harris County, Texas. I just saw this article where some illegal immigrant came in and was drunk driving and ran down and killed a 7-year-old black girl. Did y'all see that story? Y'all look that one up. Killed a 7-year-old black girl, illegal alien, drunk driving. So there's a lot of incentives people have, family.
That's
a lot of incentives that people have to go ahead and get that paper.
Oh, especially if you got away with it.
We'll let y'all chime in on it. Now, do y'all think, would that be considered snitching? Let's look at it from both sides.
I call this no, not in that case.
You guys happen to see some illegal immigrants running around and some Venezuelans running around, and you like, wait a minute.
So no, that's not
this little rent need to be paid. Hell, I can get that. I can get that stack.
Let's act as terrorism.
If you call them people,
would
you is that considered snitching?
No, that is considered snitching.
Y'all chime in. Give me your opinion on that. Would that be considered snitching? Let's get Scott in the building.
You killed a black person.
Let's get Scott. Then we'll get the gold route. All right, Scott, what's up, brother?
You can't get away with killing
on, bro.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. So I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, I wouldn't call it snitching, because snitching is when 2 people or more commit a crime and one try to do, you know what I mean, try to tell in order to get some leniency or some type of dismissal or whatnot.
Right.
So we need to go ahead and get them up out the paint. Yeah, no snitching.
There you go. Let's get C Killer.
For an added setting. Like
what's going on, Rick?
How you doing?
I don't think I'm doing all right, man. Can't wait to get back to that museum, man. I love going down there. But that's not snitching. These people, we don't owe any allegiance to them. They're not our family and kin.
Right.
So FBA family, you in St. Louis, somewhere in Missouri, get that money. Go get your $1,000 and do your part as an American.
There it is. Let's. Who's that? Who's that?
Sorry, this your boy the Gold Route. What's happening, man?
What's up, Gold? How you doing, brother?
Man, I want to say this right now, man. Shout out to you, man. I just want to give a man, Tariq, you need to do a victory lap, man. I mean, you really hold it down for FBAs, and I just want to say this. Like the brother was saying, we don't owe no damn we don't owe anybody anything, especially not no damn tether. And here's another thing. If you raping children, if you killing old people, and if you robbing old people and children and doing some old snake ass shit to children and shit, all FBAs understand this. We can snitch on them type of motherfuckers. If you harming children,
that's different.
And doing weird shit to kids and elderly people, that ain't snitching.
That's different.
Even on the street level, there's some type of code. And so when it comes to these motherfucking illegal immigrants who don't care about us, yeah, I'm gonna go get my paper. I'm gonna get that money, and I'm gonna land my plane there, brother.
There it is. Let's get the sister Melanie, Miss Melanie.
It's a whole different thing.
Hey, Tyreek.
Hey, dear, how are you?
I'm doing good. It's been a minute, but I was just sharing on this topic. Even if it was snitching, they don't mind snitching on us.
Exactly.
Let's say all these jobs that Black people be having, they be snitching on us like a motherfucker, and some of them be actually telling us to do the bogus thing or the crime or whatever in the job, especially like in warehouses with all the Mexicans be in. They'll be training us to do the shit wrong and still be telling on us. So even if it is snitching, they'll do it to us, and I'll land right there.
That right there is
Beloved.
another reason.
Let's get Charles.
Yeah,
Charlie,
yeah,
you in here, brother?
Yeah.
Yo, B1, Tariq. What's up, family? No, it's not snitching. It's just us doing our American civic duty. And you know what? I'm jealous that it's not even in Louisiana yet. If it's in Louisiana, I'll point them right to where all the enclaves are at. B1.
There it is. Let's get Sir Shogun in the building.
That's funny.
Yo, what's up, Flex?
How you doing, player?
Hey, what's good? I'm from St. Louis,
Colorado,
and if I see any of them, I'm turning to Tweety Bird, and I see everything and everybody. my people are normally originally from Mount Bayou, and down in Mississippi, Mount Bayou, Mississippi. But I was born in St. Louis, so I'm full blood FBA.
Yes,
and
sir.
if I see any of them here in St. Louis, I'm turning to Tweety Bird.
Is my brother, man. I appreciate you. Let's get Mini Coop in it. Hold on, Mini Coop TV. Hold on, let me put you in. Mini Coop.
Cloud car. Oh man, I always forget that. Hunger Games! I'm trying to tell about it.
Mini Coop TV.
Hey, thanks for having me on. I think as a white person, it's important to expose the truth. Today, I saw a lot of racism. Coming from a good place, it really makes you wonder. You got to continue the path you're on, and expose the evil. That's it.
Okay, all right. Well, there you go. That sounds like a Hallmark card. Okay, it was very vague. That's very, very vague. All right. But yeah, a lot of the brothers and sisters are saying, yeah, let's tell on them. That ain't really snitching. Because listen, on the streets out here, like in California, in the prison systems, the rule is the Hispanic gangs, if they tell on a Black person, they don't consider that snitching. Do y'all know that?
What?
Out here within the prison system, it's okay if they tell on a Black person. That's not snitching. It's only snitching if you're telling on another Hispanic or a rival Hispanic gang member or whatever. But the rule is if they snitch on us, they ain't really snitching. So yeah, a lot of people are correct. We don't owe no allegiance to nobody. We don't owe no allegiance to anybody. And yeah, I want to see brothers and sisters be bounty hunters. Get some of them bounty hunter jobs. Get that. Because what happens is they send tethers over here. They be straight up working as correctional officers, especially in Texas. Texas is full of Nigerian COs.
God damn.
And I heard they be stomping down on the brothers and sisters out there in the prisons. Yeah, you understand? So yeah, we don't owe nobody nothing. We don't owe nobody nothing. So yeah, do what it do. Let's get Kellyanne, Miss Kellyanne in here.
Well, good evening. I've been listening to you for a long time, Tariq. I love your voice. Love it. Yeah. I live at Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri, which is like central Missouri. And it's redneck country down here. And these boys down here are fired up about this bill that's going to go before the state house. So yeah, I think everybody's going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
Discover the heart of our history at the Hidden History Museum.
White people all fired up about it. You know, it's just another act of terrorism. We can't get the end. We can't go get them. You know what I mean? But we can get them. That's how that's working. So I thought, like, I just don't see this being working out, and like everybody thinks it's gonna work out. I don't think they're gonna be cutting you a check immediately for for whoever you turn in. It's got there's some kind of caveat. I want to reread that bill all the way through. You know what I mean?
Check out Senate Bill 72.
I don't want to. Thank you. Good. Got enough problems over here.
Missouri Senate Bill 32.
No. I think we got enough problems over here. And really, like, you'll see when Trump takes office, is Johnson going to jail or is he not? That should be the topic of discussion.
He's going to jail. The whole goddamn, the whole mayor, city council, all motherfuckers go to jail.
Like,
the
for obstructing.
Reporter, all the motherfuckers.
Yeah, especially him. Are they obstructing justice right now? Mm-hmm. That should be the question.
Yeah.
So I'm worried about what's going on over here. Like, I don't have time to worry about other states right now. They are doing some crazy, like, racists are turning in bills like that, and they're gonna get it passed because they're because they're white, and you contribute to the racist white supremacy. I don't know. I mean, and you contribute to it, but you're not getting your immediate gratification. And you got to do all this certification just to go make the phone call. Think about that.
Yeah, qualify. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to take all this. It's not that easy. Look it up. So you got to do all these qualifications. You got to do all this shit. So are you thinking it's all easy and shit? You're not really factoring in all the work you're gonna have to do before you make the phone call, dummy.
Well, that's what he said. You gotta read the fine print.
Right, and who's gonna verify it? And the taxpayers are paying it. That means you're paying for your own fucking deputization, and it's only to get $1,000 back. So all that money you put in to get certified and fucking, bonded, you have to get bonded. Yeah. You just paid. You basically just got your money back, so you didn't really make nothing. Come on, now. Do the work. Think about it. That's what I said. Everybody needs to use their critical thinking skills. And you're like, okay, so that's what you're gonna do. Well, that's because I did my critical thinking. Like, that's critical thinking right here. In a matter of 2 minutes before you read it, I was like, oh no, this is not gonna work out the way it is. Fuck the principalities of not stitching, because it's a principle. Principles aren't about the stitching, right? Listen to what I'm saying.
But again,
look it up, Jesse. You know how much it costs to get bonded?
But listen to what he just said about the Latinos. They don't consider that snitching. When they turn us in, when they say, hey.
Okay, well, you go ahead and spend that $1,000 to get bonded just to get your $1,000 back fucking 8 months later. Okay, go ahead and do that. It's like working and paying taxes and then you might get a refund. Think about it like that. Think about it like that. Dude, I'm serious. It's so much work. You're putting in more money and more work for a fucking piece of a little license and a fucking piece of paper. Yeah, and then what are you gonna do?
All of that varies by state.
Okay, look it up in your state.
More expensive here than it is there.
So either way, if you want to compare fucking apples to oranges, it don't matter. It's just not gonna work out the way black people think it's gonna work out. That's the point. Doesn't matter how much money it is. It's the time, effort that you're gonna have to put in. You're gonna have to do certain things to become a fucking bondsman. You know what I mean? In order to make money and an independent bondsman. Really? Think about it.
Well, I know one person that could benefit from this right now. Carlton.
Yeah, Carlton. Carlton, a bondsman or PI?
Both.
Well, then, yeah, he would benefit. I wanted to be a PI. I don't want to snitch on married people. I just wanted to tell the other person, like cheaters.
To be like cheaters, like Tommy from Cheaters.
Yeah, like look at the camera. Come on in, he's right there.
So,
look, you've been having this random ass motherfucker. You've been doing the most for like 6 years, bitch. You didn't even know.
So we'll look further into this Black family.
Yeah, we have to, Black family. Don't believe the hype. There's something not right about this. And not only that, but don't just think about this. Just put it like this. 2 things to think about. A, it's like fucking paying taxes and you're not going to get a guaranteed result. It's like you wait for a refund check. Okay, first of all, what's the cap on that?
That's what I'm saying, twin.
What?
For a pair of twins.
What?
Like, okay, so twin agreed with you.
Yeah, he agrees that they did. Yeah, he agrees that they did it to us. So that can't be the reason, though, that you want to do it. The reason is money. And okay, fine. Fine, let that be the money. But $1,000, come on, cuz in this time of day, these end of times inflational fucking places, $1,000 ain't shit. I mean, really, how mad do I get when you go over across the street? Just across the street. You know what I mean? To get 5 thieves is like $40. The fuck? $1,000 ain't shit.
No, it's not go as far as it used to. But the cost of living is a lot lower in Missouri, though.
It's gonna be too much. It's a lot of work. But if you dedicate it like that, I mean, go ahead and go for it. But I'm telling you, if you're looking for instant gratification to your motherfucking bank account, it's not gonna be like that. Just like Crime Stoppers. I don't know, but I can imagine.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I never called them off of.
Well, I wouldn't. Now, was right. The one homeboy was right because he did say about snitching. If they do something terrible, or you think they're doing something terrible, that are one of our rules, like that we would never allow.
Right.
Not even really. We shouldn't really allow anybody, not even our people. You know what I mean? But like egregious acts, real foul shit. Like the sister said too. If a motherfucker, Hispanic person, training you to do some fucked up shit, and they snitch on you, that shit is wrong all day wrong. So if that shit's happening like at Amazon or fucking the post office or UPS, Netflix, Frito-Lay, any of those companies, yeah, they're fucking. That's not snitching. That's saving. That's not teaching. That's not snitching. If anything, you just taught black people a lesson. Taught black people what to look for.
Yep.
That's each one teach one.
Yep, and that's gonna bring us to our next topic, and that is there's no such thing as a goddamn black and brown alliance. But they're trying to bring that talk back. Is it coming back?
Oh, that's because they got black people get involved again. Mm-hmm. No. The answer is no.
Hell, no. So Professor Blacc Tooth's gonna give us an update on that.
Damn.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. I guess it must be something in the water, or perhaps it's just that time of year again, but you got some people who are actually trying to resurrect the Black-Brown Alliance talk. Now, for the people who may be new to this kind of discourse, just understand that whole Black-Brown Alliance thing, it comes from the exact same wrong place as the black folks who thought in the 1960s that opening the door for a bunch of African and Caribbean immigrants was somehow going to help the condition of black Americans, because that's ultimately the reason that black folks were in favor of it. What they thought was these other groups who come from places where they had been experiencing white supremacy and been oppressed by it, they would come to the U.S. and lock arms with us because we have been the most strident, the most aggressive fighters against white supremacy anywhere on this planet. People may not want to hear that, but it's a fact. That's why everybody tries to come here. You go anywhere else on this planet, you're going to find people who are either just deciding that they give lukewarm, passive resistance to white supremacy and whatever racism they face, all the way to countries where the vast majority of people are non-white, and yet they do everything that they can to openly collaborate with their oppressors. This kind of cognitive dissonance simply does not work. And yet that's the foundation that the Black-Brown Alliance has rested on. Because in the United States, up until the 1970s, so-called Hispanics were considered to be white. At least they were classified that way until Richard Nixon decided to change it. And the reality is that there's been a lot who have been trying to get that white card back ever since. What's happened in the wake of this election and the way that so many groups who the Democrats thought were in their pockets who wound up either breaking away from them or just staying home altogether, you got some folks on the sidelines who apparently think that they see some openings for themselves. They think that they spot some gaps, which is what happens whenever a system is in flux. The usual suspects are the ones who are pushing this line about it's time to reconstruct the Black-Brown Alliance. It's the usual suspects, the Urban League, the National Action Network, the Rainbow Coalition, and of course, no discussion about political stupidity within the black community would be complete without the NAACP. The NAACP is basically trying to rebrand itself as a race-neutral organization. It's kind of like the same way that what used to be called the Jewish Anti-Defamation League basically dropped the Jewish and just called themselves the ADL. Well, the NAACP would love to basically do the same thing. I guess they really love it if they could do like AT&T and some of these other companies and just say, NAACP doesn't really stand for anything anymore. Yeah. Back in the day, it used to stand for the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. But we've decided that was a little bit too exclusivist. So what we'd like is just to be called the NAACP, but we want to make sure that everybody understands the letters don't actually stand for anything. You know what? They might as well go ahead and pull a move like that. It would certainly suit them. Now, it's very easy to point out that these guys have never stood for black people in any meaningful way. But of course, we've noticed that in recent years, these guys have been going overboard trying to basically paint themselves as being race neutral. Basically, they're just a plain vanilla, pun intended, civil rights organization. Not really anything to do with black. But of course, as with so many other things, the reason for this shift is money. You see, the NAACP and other organizations, they've got a bunch of boomers, but the boomers are dying out. Gen X didn't really want to join them that much, and everybody after Gen X have basically been leaving the NAACP alone. Sure, you got some would-be social climbers, most of them DNC shills, who like to use the NAACP as their local support base. But as far as what it used to be, when they used to have chapters all over the country and a robust membership, those days are long behind the NAACP. So like all these groups, they got money woes. That's what's at the heart of this. They're trying to expand their membership because they need the money. They need the membership dues. There's certainly plenty of precedent for this outside of the NAACP, like the Boy Scouts, for example. Do you know that these guys actually changed their names some years back? They're no longer called the Boy Scouts anymore. They're just called the Scouts BSA. But the biggest change of all that they made is that they now admit girls into the Boy Scouts. Oh, I'm sorry, I mean Scouts BSA. And the reason for that, of course, is manifestly obvious. The Boy Scouts happens to have a much larger profile and name than, say, the Girl Scouts. And that being the case, you might as well go ahead and say, hey, how many of these females would like to go ahead and make the membership dues? I mean, be part of the camaraderie and fun that goes along with getting these stupid little merit badges. That's what the Boy Scouts have been reduced to. Because for many, many years, the Boy Scouts have actually been mismanaging their own finances. All that money that they've been getting, and they've just been basically throwing it away. And speaking of throwing it away, they also had to pay a colossal child abuse settlement a few years back. That's what the Boy Scouts have done. And as a result, they find themselves desperately needing some cash. So they're going co-ed and they're changing their name and everything else. And this is what the NAACP and these other civil rights groups are also doing. That's what happens when you throw away all of your money. At that point, you're basically going to have to just throw the doors open and say, you know what, have cash will travel. And that's the reason why you see the NAACP so eager to claim that abortion is a civil right. And that's the reason why these guys are sticking up for illegal aliens. These guys are sticking up for transgender bathrooms and whatever. Meanwhile, they vehemently and openly oppose reparations. This is what the NAACP has become. And this is the reason why every generation after the boomers have abandoned the NAACP. We're trying to have more black children, not less, so we're never going to be on board with abortion. The NAACP's endorsement of it is because they're hoping that there's plenty of white women who they can actually get some membership fees or some money from. These guys are always looking for a handout. And they also see how the government's been bending over backwards to welcome and accommodate all of these so-called asylum seekers from Latin America. As far as the NAACP is concerned, well, these people need someone to speak for them. And we also need to be able to speak for a group who aren't going to endanger our ability to be invited to the cheese and croissant circuit by all of these good white liberals that we want some money from or some face time with. See, with the black grassroots, they understand that what it is that we're representing, that's not going to get you invited to one of those exclusive posh DC parties or get you invited to a private dinner with Senator who gives a damn. But even if we were on board with the NAACP and the rest of these civil rights dead-enders, the question that none of them has enough brain cells to ask is the so-called program or agenda that they're attempting to promote one that their would-be allies are even interested in? You can't have an alliance of one. If you're attempting to be allied with somebody else, that's not going to work unless they want to be allied with you. Recently, there was a story in ProPublica, and they were reporting on the tension between illegal aliens in the United States and the asylum seekers who were coming up from Latin America. ProPublica reported on one woman, an illegal alien from Mexico, who was angry because she saw that Central American asylum seekers were being given driver's licenses and work permits, and she was mad that she wasn't being given either of those in all the decades, yes, decades, that she's been in the United States illegally. And you also have another illegal alien friend of this woman who claims that her child found a purse at a carnival that seemingly belonged to a Latin migrant. It had a Wisconsin driver's license in it and a work permit issued to a Nicaraguan woman, along with $300 in cash. Now, this woman, who's an illegal alien, mind you, she told her boy to turn in the purse to the authorities, but not before she took the $300. And her justification for this? She has 5 children who are legal residents, but she can't get a work permit or a driver's license. Well, that's because she's an illegal alien. It's not hard. Yet this is how illegal aliens react to the fact that their being illegal doesn't get them the same privileges and rights as a citizen. And this is the reason why there's such a clash of cultures. When you have countries that don't have a tradition of recognizing the rule of law in any form or fashion and are hideously corrupt, and that unfortunately this acceptance of corruption has filtered all the way down to the bottom level, this is what people assume they can do when they go to other countries. So you see that the illegal aliens problem isn't that these so-called asylum seekers are here. It's that these asylum seekers are getting all kinds of freebies and giveaways, and now they're seeing someone else from the same region, and in many cases, same countries they're from, getting the kind of preferential treatment that previously the illegal aliens have been getting. This isn't resentment on their part as much as it is envy. And not surprisingly, the second illegal alien woman said that she wasn't worried about Donald Trump getting back into the White House or deporting everybody because she believes Trump only wants to deport criminals, not illegals like herself who are only working. Now, it shouldn't shock anyone that this is the case. Remember those racist Latino LA City Council members? They called black children monkeys and all kind of racist rhetoric, but they also disparaged other Mexicans too, if they felt that those Mexicans' skin was too dark or that they looked too Indian. This is what's been going on in Latin America all this time. This is the reason why they left those places rather than fight to change them. There's a reason that Cortez was able to take Mexico with only 500 men, and the rest of Latin America fell even easier than that. The reason the very people who Trump calls all of these names like criminals, rapists, drug dealers, and such can claim that, well, he's not talking about me, it's because cognitive dissonance is normal in Latin America. The white ruling class, that is the Blancos in those places, they treat the brown-skinned people, mestizos, like dirt. And yet they all acknowledge that they have some ancestors in common, but the only time that they ever bring that up is if they're talking about the white ones. Nobody ever talks about whether or not you got some black ancestors in common or some brown ones. That never comes up. It's only brought up in reference to the ruling class. Sure, the Spanish genocidal reprobates who raped the indigenous population and then set up their own European progeny to be the rulers of these lands were a bunch of scumbags, but they're scumbags in the family tree, so that doesn't make them so bad, right? And this is how people who are not part of white supremacy can run around acting as if they are, because in their minds they've convinced themselves that basically they're a darker shade of white. And while it's true that the Spanish, with more than a little help from the Catholic Church, confused the masses down there, it's also true that in order to con someone, you have to get the mark to con himself. That's how you get Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez running around boldly with her chest saying, just because I have black ancestry doesn't make me black. Just because I have Indian ancestry doesn't make me an Indian. But when it came time for her to say that she wasn't European, she didn't say that at all. She wanted to rule out, well, I'm not Indian, I'm definitely not black. Well, you're not going to sit here and say that you're white, are you? Yeah, that's exactly what she was saying. This is the entire problem. You can't overthrow white supremacy when you have people petitioning to be classified as white. And you can't stop a racial hierarchy when you have people who are practicing internalized racism. You got black politicians who can't wait to sign some sort of mass amnesty, or they're ready to jump out of a window because there happen to be detention centers on the southern border. But whenever you talk about whether or not these Hispanic politicians should be on board with either reparations or even something as basic and common sense as an anti-black hate crime law, all you get are crickets. That's the reason why a black-brown alliance simply cannot work. You got black people who are ready to advocate for the brown ones, but you don't have anybody who's brown in a position of power who's advocating for black people at all. That doesn't work. But the problem goes even deeper than that. You see what happened with the LA City Council, but you also see what's happening with these other groups. This is what's been going on in Latin America for the longest time. A lot of them thought to themselves that basically they had more or less an uneasy normal in the United States, and that they were going to be establishing an identity as classified as white. But the truth of the matter is white supremacy happens to be about power. That's what it's actually about. Much more than skin color. So that being the case, the NAACP can go ahead and pine away to try to resurrect that carcass all they want, because you really don't have a chance of establishing a black-brown alliance when there's not even a brown-brown alliance to begin with. Good day. You won. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Shiva Boone, Devin Goodwin, Saw, Ikekas Dorset, and Samora Morris. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Sure do.
All right, let's share what your thoughts on this.
Well, we've been saying there's no such thing. And they're not. It's not fucking reciprocated in any format. So doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, I mean, they right now, Freeman got the leg on showing everybody that it hasn't been reciprocated. It's not. It hasn't been. Still got no tangibles. And we're not caping for him. We're not holding their fucking hand. We're not walking down the fucking path of righteousness with them. We're just gonna turn our back and do our own thing. And look what's happening. They're acting like, they want to get us back to. They want to try to woo us back into the conversation, like try to get us involved because, that we're pretty eager to get involved with shit. It's a natural quality, Yeah. Somebody says, and we get excited and or be right on the same page with them, So they try to get us like that, and it really, we just need to look and listen. Like, nah, this ain't gonna work, and really just keep on the helmet of the past. The NAACP got fucking some high ass dues, and they're always asking for fucking membership. But I don't think you should pay $50 to fucking be a member a month. For what? For what? You know what I mean? And how's that going to benefit me? I mean, really, honestly, how's it going to benefit me? It's not like the NAACP does endorsements. Think about it. The last time they endorsed anybody? Like on paper, it says the NAACP endorses Joe Blow. 2019. So there you have it. It's 2024. So it's not going to benefit me in any way. Fuck them. Their dues are high. All these places got really high dues. And if you're looking for members, first you got to have the right moral compass. Secondly, it can't be so motherfucking high. But it says you have to have the right. It doesn't matter at this point in time. Think about it. If they're going to rebuild in 2 years, if they're rebuilding their fucking image, which is pretty shitty right now, I mean, it doesn't matter. There's still going to be people who vote Democrat, dude, till that's no longer an option. And it's still going to be expensive to join for what? Like random meetings and emails? Like, what are you getting for that $50? Really, I want to know every time I spend something what I'm getting for it. Right. Whether it's $5 or $10, $50. You know what I mean? I want to know because fuck, they act like money just grows on trees. Symbolism at this point. What kind of symbol is it representing? They're morally bankrupt.
No, they're not black.
It never was like that. It didn't start out like that.
Well, that's the voice and Ida B. Wells, so on the black people that was involved.
And Jewish
Everybody
people.
else is white and Jewish.
Right. Good. I can't wait to get to the next one. I'm waiting for that one all night. Let's get to the next one.
It's not even the next one. The next one is husband kills wife.
Oh yeah, get to that. That's crazy.
I'm probably ended there.
No, come on, Jesse. Like this. Guys, I've been waiting all night.
I got 5 hours.
So what? Like that's really changed anything. All right, fuck it. Come on, man. I'm tired. Let's whatever. I wanted to make me wait all night, dude.
I was trying to get to it.
Well, get to it.
Gotta get this other topic first. Alright, so yeah, there's no Black or Brown alliance. Been saying that. Not being reciprocated. And like Professor Blacc said that where's the brown on brown alliance doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. But what you did see though was Hispanics always sticking together until right now.
Alright, so the next one is
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and
husband kills wife. We're in Blackface disguise.
This is the moment of truth. And now the Friday Crime Report. Carrollton, Texas, Friday, October 2nd, 2020, 9:00 a.m. 24-year-old Alyssa Burkett was a young mother who worked at Green Tree Apartments as a manager. As she pulled into her parking spot at her job, a man stepped out of a nearby black Ford Expedition. He immediately aimed a gun at her car window and fired a bullet, striking her in the head. Miraculously, Miss Burkett survived the gunshot wound and got out of her car in an attempt to get help. Her bloody hand left a print on the office window where she worked. Her co-workers inside were terrified to come out to help her because this was an active shooter situation. And the gunman, seeing that Burkett was trying to get away, chased after her. He then pulled a hunting knife and savagely butchered Alyssa Burkett, stabbing and slashing her 44 times. Only when he was sure she was dead did he then leave the scene. Police found Burkett at the front steps of the apartment's main office. She was being treated by her co-workers. Witnesses told police the assailant was a man about 6 feet tall, weighing about 150 to 170 pounds, wearing all black clothing and a face covering. Two of the witnesses, though, said that they had actually seen the side of the killer's face. They told the police he was a black man. Well, that's an open and shut case right there. These white supremacists are always posting their copy and paste memes claiming that black men are responsible for all the murders in America. So the cops don't even have to think about this one. Obviously, this was a black killer on the loose because of the racist.
Susan Rice or Susan, what the fuck was her damn name? Susan Rice? What's her name, Lady J? The one that drowned her kids.
I can't remember her name, but yeah. Yeah, she played, yeah, I remember.
30 years ago.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, I remember. She got denied parole.
Yeah, and
she blamed a black man, but she didn't say that. She didn't even acknowledge that on her fucking parole thing.
Or in the trial.
Right, never apologized.
Are never wrong, except as usual, the anti-black racists are always wrong. Because not long after the murder, Alyssa's mother, Teresa Collard, arrived.
When Alyssa's mother, Teresa, arrived on the scene, she immediately gave the police a name. And it wasn't a black man. It was Andrew Beard.
I know he did this. He's an evil person. Oh my God.
When she found out her daughter was dead, she immediately told the police there was only one person who could have done it, and he wasn't black. Burkett and Beard had been involved in a bitter custody battle over their 1-year-old daughter, Willow. Alyssa Burkett had been awarded custody of the child on September 30th of 2020, and now, just 2 days later, she had been murdered. Having a suspect, police began their search for Beard. Around 12 noon, they found him driving his white Ford F-150. In the truck was Beard's fiancée, Holly Elkins, along with Willow. Rather than arrest him or even hold him for questioning, police instead told Beard that he was free to go, though they did tell him that they would need to be holding his pickup truck. One could only assume the police were still planning to put out an APB for that black man that they were hoping to find. During the course of the investigation, police had come into contact with Alyssa Burkett's current boyfriend, and this boyfriend told them he believed that Beard was tracking Burkett because he always seemed to know where she was. This boyfriend had also found a tracking device under his own car, and officers found a tracking device on Alyssa's car as well. Around 9:00 p.m., police searched Beard's home and found a GPS tracker battery and charging stations that matched the kind that they discovered under Burkett's car. Police decided to wait until the next day before searching Beard's white pickup truck. I guess they were still out hoping against hope that black suspect they were looking for would materialize. When officers finally searched Beard's truck the next day, they found a diaper bag that had a grocery bag in it that was filled with several trash bags. One of the trash bags had a pair of work boots that were cut into pieces and had been soaked in what smelled like bleach. Another trash bag had a jagged kitchen knife, a flathead screwdriver, and 2 bottles of dark brown makeup liquid foundation. They also found a fake beard smeared with dark brown makeup. Officers also found a bag filled with makeup wipes that had a brown substance on them, as well as a small burned metal cylinder that is similar to the part of a makeup brush that keeps the bristles in place. It's not known whether the police ever called off their search for that black suspect. Legend has it they're still hoping to find him. In addition to the other items the police found in Beard's possession, they also found the silencer for a pistol. The same day, investigators found a 2004 Ford Expedition in an alley about 27 miles from the crime scene, but less than a mile from Beard's home. Now, this was on October 3rd, 24 hours after the murder, when they finally did their jobs. But of course, when the defendant is not black, they give them all kinds of leeway. So Andrew Beard had been on the loose this entire time. It wouldn't be until 2 days later that an arrest warrant would be issued for him. And when he found out, rather than send SWAT to get him, rather than put out an APB for this murderer, they instead waited until he chose to turn himself in. During this time, Beard's fiancée, Holly Elkins, spoke to the Carrollton police, and she told them that Beard had been at home with her on the morning of the murder, and that she would have known if he had left the house. Andrew Beard spent 2 weeks behind bars before he bonded out. Carrollton police decided to hand the case over to the feds. The unregistered silencer that they found in Beard's possession gave the feds the opening they needed to take over the case. Andrew Beard had only been out on bond a week before the feds rearrested him and charged him with cyber stalking using a dangerous weapon resulting in death. In June of 2022, Andrew Beard pleaded guilty to those charges. Ordinarily, one might think that was the end of the story. But as it turned out, as part of Andrew's plea deal, he agreed to drop a dime on his fiancée, Holly, claiming that the whole plot was her idea, especially the blackface makeup part. In an interview with the FBI, Andrew Beard told them it was, "You're going to wear this dark makeup. That was her plan. That's how it's going to be done." In May of 2023, Andrew Beard was sentenced to 43 years in federal prison. The FBI would spend the next year building a case against Holly Elkins. The first place they started was with her internet searches. The Carrollton police had already gotten Google to hand over her internet search information, and it turned out that after Holly Elkins had spoken to the Carrollton police and claimed that Andrew Beard had been with her on the morning of the murder, she had then gone immediately home and made internet searches about whether she could be brought to court if she had a psychiatrist note. Vulnerable patients going to court, contact psychiatrist in Dallas, and can I not be subpoenaed to jail if I have a mental issue? Seems she wasn't just supplying Andrew with an alibi, she was also trying to manufacture her own. Well, in addition to those searches, as part of the Fed's investigation into Holly Elkins, they found a Walgreens receipt showing that she had bought the dark makeup used in the crime. As it turned out, Holly Elkins was not only neck deep in the murder of Alyssa Burkett, but she had also helped to plan and carry out a months-long harassment campaign against Alyssa and her family members, too. You see, Andrew Beard had begun his relationship with Holly in April of 2020. That summer, Holly had moved into Beard's home, and clearly she wanted to replace Alyssa Burkett in all but name, even going so far as to wanting to raise Willow as her own child. Holly was only too eager to eliminate Alyssa and to begin her dream life with Andrew, raising their daughter. But apparently Andrew wasn't quite so enthused. So Holly began sending Andrew a number of emasculating and condescending messages, saying things about Alyssa like, "Your baby mama owns you," and "You continue to put baby mama first," and "You choose to be, I don't know, for the lack of a better term, submissive to her." So she was emasculating and provoking someone who she already knew was potentially violent. Holly's plan was to manufacture incriminating circumstances against Alyssa so that they could terminate her parental rights and get full custody of Willow. So Holly and Andrew conspired to place a tracking device on Alyssa's car. Elkins then called 911 under a fake name, falsely reporting the car as driving erratically. In August of that year, Elkins had made scratches on her own chest and then falsely reported that Alyssa's mother had attacked her. Elkins even hired a private investigator to dig up dirt on Alyssa and her boyfriend, but the private investigator testified in court that he didn't find anything. But the topper had to be when in September of 2020, Elkins and Beard planted drugs and a gun in Burkett's car. Andrew then called the police using a fake name and claimed that Burkett was selling drugs to black men. So this fixation on involving black men as part of their criminal hoaxes is a running theme. A week before the murder, Holly Elkins was still pushing heavy for Andrew to carry out the kill. She sent messages saying, "I hope you handle it. I'm not coming home to BS." You know, for someone who claims that Andrew was being submissive to his ex-wife, Holly had no problem talking to him like she was the man of the house. She's living in his home and talking to him like she's the one who pays the bills and owns the place. But shortly after she sent him that text exchange, Andrew searched on Google for ways to remove gunpowder residue from one's hands. In July 2023, Holly Elkins was arrested at the airport in Miami coming back from a trip to the Dominican Republic. She had been indicted on charges of conspiracy to stalking using a dangerous weapon resulting in serious bodily injury and death, and brandishing a firearm in relation to a crime of violence. In April of this year, Holly Elkins finally went on trial in Dallas. It only took the jury 90 minutes to convict her on all counts. And in August, she was sentenced to 2 life. Now, this murder happened 4 years ago, and yet it's suddenly become the subject of a number of videos and online pieces recently. Part of that is the algorithm, but the reason that is resurfacing now is because the murder of Alyssa Burkett was the subject of a CBS 48 Hours broadcast last month. How many times have you had the black media telling you that a number of these crimes that take place are actually some little white supremacists running around in blackface? You've heard it from us long before you finally heard one little case from the white media. That's the reason why you've had so many folks in the black media bringing this up, because we've been telling you about this for the longest time. We are constantly bombarded with anti-black propaganda, falsely claiming that black people in general and black men in specific are responsible for all the murders in the U.S. Now, that's ridiculous on its face, considering 2 facts. First of all, half the murders in the U.S. are never even solved. So it's impossible to say who's responsible for even half the murders in this country. Right. And secondly, even for the ones that are quote unquote solved, we find in a disproportionate number of them that the black suspects were falsely convicted. So you've had black people going to prison for murders and rapes they never even committed, but the white media parrots all the white supremacist lines that black men are responsible for all these murders nonstop, even when they're not. A large number of these shootings that take place, and especially in these black enclaves, are often committed by non-black offenders. You hear all the time about some shooting at a park or some place where black people have gathered, but you notice how in a lot of these cases, they never actually find out who did it. Everybody just assumes, well, they must have been black, and the white media leads the charge on that one. And that gives these anti-black racists the opening to spew their lies. And of course, you have these empty-headed pork chop preachers and so-called social activists who also repeat the same lines, lecturing the black community about how we have to stop the violence. We got to stop doing this to each other, only to find out that we don't have to stop doing anything because we weren't doing anything to begin with. Right. How many times have we had some strange case on the news of a convenience store holdup or some other violent crime committed, and it was some racist wearing blackface who committed it? The black media has been telling you about this for the longest time, but the racists say that we're just making excuses. No, we're the only ones telling the truth. Right. These kind of blackface crimes happen all the time. This is one of the few, though, that actually got reported on by the white media. But it's not going to stop the white supremacists from spewing their lies, nor is it meant to. But as black people, we need to keep incidents like this front of mind. It's the reason why I did that crime report talking about an entire family who had been murdered in a basement in Detroit. The white media couldn't wait to fan the flames of black on black crime. That is, until the actual investigation was performed and it turned out the assailant wasn't black at all. The phony activists and other self-serving sellouts out there had to eat their words, but they lacked the decency to admit that they went along with an anti-black narrative. But then again, these social activists are all looking to get crumbs from white power anyway. As this crime report details, Holly Elkins had made framing a black man into part of more than one of her criminal hoaxes. And why would she and Andrew do that? Because they know that the laws in this country, and especially law enforcement, is color-coded. If the police see a black person, they are far more likely to stop and harass them without cause, as they did Elijah McClain when they murdered him. Criminals like Elkins and Beard depend on the open, blatant racism of the police to give cover to the murders they commit. And the police and white media try to feebly make it sound like the cops in Texas, in this case, they're just so principled. See, they saw through the scam. They weren't about to go along with the idea that a black man had to be guilty just because somebody said so. Because, see, they're not racist at all. That is BS. They let Andrew Beard go right after they caught him. Yep. They didn't even bother to search his vehicle until the next day. Even then, they didn't even bother to go and get the guy. They let him turn himself in. And the cries and anguish of Alyssa's mother wasn't enough to make these thugs in blue put aside their anti-black fixation long enough to focus on the most sensible and obvious suspect they had at hand. They heard black, and that's all that mattered. It's just like the case of Tyrone McAlpin, who was violently tased and beaten by police outside of a Circle K in Phoenix, Arizona, even though Mr. McAlpin's deaf and has cerebral palsy. And why did the police violently assault this black man and then lie about it afterwards? Because they had originally been called out to that location in response to a report of a white man who had been causing problems at the store and who had refused to leave. Now, the police knew that they were looking for a white man, and they stopped the white man in front of the store. This guy had previously been barred from even coming to that Circle K. But when the police talked to the white man, all the white man had to do was say, "No, I'm not the guy you're looking for. It's that black guy over there. That's who it really is." And he pointed to the first black person he saw, and that was Tyrone McAlpin. The police didn't even bother to ask the Circle K employees if this was accurate or not. After all, they were the ones who made the actual call to the police, not this white man. They didn't even bother to check with the people who made the call. All they needed to hear was black man, and like Pavlovian dogs, they said, forget about this white guy. It has to be this black one over here. And Tyrone McAlpin is hardly the only instance of the police being shown where they were called in response to a white offender breaking the law, and they immediately ignore him and say, we're going after the first black person that we see. This is common. This is normal for the thugs in blue. This is how the police are, including in Carrollton. This is what Holly Elkins and Andrew Beard knew and what they were counting on. And for a while, it almost worked. But understand, instances like this one where the police don't go and arrest the first black person they come across are the exceptions, not the rule. It's far more likely that the police out there just weren't able to find a black man immediately, as opposed to they weren't looking for one because they saw through the scam. Holly Elkins was so emboldened because, like Amy Cooper in New York, she was counting on the blatant, all-pervasive racism that the police brag about and proudly practice to cover her crimes. And in most cases, she would have been right. Now, if the police weren't such psychopathic anti-black racists, do you truly think that Holly Elkins would have even attempted this? Her entire murder plan, just like Andrew's fake drugs hoax, was based entirely on her being conditioned that all she has to do is say black man, and the police will automatically zero in on that to the exclusion of all else. And why not? The police have an unbroken track record of doing exactly that. Anti-black racism is not just a threat to black people, but is also a threat to white people as well, even if they don't know it. White society needs to understand that it's not some victimless crime when they allow the police to carry out their nonstop harassment and frivolous, if not false, arrests of black people, and to try to justify it by pushing the lie that, well, black people commit all the crimes. That lie nearly allowed the murderers of Alyssa Burkett to get away with it and to get custody of her child. All of these people who you see pushing these anti-black narratives, they know that what they're saying is more or less a pack of lies. But they also know that they rely on the open, violent, anti-black racism the police practice as one of the racial perks they get in this society. A black man accused of murdering his wife would never have been released by police right after they pulled him over, and he certainly would have been charged that day and not given bond at all. The movement and activities of the dominant society are never infringed upon because that's one of the tangible benefits bestowed on those classified as white. It's black people who are stopped and harassed constantly. The dominant society may think that it's cute because it solidifies their racial privileges, but as this case shows, in the end, they ultimately wind up paying the price. And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. David Williams, Bobby Jackson, Suleiman Alaji, Norma Anthony, and Mark Singleton. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
It didn't work out because that kid has no parents now.
Yeah,
Kid's now an orphan. Yeah, so he thought he was going to do something, but I mean, he didn't even get, it was pointless because the other kid has no parents. And no, not even a step parent. So, the kid is fucked. I get that fucked. That was like one of those stupid ass bitches. Really. Yeah. And not only that, but would you really want that person to be raising a kid with all that fucking racism in their heart? Right. But I want to know how much time did you get off for snitching her out?
I don't know. It's another topic for further research.
I'm surprised it didn't. I'm surprised though. I mean, the news article didn't cover it or whatever. But yeah, I wish we had found out if they covered that part. If they did, sometimes the media just leave shit out or not ask the right questions. Damn, that's terrible.
Shit, white people do though.
Yeah, to blame black people, this white girl selling drugs to black men. That's an eye roll on a phone call. There's somebody calling that's first of all that's an eye roll. And really, come on, man. Did they ever did the black people have a choice on who they buy, or is that the only option? That'd be my call. That'd be my answer. I had a question on the phone call. As somebody who's answering the phone for the police. Do the brothers have another option? Is that the only option? Like just be playing like that. Yeah, right. You know what I mean? What are they buying? What kind of drugs are they buying? Or even sent a call? What kind of drugs and how do you know? Are you the one calling? So what are you trying to do? Is it active? Are you standing on the corner? Yeah. Why don't you prevent it before call us? You ask all kinds of stupid ass questions on the phone. Are the brothers in danger? Are they in danger of smoking weed? What? Yeah. You could have me be a dispatcher dude to ask those questions. I would try to answer those questions. Calling out some stupid shit. I'm like, are they in danger? They're selling drugs.
Karen Act.
Oh, this is a Karen thing, huh? Try to be a hero.
That's the Karen Act is supposed to prevent.
Right. A lot of good that's doing. Right? A lot of good that's doing. Is anybody being charged for that? Recently?
For reporting making a false police report.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Not recently.
Murder research.
It's just sitting there. It's like one of those. Maybe it's because like some of these rules we have already on the books and nobody's enforcing them.
Yeah.
Like I think oh never mind. I don't want to say it until I didn't have it in front of me reading it. I don't feel like pulling it up right now. But I have some of the PDF files that I'm like, you see, we do have this, but nobody's enforcing it. So I like, you know what I mean? Or it only covers these type of people. I need to pull it up and read it. I do have it. I do have something like that. In Colorado, there's some crazy shit. There's a lot of stuff just sitting on the desk collecting dust. So you know what I mean? Go ahead, Jesse.
Okay. So I did promise Lady Chair we're gonna get to this.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna keep my promise. After this,
Why did how long is Torian?
This video is over an hour long.
Why would you go there? There's like 4 fucking other things that were like 10 minutes long. Never mind.
It's like 30 minutes.
That's too long. Never mind. Never mind. Let's just never mind because it's a fucking hour.
Because you have people come up and talk about it. That's what I said.
Oh no! Don't do that.
I was just gonna play the clip.
Yeah, play the clip. I'm gonna cover this on the RVA family.
Damn Nazi looking motherfucker.
Jesse.
Yeah, fucking Nazi.
I did Jesse have this conversation before and he violated it right now. He violated the discussion we had earlier.
Discussion earlier was Hitler. Nazi.
What did I say? Same shit, Jesse. So in order to this is like a discussion about fucking I said I'm covering this on the RVA. I said, yeah, me too. I said, cool, but I was already watching the shit and I had all kinds of thoughts and stuff. And I told him he wasn't allowed to say my words or whatever I say. Because I said the only reason you get to do it is because you're going first before I am. You know what I mean? So he's gonna talk about it before I talk about it on the RVA. So that's why it's different. And I'll be like, Jesse, because we talked about it and he still does what he wants. I'm like, okay. But doesn't he look like Hitler? That was the whole point.
Yeah, he definitely does.
Like, look at like his little mustache. And I don't understand why nobody's really pointing that out except for me. Like, I've listened to like 4 or 5 different things. And no one has pointed out the fact that he looks like a young Adolf Hitler right there. Fuck what he's talking about. I mean, that's another added thing. But bonus, he looks like a young Adolf Hitler.
Oh my God. So this motherfucker basically is talking about Buck breaking Kendrick Lamar.
Right. It's all over the news values.
Punk ass comedian.
Yeah, I didn't know who he was.
He's funny. He's not funny at all.
I never knew he was till today. I don't listen to white comedians. I never knew who he was till today. I didn't know anything till I learned about it today. I thought.
So on Kendrick Lamar's new album, he has a verse where he's like, I can't remember how he rhymes it exactly. He says, disrespecting black women. That's not white comedians or something are not allowed to disrespect black women. That's law. Paraphrasing, but that's basically what he said. And this bastard took it as he was talking about him, and the song wasn't even about him. But
I saw it a little different, but yeah, I seen it a little different than what Jesse said. But that's a lot of people's perspective, a lot of black people's perspective. I'm a critical thinker though, so I saw it a little different. Go ahead.
Torian's gonna play the clip.
Yeah, Torian's gonna play the clip. Shout out to Torian Ray.
Context first.
Share button, hit that subscribe button if you're new to the channel, and if you are new to the channel, make sure to hit the bell twice to be notified whenever I upload a new video or go live, or just simply join the Discord and you will sure get the notification in there. So y'all see the title, y'all already know what we're about to talk about. I feel like I don't have to go into any explanation. We just gonna get straight to it. Before we get all of that, let me acknowledge the people who are here so far. We got the Crooks Process, Raging Woody 74, Stay Well, William Wynn, Trill Fate, Omar Johnson, Lana L, Retro Gemini, The Atavist, Dimple Face, Brother Man to You, Catsy, Miss Niecy, Wallow J, Derry B, No Talent, Eric H, Imani Bell, Key Prince, Jermaine, Sam, RC. Who else do we have in here? Rokomuro, D Money, and Ricardo. And shout out to each and every person. Also, shout out to Cyberdyne for sending me the Cash App. I just got it. I appreciate it. So we are here to talk about this situation with Andrew Schulz, unfunny Andrew Schulz, by the way. I have to throw that in there because I don't find this man to be funny looking, but not funny to make me enough to make me laugh at anything that he says. At this comment, or these comments rather, on his podcast called The Flagrant Podcast, directed at Kendrick Lamar, which, by the way, again, that album is so good. Track 3 and track 10 are like my two favorite tracks on the album. If you've heard the album, you know what track 3 and track 10 are.
Yeah.
But he made a comment or comments towards Kendrick Lamar recently in the last couple of days that has a lot of people coming at him. And he probably feels that he's untouchable. You can tell, you'll be able to tell by his attitude. And shout out to Darlene for the $1.99. She said, hello, keep doing your thing. I enjoyed it. I appreciate the contribution. I appreciate the support. But we're going to go over this video. It's about 6.5 minutes long. Many of you in here have already seen it. But we're going to go over it together. And I'm also going to go over another video that's not from Andrew Schulz, but something that someone sent to me this morning, like literally a couple hours ago, where this person just added on to what Andrew Schulz said. And then, of course, you know, I'll let y'all come up and say what y'all have to say, because I know y'all going to have a lot to say by the end of this. And shout out to all the love that y'all showed on last night's stream. Y'all was going in the chat and on the panel, just like I know y'all going to do today. So let's go ahead and get into it.
No, see, guys, we gotta take this serious. Listen, rappers are telling comedians we need to be more respectful to women. So we gotta sit back and reflect. Do you know what I mean?
They're the most pious group.
Listen, nobody has respected women more. Through art.
Yes.
Than rappers, okay?
Absolutely.
So I completely understand how a rapper could look at a comedian telling a joke and be like, yo, y'all need to switch that shit up.
Yeah.
How dare y'all keep saying your wives are annoying? You know, be more like us, and, you know, bitches ain't nothing but hoes and tricks. I beat my bitch with a stick. What? You can lick on the nuts or suck the dick. I beat my bitch with a stick. What? Did you just think of that? That's a real lyric.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a real lyric from music that protects women. And for decades.
Now understand this. His gripe is with Kendrick Lamar, but what he just said, he's trying to make it seem like these are the type of lyrics that Kendrick puts out there. Never once have I ever heard a song by Kendrick, whether it's a song that went mainstream or was released as a single, was talking about women in this manner. See, what y'all are going to understand is that everything that Andrew Schulz is doing in this video is nothing but projection. and it's nothing but a dog whistle at that. And you'll see what I mean, because it's gonna get to a certain part, and I'm gonna have to break down the origin of how all of this came about. Some people don't even know the origin of where all of this came from.
No,
and listen. Right now, the guy on top, Kung Fu Kenny, he is the guy on top. He is making sure that comedians, he put a law in. Put a law in place. All right, let's see the exact line, okay? Don't let no white comedian talk about no black woman. That's law.
Okay, now we're going to get into the origin, and I'm going to break it down for those who don't know it. But shout out to Ms. Neely for the 10. This is apologies for being unable to contribute to the yesterday's panel. Much love, Sonya. Oh, that's fine, because I saw you had came up, and then you had dropped down, but I didn't question it. I mean, like, I don't know, maybe you just had something came up or whatever the case may be. But hopefully, you'll be able to contribute to today. And if you can't, it is what it is. But let me go ahead and break down the origin of what this is all about here. So let's fast. Well, I was about to say fast forward. Rewind to a few months ago, where you had the two podcasters out of London.
No, it's not. I think it's YG.
You had these two podcasters out of London, two black podcasters out of London, and the name of their podcast is called Shits and Gigs. I actually came across them a few months ago, and I didn't even know they had a podcast. I thought that when I first came across them, they had it was a reaction channel. And I saw a couple of the videos, and I liked what the reaction thing was doing. I thought they were kind of funny. So I ended up subscribing to them. I didn't know that they had a podcast until I went and searched and saw they had a podcast. I don't think I subscribed to the podcast. I maybe watched a couple of them, but it wasn't as interesting to me as their reaction channel. Fast forward, they ended up coming to the States to do like America or US tour because of their popularity. One of the places they went to was the Flagrant Podcast, which is the podcast ran by Andrew Schulz. And in the conversation, they were talking about something called the Black Girlfriend Effect. It was one of the most absolute ridiculous conversations you could possibly think of. If anything that like negative you could think about it, it probably was that. They went on there. They were talking about black women. Andrew Schulz asked them, "Would you ever date a black woman?" They said they have. They said, "Would you date a white woman?" They said they have. They said, "Which one is better?" And then it just kind of got quiet. That told me all I needed to know right then and there. When people do that, that's almost like a plead the fifth type of thing. And then Andrew Schulz said something, and then the guys from the Shits and Gigs podcast just cackled and laughed at it. Fast forward a couple of more days later, still on their U.S. tour, they went to a podcast in Atlanta that was ran by two black women. And on that podcast, they were asking them about what do they think about the women here in Atlanta as far as black women go, because Atlanta is a very heavily black populated area and it's a lot of women down there. And they basically said, we didn't see not one attractive black woman in Atlanta. And people was like, wait, what? And that's what made people go back and look and found that they were on the Flagrant Podcast with Andrew Schulz, where they made the comments about black women. And then they came out later and did this so-called apology where either people accepted what they said or they didn't, but it was more people that didn't rather than people who accepted it. And now we come to this part right here with this lyric where it says, "Don't let no white comedian talk about no black woman, that's law." When I tell you this is the most hit dog hollering moment right here for Andrew Schulz, because Andrew Schulz, Kendrick Lamar was not talking about you in this line. He was talking to the two men in the Shits and Gigs podcast. Nowhere did Kendrick even drop Andrew Schulz's name. If he wanted to drop Andrew Schulz's name, he would have said it. He would not have had to give no subliminals. Right. But he looked at this line right here and thought it was about him. Hence why I titled this live, Andrew Schulz thinks this song is about him. The song was not about him.
Crazy.
Exactly, Chief. He got triggered for nothing. That's why he's getting clowned right now. And it's crazy because everybody put the pieces of the puzzle together by this point and realized, wait a minute, they're not Andrew Schulz. He wasn't talking about you. He was talking about those two men from that podcast that came onto your podcast. And it doesn't even have to just apply to the guys using his podcast. It could apply to anyone. It could apply to this guy sitting to the far left on the screen. The one with the white jacket on, the orange pants, and the green hat.
That motherfucker looked
You'll see what I mean as this video continues to play on. So I just wanted to give people a backstory of how it got to this point. It's probably some other things in there, but that's just a small summarized version of how it got to this point.
That's good.
So now
People didn't know like me.
Now, technically speaking, if we're going off of grammatic English,
okay,
he's saying I can talk about black women, and that is wrong.
Don't let no white comedian talk about no black women.
So he's basically saying all white comedians
are only allowed to
talk about black women
exclusively.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
It's a lie.
Again, he thinks it's about him. It's not about him.
He didn't say that at all.
He wants it to be about him. He thinks it's about him, but it's not.
I mean, just
It
listen.
had absolutely nothing to do with you.
It had
You were
nothing to
a
do with anything.
microcosm in the situation, but now that you've inserted yourself into it, now it's about
And that's not what he said.
Finally, he understands
It's a
it.
law.
Now I understand why he's doing.
And also another person, I don't mean to keep pausing it, but Charlamagne, you could thank Charlamagne for the reason why Andrew Schulz even has a platform. Because that's how Andrew Schulz came into fruition, was by being platformed by Charlamagne. Before Charlamagne, no one knew who Andrew Schulz was like that. He might have a small pocket of people that did know who he was, but if it wasn't for Charlamagne, we wouldn't even know who Andrew Schulz is.
A comedy with the South Park creator. Because he appreciates white comedians that make fun of black people.
There you go.
And they've done that brilliantly for decades.
Yeah, that's true.
And he would never want to break one of his own laws.
No, that's true.
I mean, didn't they have a character called Token on the South Park show?
Yeah, they do.
Oh my God, because that's not the same thing.
He must be big fan if he's going to do a comedy with them. I mean, we can look that up. Apparently, he has a comedy coming out.
Yep. Yeah, that's
And if he does, what does it matter? Like, what kind of argument is that? That's a bad faith take.
That's white
But then again, so is everything that he's saying. Mind you, let me also add this in his concept. Andrew Schulz is like 42 years old.
Race of white supremacy right
For those of you who are unaware,
there.
Andrew
They
Schulz
laugh
is in
at
his early
having the only
40s.
one black friend.
Like, is either in high school, hell, middle school. I'll give you college. This man is 42.
Fuck.
Talking like this.
Way too old to be talking like this.
Facts. But Al, you're getting groomed right now. We need to ungroom.
Yeah, you are getting
we need to
groomed.
ungroom you right now.
Let's see.
Okay? I mean that Blizzard, because he sent people, he says slide on. What he said, slide on, where's the line? He goes, let me get it. I'm so old I had to squint my eyes. And that was not a racist joke. Okay. The N-words that coon, the N-words that being groomed, slide on both of them. Whoa. That seems like a call to violence.
Look at how now. Look at what he's trying to say. Whoa, that looks like a call to violence. Have you ever noticed that whenever black people clap back at this kind of stuff right there, that's why that's when they want to do the whole kumbaya, we are the world, heal the world nonsense.
First of all, that's black business. This should be talking about.
Here's the thing.
Right.
Nobody is
saying your white selfish black business. This is black.
See, you got to look at the context of the word.
Right.
Not for him to discuss.
Oh my God, this is
he has stand in, stand up type.
All of the last people to be talking about some calls to violence. If you want to talk about that, Andrew Schulz. What did you think about January 6th?
Is our business.
I bet he had nothing to say about it. And if he did, someone please let me know what he said.
Why this black
inquiring minds would like to know.
A motherfucking word in like 10 minutes. Right, but he looks right at him.
If he's about protecting black people, why would the call to violence be towards the black dudes, not the white guy making the joke?
Well, you gotta understand.
What?
Well, no. You gotta understand.
Because I snitch, I cooperate, I tell.
Litigation.
Okay, you will squabble up in a jail cell.
Here's what you gotta understand about Ken. It's very important.
He answered that question.
That's why.
Answer that question.
Like, let's say
that's our business, not yours. Should the right fucking thing.
If it comes to
don't ever use the word.
Why would they be either not having that?
He didn't act in his resolve at all.
Look at what Andrew Schulz is saying right here, and what you're going to eventually hear later on in this video, which really.
He looked at the black dude.
All I'm saying is that.
But he's talking to the one on the end.
What is it? Don't start.
right?
But that also goes back to what I've been saying before when it comes to black people.
With it, like he knows. He's not involved in the
We're
conversation.
not allowed to defend ourselves. Even against this type of rhetoric, then it's a problem when we say something.
It's a problem for us talking about us issues.
He's never done a song with an abuser confirmed. He's never done a song with anybody that's suspected of abuse. He never threatened to remove his music from Spotify because they removed R. Kelly's music, who for sure fucked and held captive underage black women. Hold on. This is all very important to Kendrick.
Wait. So now they're going into
now we're doing that.
Kendrick removing his music from Spotify because Spotify has removed music by R. Kelly and some other, I think, Diddy, I think is on there as well. And I think the reason, and someone in the chat can let me know if I'm off on a couple of things. When I say this, I think the reason why Kendrick did it is because he says, like, y'all are doing it based off of like allegations and all types of stuff like that. And he says, well, if you're going to remove theirs, why didn't you remove some of these white artists that have been accused of doing some questionable things? Why is they're still on there? That's basically what he was going with. But again, let them tell it. And by the way, the Flagrant podcast is ran by Andrew Schulz and this guy right here that's sitting next to him. If you look at the thumbnail on the Flagrant podcast page, their faces are on the thumbnail.
You have a problem.
Let me understand what's going on here, because I think that you're using sarcasm as a comedic device.
It is a comedic device.
But you're so fucking smart right now that I don't know if you're serious or making jokes. Are you saying that Kendrick Lamar put it on wax that he is protecting black women from white comedians' jokes, but not the kidnapping, molestation, and of R. Kelly? And actually, in reality, he would take his own music off Spotify to protect R. Kelly. Yeah, someone who's kidnapped,
a sexual
molested.
predator. Yeah,
that's not what he doing. But again, when I tell you, people like Andrew Schulz are natural spin artists. When I say they're natural spin artists, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Chaos and confusion.
Black people problems.
They know how to spin that web of chaos and confusion like no other group can, and they are experts at it.
And black women with children. Are you saying that he's done songs with other men who have potentially put hands on black women?
Not potentially, confirmed.
Wait a minute, convicted?
Yeah, I don't know what you call Chris Brown, but yeah.
Now they're bringing in Chris Brown, so we got R. Kelly, Diddy, and Chris Brown.
It's not breezy. Not breezy. I took a picture with Chris Brown. Hey, bro, I took a picture with him. Like, first of all, Kendrick's people and the gang.
Now, okay. This part right here, this is the part right here that had everybody like 100, like 400 degrees level of heated. And I think y'all know which part y'all about to hear. Because the first part, the video, it was a separate video, and then I had to go find the other part and insert this in. But this part right here is the one where everybody was extremely pissed.
Affiliate, everybody, his security, they will kill me. They will destroy me. They'll find me in the street. They'll fucking cut me up. They'll shoot me. They'll do whatever. I'm not a tough guy. Y'all do. But just I would make love to him.
He needs to be. MC Hammer was like, Hammer, get him. Yeah, MC Hammer.
If it's nothing he could really do about it.
Yeah, you're right. Hammer Black.
He said,
had his ass out the window.
Yep.
Even in a joking manner, and the thing is, I can't even see that as a joke.
Buddy.
Who would say that? What man would say that about or to another man? In this case, about, because Kendrick is not in that studio to handle business. But what man would say that about another man and then claim it as a joke?
Remember when Saucy Santana told academics he was going to rape him?
Oh yeah, he's all upset and he cried.
And the thing is, we as black men are going to see this in a whole different way than he would, because clearly he sees this as a joke. I'm sure his ancestors thought it as a joke.
He's trying to be the victim.
When I tell you they are their clan ancestors, what you just heard is the prime example of why I say that all the time.
Right. Look, I just said young Adolf.
More than a modern day or attempted modern day buck breaking.
Yep.
Saying what he would.
The thought of it.
It doesn't stop there, because he goes on about it for like the next 2 minutes.
And if you really are sleeping on Kendrick,
just
one-on-one,
I would make love to him, and the only thing that he could do is decide if it's consensual or not.
So
So
if you
now
have
he's-
not
now
been
he
listening
basically-
to Lamar, really, how
he
you feel
would
about rape?
violate another man. And he says, I'll let him decide if it's consensual or not. He's telling you what he would do to
Yeah,
another
he's
man.
basically, like,
And you
and
got
he's
these
sitting
people
on
on
the
the
edge of
couch,
the
especially this one right here, cackling like a hyena in heat, thinking it's so funny, even though I think that they're overdoing it. I know that they're doing it because you got to laugh to get paid, right?
But even so, he already got
That's the only thing he could do. If it's me and Kendrick, if it's me and Kendrick, no, this is about physics. It's about physics. I don't even know if I'll get hard. But if we're in a cell, there's a chance that
Last night said that the thread was overrun with people defending. Of course, it was. A lot of them probably fans of Drake, for all we know. I don't know.
He was laughing. He didn't take it all the way.
Yeah, and of course, they're saying, "Oh, it was
a fucking passer."
Notice every time when
hey, look,
it's
you got to
degradation, black person, it's always seen as a
we don't do that.
But if we came back and towards them about that, like that, then it's no longer a joke.
You could have got loud right there, and it still would have went viral. And we would have probably had a little bit of
we had those two house
that
boys
just
laughing.
shows that you're for anything.
Well, one of
You're
them is definitely the other one is cackling. I
problem.
don't know what he is.
You won't even see
we're in a cell and we're bored and we do that too.
I'd be like, hey, hush,
Each other, whatever you do in the cell. Hey, we ran out of board games and we did all the other things. We cleaned everything, and I'm like, man, I might as well fuck you. There's nothing.
Good point. First thing, last thing, I didn't peep that.
See,
The
it totally
thing is that the white man wasn't laughing at all. It's the two people. It's head dancing. He's talking about this guy in the middle holding a laptop. Not one time was he laughing at whatever Andrew was saying. This guy right here is up here cackling like it's the funniest thing he's ever heard. Now you really pay attention to that. This man right here that I have my cursor over is laughing so hard because he thinks this is so funny. He's laughing at this PC man, Andrew Schulz, quote unquote, joking about violating another man. Let that really sink in. This is why we always say we don't have any friends.
Right.
Let this be a lesson to a lot of the Negroes out there that are still asleep or thinking that they live in La La Land. One thing I've always also said is if you are a black person living in America, it doesn't matter like what your lineage is. You cannot afford to be asleep at the wheel. You cannot afford to be in La La Land. This right here is telling you what they think of you. They're just using Kendrick Lamar as a vessel in order to say what they think of you. Many of them have these thoughts floating through their heads all the time. That's why a lot of people are defending Andrew Schulz right now because many of them want to say this not about Kendrick Lamar, but about probably some other black people, probably some other prominent black people that are doing better than them. Listen, Kendrick Lamar is doing leaps and bounds better than all four of these people sitting up here talking about him. The nerve for them to actually sit up there and think that what they're saying, that what this man is saying is funny.
Especially the brothers, shame on you, man. Yeah. You about to be racial.
And one thing people said that, you know, oh, if we keep doing this, we're giving Andrew Schulz the attention. Well, here's the thing. Granted, we're calling it out because, you know, we have, like, I feel like we have to. But I feel if Kendrick Lamar doesn't say anything, a lot of people are going to want him to say something. But I feel if he doesn't say anything, then in a way, Andrew Schulz still lost because Andrew was coming at Kendrick Lamar with a bunch of BS.
And
I almost feel like if Kendrick was to respond to him for something that isn't even true or factual, that would be him lowering him to his level. And that's what Andrew Schulz wants. That's what he really wants. He could care less that someone like myself or any of these other individuals or these other celebrities that is taking up for Kendrick is saying anything to him. What he wants is for Kendrick to respond to him.
And then he
because that was his target.
Yeah. like basically making a threat right there. That's like a threat.
He could physically do to stop that. Besides, put his legs in the air and choose a position. Maybe I let him choose a
Why are you
position.
pulling this picture up, Mark? Why are you doing this?
Look, put up that picture of him and Travis Kelce's girl. Look at that shit.
Oh my God, dude, that's unbelievable.
Yo, I'll be honest. I would go so far as to say, I don't think he could stop most people on the planet from having sex with him. Like the only reason he got security is to stop people from having sex with him. Whatever.
Notice he keeps going on about with the sex part. Like you already said what you said, as disturbing as it is, but he's still going on with it. He said, "I don't think there's a person on the planet that he could stop from having sex with him." So you've gone from you would violate this man to anybody can.
Everybody can do
Again,
it.
he's harping on this one part. That's how you know Andrew Schulz has a sick mind.
For a man, a brother to get violated.
That's how you know he has a very, very sick mind.
That means you really don't like that motherfucker.
You
really
know what? I could almost imagine what's found on his hard drive.
That's a threat. That is a fucking threat.
I could imagine what's found on his phone.
That comment says threatening. You don't think it is?
Now, don't get me wrong. There's people who could fuck me against my will. I was in an elevator once with this drag queen, and this motherfucker was like 6'5".
Oh yeah.
And we're in the elevator, and we're going down. I'm like, yo, if he wanted to take it, I gotta cause a ruckus or something like that. Like, I gotta have my pants. I gotta do something. I know.
Okay, to the people of the academy, the people in the academy ended up catching a stray. You heard what he said? He said one time he was in an elevator with a drag queen. I'm trying to figure out why did he even bring them into the equation. So to the people in the academy, preferably those who dress in drag, you just called a stray.
Think about it.
With Kendrick, that he's talking a lot of shit, but if it came down to it, I could put him on my lap. I could feed him a bottle.
Now, I was watching a video that someone did about this, and if I didn't watch them, I would not have caught what he just said here. So shout out to that individual. He said, I would put him on my lap and feed him a bottle.
Yep.
Why are you talking about this man? Because again, he's doing this because Kendrick is short. Kendrick is not a tall person. He's a short guy. Why are you talking about this man as if he's a child? Right. Again, he said, I will put him on my lap and feed him a bottle.
You think that, like, they really think that nobody's going to react.
Does that strike anyone else as odd?
Because that's
to say something like that. I mean, everything he's been saying up to this point has been very questionable anyway.
No,
but that right there is very insane to say.
Menacing.
On top of everything else that he's already said.
Inflammatory. That's slander.
I could put him on my lap, I could feed him a bottle, and make love to him if I wanted to, and there's nothing he could do about it. I might not be hard, I might just slap soft against his butt. I could be romantic with him, and there's nothing he could do about it.
Now, I want y'all to understand something else, y'all. This video that y'all are watching, well, I did retrieve it off of X. This is still up on here. I'll just leave it right there. It's still up on here.
He's saying that you this and that. He's defaming you.
And he's probably making money off of it.
Information right there. Slander.
To the point, like, I think I'm so charming, he would just fall into it. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I think he would just be so charmed. He would be like, damn, like, whack, let me suck it up. You want to talk about another album called Damn. Sit down. Reincarnated. Got penetrated. Listen, but in all seriousness, we love Kendrick Lamar, our woke king. And I think we're gonna do our best to abide by his. I don't know what his rules are about, like me having sex with him if we're in a relationship.
I don't even want that.
We don't know. Listen, no.
Okay, so that's the end of that.
Yeah, he called him
Andrew Schulz, y'all, in a nutshell. But there's one more video that I wanted to show y'all. Again, this is not Andrew Schulz, but it's someone who, again, someone sent this to me, and they're basically doubling down on what Andrew Schulz said. And mind you, I never heard of this person before, but apparently they do political type of commentary, but they took time out of their schedule to talk about this. And based on the comments I was reading, it looks like this guy was not active on X in a while because of the way that the people framed it. They said, "Oh, where have you been? We haven't seen you in a while." But you took time to take from your sabbatical or whatever it was to come on here and double down on what Andrew Schulz said. So I think his name is called the older millennial. Well, that's the name that he goes by on X.
So hilarious watching all these black men jump to the defense of black women simply because a white comedian made a joke about them. Like, yo, stop.
Already.
On this motherfucker. I said, look.
I just think it's so funny that all these black men are coming to the defense of this. What did he say? What did he say?
It is so hilarious watching all these black men jump to the defense of black women simply because a white comedian made a joke about them.
Like, are you serious?
That's not why they did it, you idiot.
Rappers like really like hardly there.
And even if they did, what's the problem? Y'all just see what he did? Let me replay that one more time. And if that's the case, what's wrong with that?
It is so hilarious watching all these black men jump to the defense of black women simply because a white comedian made a joke about them.
It is so funny seeing black men come to the defense of black women all because a white comedian made a joke about them. If that was the case, what's the problem?
And you're not really seeing the big
what did he just say? Black men, why are you defending these women? Black women are why are you allowing yourselves to be defended by these men? He meant no harm by it.
Instead of, congratulating that shit.
Exactly, FM, and your point.
You do know that Jim Crow started off as a joke as well.
Right.
Also, black people can't be racist. Only racist are white. And everyone else is prejudiced, not racist.
Mm-hmm.
What I find to be interesting is that, you know what? Never mind. Let me
Yo, stop fucking pretending like you care about protecting black women. I mean, let me just say that anybody that really cares about black women wouldn't get so many of them pregnant and then leave them.
Oh man, cuz stop it. Stop it. That again, not your business.
Listen. Fuck up. Get out.
That's not your business, cuz.
Oh, this is a 2-minute video.
We're talking shit like you know.
We only 17 seconds in.
And the worst part is most of this came from the hip hop community. Like it started with Kendrick Lamar. And let me just say that I don't think there's a group in the late.
What are you
He
talking
said
about?
it started with Kendrick Lamar.
Stay in our place. I said, what place is that?
Kendrick Lamar, I don't know if you'll ever hear this. Just understand you won the year. And now that you're about to go on the stadium tour with SZA next year, as expensive as those tickets are, you're about to have 2025 on lock as well. Just understand that you're about to be on a 2-year run.
Right now.
Understand that. And people like this guy and Andrew Schulz are pissed off right now. And it doesn't surprise me. They're going through their cycle.
They don't know.
They're going through their quarterly cycle, not a monthly, they're quarterly.
Black men and black women. And they only just a
20th or the early 21st century who has done more to degrade black women than the hip hop and rap community. I mean, whether we go back to the time of like bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks type of lyrics,
which I'm sure you was a huge consumer of, because when we look at the stats, the biggest consumers of hip hop was young white males, more so than any other demographic, even more than young black males and just black people in general. Notice that when hip hop started, it was the major consumers of it was black people, but then when gangster rap really was on the rise, then we saw who started to purchase it more. If you don't believe me, just go look at go to some of these rap concerts. As a matter of fact, do me one better. If any of you happen to go and are fortunate to go to Kendrick Lamar's stadium concert next year that he's having with SZA, look at the crowd. And I say this because when Kendrick Lamar had his concert where I work at a few years ago, this is right. I think this was his dance school, so this was a while ago. I looked around that room, and it was a lot of people in there that looked just like this guy on the screen.
Stay in your place.
They don't ever do that.
It was him. He was the headliner. I think Travis Scott was there, but Travis Scott, something happened with him, and they cut his set off, and they went straight to Kendrick. But I forgot who opened.
The opposite of that.
It was people that looked like him.
Vultures got the nerve, right?
That were there. So when they sit up there on this moral thing and talk about rap music, is talk about this and talk about that.
Well, how do you respond? Like you didn't get
y'all purchase it.
Definition.
Know every word, know every lyric.
So saying one race is evil and the others
everything.
Well, technically, we should be considered
true racism is the black community.
So this moral, this is why I say don't take a morality lesson from people like this.
Black racism is showing clearly.
Don't do it. And shout out to Detroit Kings for becoming a member of the channel. I appreciate it.
We go to like music videos in the 90s where the whole goal was to just make women seem like as much a hose as possible. Or we go to the modern days where rappers and hip hop artists are just beating the shit out of their black women. I mean, this is Kendrick Lamar. This dude has done songs with R. Kelly and Chris Brown. Like, seriously, R. Kelly and Chris Brown? Are you fucking serious? And you're going to be the person that's like, we need to protect black women. Because what Kendrick actually said was like,
again, what he's saying is that he's saying that black men can't protect black women. That's what they're saying. That's what he's saying. He's saying black men can't protect black women. So my question to him is, if it isn't black men, who's the better candidate? You?
And not only that, but come on, recently, this decade, in the last couple of years, music isn't.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Are you the better candidate? If I was to ask him that, he would probably stumble.
I don't know what the fuck that is. I can't remember.
UFC.
you don't need to let no white comedian put down black women. That's law. And Andrew Schultz's response was perfect. He basically said that if Kendrick stepped to him, Andrew would make him his bitch. Now, he said it in a much more colorful way. I can't talk like that on TikTok. But it's true. Like, people need to recognize that today's rappers are not the same as rappers in the 80s and 90s. Like, rappers in the 80s and 90s were like actual thugs.
So you don't think that Kendrick Lamar could actually throw hands with him? Is it because of the height? People don't know, but Kendrick Lamar knows how to spar, and this man is from Compton. He grew up in the hood.
Are you fucking?
He has seen something.
Why would you sleep on him?
Right.
And
What's one? Good point. Didn't Celine Dion do a song with R. Kelly? Yes, she did. It was called "I'm Your Angel" or something like that. Yes, she did. Let's talk about it. Sir, are you going to talk about that? One of the greatest voices ever.
This was
doing a song with R. Kelly
to him before. You think he's gonna make him his bitch?
And it wasn't even a rap song.
That wouldn't go right. That wouldn't happen at all. First of all, you'd be lucky if you even got in the cell with a brother. Secondly,
amazing.
Everything's a yard right now to us.
And let's not forget all the artists that Diddy has worked with over the years who aren't rap artists. If you want to go there too. Or Chris Brown. Again, when you look at the people that go to their concerts, it's not only black people that are there.
Don't worry about what the fuck.
So if he cares so much about this, then why are a lot of the white people who are talking like him still attending their show? So by his logic, when Kendrick goes on tour next year, there should not be that many white people in the audience because he did songs with R. Kelly, right? Because that would just be enabling someone who enabled or worked with a convicted felon who did what they were, who was convicted of what they were accused of, right?
He worked with them before, right? Before he went.
I'm just saying.
And it's two black people working together. Just put that into perspective. It's two black people working on music together. Not two black people doing nasty
actual gangbangers that made it in the music industry and became relatively normal people. Whereas today's rappers are like skinny jean, pastel wearing fucking poets. And when's the last time you were scared of a poet? Like Kendrick Lamar is built like he'd get his ass whooped by a high school senior. So
see, that's what they keep going. Going back to.
With small or black kids or black, you ever think they really gonna get their ass beat? That's stupid.
Now Andrew Schulz is a tall dude. I think he's like 6'2" or something like that. He's pretty tall. And Kendrick is like he's.
You live in a fucking.
I think Kendrick might be slightly shorter than me, and I'm 5'9".
I'm shit you. You're gonna learn to fight on your own in private, and motherfuckers gonna test you all day long.
And of course, under the comments under this video, they were sitting there saying, "Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. No, he's not right."
That's why
it was some people up there saying, like, dude, what in the world are you talking about?
He's obviously got the vouchers to do it.
So but what they're really mad at is because Kendrick called out 2 black podcasters on
Not like
Andrew Schulz show. Andrew Schulz took it and ran with it like a hit dog hollering, and then it blew up into this. And now they got people like yourself gotten emboldened to come out and say what should and should not be done, or black men. Oh, now you want to protect black women.
That only happens.
Understand this: Kendrick Lamar is also a proxy.
Big C just
Harvey talked about this a lot. He is a proxy to go after all black men, not just Kendrick. But this is them going after all black men, even if there are black men that don't even subscribe to the so-called rhetoric that he's putting out there.
That's how it works. How about that?
The black men that don't engage in a lot of the stuff that he's talking about and putting it onto Kendrick Lamar, we are in that bunch too. Understand this.
Andrew Schultz's response was correct. Sorry, but rappers today don't get to play the tough card. You don't get to wear jeans that tight. You don't get to braid your hair that much and put little fucking balls in it like girls used to when I was in elementary school. Shit, half of these motherfuckers have worn a dress at one point or another. Sorry, but that's not tough. That's not gangster. And nobody's scared of them anymore. But yeah, like all you people on TikTok talking about how you want to defend black women, start by staying with the mother of your children.
Again, that's the indictment right there. He's saying black men don't stay with black women. They get them pregnant and then they leave them to be a single mother. Let's talk about the single mother rate going on in the white community, sir.
You know,
since you want to bring that up, or the just straight up degeneracy in that community. I talked about one yesterday. I have a whole bunch over on Patreon. See, this is the thing right here, and this is exactly why we got to gatekeep. The minute that a person like Andrew Schulz or even this guy, and I don't know who this guy is, feel like they can get access to us. And here's the thing: a lot of the times, we're not even giving them access. They're just coming in and colonizing like their ancestors before them. That's why I said they are their ancestors. They're doing it just like their ancestors did, just not in the physical front, but on the digital front. The minute they feel they can get somewhere in or feel like they have a voice, then that's when they start spewing nonsense like this. But the exact minute that we say something to or about them, then that's when this is when they come back with, oh, that's anti-white. Stop being so woke.
You should be in there.
13% of the population, 50% of the crime. Chicago,
that's conflated.
Baltimore, Atlanta, LA, New York, or any other black enclave area that they could throw out there. That's what they come back with. To which I say this: Michael Bird was a hero. Daniel Penny is not.
You sure the fuck isn't.
Ashley Babbitt got what she deserved. Yep. Derek Chauvin is exactly where he needs to be. Of course, they'll come back and start saying something about George Floyd because they love to do that.
Be that as it may, it doesn't matter. You before killed him.
Right. That's how you truly defend black women. That's how you truly honor black women. Do you take care of them the way that?
Do you take care of yours?
They're supposed to be taken care of. Because this whole sleeping with them, getting them pregnant, and then leaving them, and then proceeding to come on TikTok and talk about how you need to defend black women it's played out.
You're playing out. So there's that.
Does he have a black wife?
And those are the only two videos that I had to show y'all.
I want to know if he has a black wife.
So y'all already know what time it is. The link is there in the chat. We got 349 people here in the middle of the afternoon at 12:45 p.m. If you would like to come up, you feel free to go ahead and hit the link.
That's not a rip, sister. I told you that. This is not a rip to divest. It is not a rip. I don't give a fuck what's happening. Not a rip.
Hurricane Niecy, I saw your comment there in the chat. You said you wanted to be first. First, you said you wanted to be last, but then halfway through, you said, Wallow, let me be first. He switched that up real fast. But go ahead. What's going on?
Good afternoon, Torian. Good afternoon, family in the chat. Thank you, Wallow. All right, niceties over. That Andrew Schulz ain't nothing fucking funny about graping, be it male or female, but to target our warrior king, Kendrick, Let me breathe. Breathe, Niecy. Breathe, girl. Breathe.
That's some wild shit.
The conclusion. My opinion only. All white people, as far as I'm concerned, they are the scum of the earth. They are their ancestors. They're them sick, twisted, fucked up individuals. And may they all reap what they sow. I'm out.
All right, Ms. Niecy came up and said what she had to say. Now I know it's more people that want to come up and say something. I know it ain't only two people. Oh my God. Wallow, what's going on?
What's going on, Torian chat? Salute Miss Niecy. I don't get why people even listen to him like that. Like, he's not that funny. Like, I think, wasn't he on, what was it, that show? Was it Guy Code or something like that? You remember that show on MTV?
I remember a show called Guy Code, but I don't remember seeing him on it. But then again, I don't remember a lot of people that was on Guy. I think the only people that I really remember seeing on Guy Code like that was Charlamagne.
You gonna let your
because I know he was a regular on there.
Yeah, he was like he came on and all that. Yeah, that's the only. It was that. It's like
whatever.
Ever since he's been on television, he's not on television no more. This is like he pops up and says something. It's like, dude, you're not that funny. Like, you're supposed to be a quote unquote comedian.
Getting treated like,
and you're joking about raping someone. That's not funny. That's like, people have been seriously. I mean, excuse me, S8. I'm sorry. You don't joke about stuff like that. That happens a lot of people. Like, oh, that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, motherfuckers. Yeah, my motherfuckers got violated in prison.
Yeah,
got violated in prison for no motherfucking
like that. Like, I've known people who've been through stuff like that. That's not funny. And you talking about doing that to another man? Yeah, buddy, you in the closet. You ain't gonna tell me you ain't trapped in the closet. And for the other guy, sir, you know there's more single white mothers out here than there are single black mothers out here. You can go do the research. All you gotta do is say who has the most single kids. They may say it may be some articles that pop up with black kids, but how is that possible when the CDC came out and said black fathers are the most involved in their kids' lives? You can't.
And I don't even know why. I don't even know why he even made that video. Like I said, he only did that to make that comment to indict black men. That's all he did it for.
Yeah, they are like you know, they are like they're the most moral people in the world. It's like no, like, you know how many single moms there are out there. You know how many PC girls I've personally met and told me they're single parent, like they didn't grow up with their dad and their dad ain't shit. We can have those conversations, sir. I will tell you how many of these white girls are fucked up out here, but y'all don't want to go there though. We can talk about how you abuse and misuse your women, but y'all want to love talking about black men and what they do. We ain't perfect. We ain't gonna never say we perfect, but don't sit up here and act like you're the most moral people on the earth when your damn birth rates are declining, your marriage rates are declining. Ours has been staying the same, but y'all has been in decline. Don't get mad at us for that.
I'm glad you brought. I don't know why I didn't say that. I don't know why, because I had to think about it for a second. You kind of gave me an alley oop by mentioning Guy Code, because it's one show that MTV was very popular for back in the day. Huh?
Ridiculousness?
No, not ridiculousness. But it was a very popular show back in the day, back in the early 2000s, and it ran for a long time. And the name of that show was called Teen Mom.
Thank you.
And that show had a lot of white teenage mothers on there.
Exactly.
It was they were the bulk of the cast. They probably threw like one black girl in the mix, but the main crop of the girls who was
because
pregnant as teenagers, and they even had another show called 16 and Pregnant, and it was the same thing.
Yes, like, dude, you know, like because one of the most famous ones came from my state. What's that girl name? Jaleel Evans? I don't know if you know who that was, but that girl was the most infamous one. She came from my damn state. Like, bro, don't get out of here with that shit. And they was rumors going around saying that girls was teenage girls were literally getting pregnant just to go on that show to get paid. That's how bad it was.
And they made them popular. And they made them popular. That's the thing. They gave them a show celebrating being a teen mother. But when it was black girls, oh, you fast. These girls got a whole show and got popular.
And got money and got paid. Millionaires.
Yeah, man, you cannot make this up. See, the thing is, when we were young, we didn't see. We just saw it as entertainment. I never watched the show, but I knew a lot of girls who I was in high school with who would watch that show, and they would come back to school the next day and talk about Teen Mom and 16 and Pregnant and what happened and whatnot, or talk about it on Facebook or MySpace. And you know, as a teenager, I didn't see it, but now it's like, wow, interesting.
Like Teen Mom was their most popular show, and it was a lot of white folks that didn't like that show because of what they was doing. Because I heard that, so they were like, I don't like that show because all you doing is giving these girls a platform to be single mothers and all this stuff. Because every single one of them girls on Teen Mom are not with the original baby daddy.
Right.
If you want to talk about something that's more recent, let's talk about Lauren Boebert and her family. Woo! You know, I did a video talking about Lauren Boebert and her family.
Man, I'm surprised she ain't got she'll get on OnlyFans when she leave Congress.
Probably.
But I'm gonna land my plane there, Torian.
B1. Shout out to Wallow J for coming up. But yeah, thanks again, Wallow, for throwing me that alley, because I would not have thought about mentioning Teen Mom in 16 and Pregnant. But yeah, and you gotta think those two shows, I think 16 and Pregnant got canceled first, but that Teen Mom show, that show had a significant run. I think it ran for maybe 6 seasons.
Had a lot of seasons, yeah.
You gotta think 6 seasons
really watched that show.
Where you're talking about like maybe, because at that time it was like what 20 some episodes a season. Like really put that into perspective and how all of that just adds up.
That's gross, yeah.
All right, the next person I'm bringing up is Xavier. What's going on?
Hey, brother Torian. D1, man. It's been a while. I haven't caught a live in a while, so I was like, might as well jump on this one because this was kind of funny. And I just wanted to add to the thing, Waller J, you were talking about the Teen Mom thing. That show, I always had an issue with that show. That was like one of the most disturbing things I'd seen on TV. I'm not trying to be all high and mighty or anything, but I just thought it was weird that they kept glamorizing the fact that these minors were getting knocked up and then encouraging them to get knocked, basically encouraging them to get knocked up. It was really weird. And well, I don't know. Like, it's a good thing they got it off the air because people started asking questions. I'm sure people started asking a lot of questions.
And it's funny you mentioned that too. And not only to get away from Teen Mom, but remember the show To Catch a Predator?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Chris Hansen. Now listen, they can say whatever they want about why that show was off the air, but we know why they took that show off the air. We know they took that show off the air because the main culprits were, I would say, non-black guys.
Non-black.
I say non-black because it wasn't always just white guys, but it was mainly them. But it was also some like Latinos and Mexican guys mixed up in there. But you never really ever saw a black guy get caught on To Catch a Predator, which is probably why the ratings amongst black people was high watching that show. I will never forget because that was one of my high school teachers' favorite shows. We would watch it like it would come on Sunday nights on and we would watch it, and we would come back to school the next day saying, "Did you watch last night's episode of To Catch a Predator and all of the stuff that happened?" God.
I remember. I think the main reason you may be right about that, but one of the main reasons that it was taken off the air, as far as I know, was the one guy who basically took himself out. He was he was like a judge or something, and before they could get to him, he took himself out, and there was a whole bunch of like people started asking, "Oh, is this right?" And I was like, "Yeah, he was messing with kids. I don't care about that shit." and the funniest thing was when Boondocks did a skit about that. I don't know if you remember that episode of Boondocks. That shit was hilarious. But on the Kendrick thing, you know when they say a hit dog will holler, Kendrick was never talking about Andrew Schulz. For some reason, Andrew Schulz had to insert himself into the situation, where no one asked you to do this.
That episode was
exactly. And also keep this in mind of Andrew's last name, because a lot of them try to say that they don't classify themselves as white. Well, Andrew, by you doing this, if we ever learn that you ever said that you are not a white guy, we're gonna look right back to this and say you're lying.
You're definitely lying for sure. And I don't know. I followed Andrew Schulz for a while, and I thought of some of his stuff was kind of funny, but borderline racist shit that he was doing, and the people he surrounded himself with were encouraging that shit. Like this guy, there's this Indian guy. I don't know if he's Indian or Arab, but Indian guy that he said some really out of pocket things about black women in particular, and they were all laughing and stuff. And that was when I kind of tuned out. Like I just kind of stopped listening to the guy. But in general, he's not like Wallo pointed out. He's really not that funny. He's just a guy. And I think the main reason you would even respond to something like that is because deep down inside, you know that there's an atom of truth in there, and that's what I love about Kendrick's way of like rapping and stuff. He doesn't actually come out direct. He tells you, he weaves it into the poetry, and you just see it for yourself. If it has something to do with you, shut the fuck up. You don't need to say anything about it, and that's just it. And I don't know, like these guys, the morality thing, they all have this weird thing of trying to shine a light on black people, saying black people are the most immoral people, or trying to imply that in a lot of cases. Meanwhile, they're the ones doing a lot of really weird shit. Like, did you hear of the case with the man who just he and his mistress took out his ex-wife, and then he was wearing like a blackface mask or something.
Wait, hold on. Why does that sound so familiar?
It's happened before. Yeah, there's a case I had, but this one happened recently. Like the dude more or less offed his wife in broad daylight, and the police were out there. We're almost going to start looking for black people. Meanwhile, it was him and his ex-girlfriend that did the whole thing. Sorry, my lights are getting weird. Yeah, it's a whole they have the degeneracy thing down packed, so they can't blame anybody else but themselves. But anyways,
Do you have one more in there?
No, this is it.
No, I mean, in the comments. Did anybody else come up there?
But it's already after 5 o'clock in the morning with Lady J, and I gotta
man,
up early to go to the food bank.
At your house.
Yes.
Let's go. Go ahead and close it out. All right.
I just want to show you this page.
Shout out to Tori and Rain.
So this is the motherfucker right here. Rise of Medina.
Apparently, you can't tell if you got a black wife or not.
He retweeted a bed winch. I went to her page and all she had was fucking bed winch shit up. Like she has a whole podcast called the Divested Podcast.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if he's with her or what the fuck, but she literally talked about divesting.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I got so many thoughts. That's so ugly. Well, at least we can say the only good thing about this so far is that FBA and Freeman are standing up and saying what needed to be said. Even if Kendrick Lamar doesn't address it. At least he knows that black people have his back. You know what I mean? At least he knows that. And so that's a positive from this. Mm-hmm. Why you got a lot of trendy shit on there?
Weirdo.
He is a fucking weirdo. Clearly closeted.
Flat Earther too. This guy right here. He's posting all of that's black and white pictures. Divested diary. So this might be the bad one that he's with. It's probably straight up bad ones.
Oh, these winners, we don't know what they claim each other.
I don't know why you tweeting her shit like that. Like, you tweeted all kinds of her shit.
Well, you know, maybe it's fetishizing.
This is probably straight up bad ones. She had literally a podcast about bad ones.
Divest, yeah. It's probably fetishizing.
I didn't see no pictures of a black man and a black woman. It was always this type of shit.
Ew.
So this box definitely
Gross.
Oh, I take that back. This one.
Yeah.
That's the only picture I've seen. All the rest of them is either black woman with black women, black woman with white men.
These are not her though. These aren't pictures of her. Right?
Let me show you a picture of her.
I've seen it from at the top.
I'll show a whole picture of herself though. She had a whole podcast called The Divesting Diaries.
She's stuck. She's in an era, huh? Some sort of era issue.
Here she is. It's brought straight up bad ones.
Well, somebody go get your pastor's daughter. She's tripping. I love that pastor's daughter that went bad. For real.
All right, y'all. I'm not expecting to stay on this long, and then it's just that something went wrong with the share audio. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for staying up late with us. It's almost a 7-hour show. It was nice looking this. We'll see y'all later for part 2. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube. Oh, shit, I forgot. So this is going to conclude Season 4, Episode 37, Part 1 of the Frontline Black News. Make sure you guys join us later on for Part 2. If I don't pass out and I'm not able to make it over to the dollhouse.
Oh no, he's gonna come back. He's gonna do it. So you'll see. You'll see. He's gonna be over. He has to come. He promised. He has to. So we'll see. He's only got food bake's like 20 minutes long. Stop it. All right, come on. Stay black, stay dangerous, and we should see you here in a few hours. Like good couple hours. So we'll see you soon. Stay black, stay dangerous.
Yeah, so like and subscribe to all our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabbat Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter, now X.com. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and black empowerment. Chan Kruma and Lady Che signing out from the Mile High Income and illegal martyr for the city and a sundown town.